in a world where strength reigned supreme. She was once the most inconspicuous and scorned daughter of her family, enduring disdain and ridicule. However, an unexpected awakening revealed that she was an exceptionally rare and versatile summoner. Rising from the depths of despair, she forged contracts with divine beasts and mastered elemental forces, gradually unveiling the astonishing secrets hidden within her bloodline. Once deemed a waste, she now shook the very foundations of the continent. Yet as she stood at the pinnacle of power, a more sinister conspiracy began to unfurl. Was her fate orchestrated as a preordained game? Or was it an unavoidable calamity? 001, the infatuated, wasteful young lady. Yinyu suddenly opened her eyes, and before she could comprehend her surroundings, an immense force surged toward her, causing her to plunge into the frigid depths of a lake with a splash. What on earth is happening? In the 31st century, she was a level 9 summoner, a rare talent unmatched by most on the continent. Yet, as the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. She fell victim to the jealousy and treachery of her allies, ensnared by a secret technique that left her soul shattered. Now, as she gazed at the classical figures reflected on the water's surface, a single thought crossed her mind. Transmigration? King Jingnan, what are you doing? Ruashi merely confessed her feelings to you. How could you treat her this way? Why waste words? Hurry and save her. Ruashi can't swim. My daughter. Upon her recent transmigration, Yinyu heard a woman's anguished cries, her head spinning in confusion. She lost track of time until she finally emerged from her stupor. Ruashi. Lu Yin, who had been vigilantly watching by the bedside, exclaimed with fervent excitement, grasping Yinyu's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. Yinyu slowly opened her eyes, remaining silent. Ruashi, how are you? Please, tell your mother if you feel unwell. Lu Yin clutched her daughter's hand tightly, her voice tinged with urgency. Yin Ruo, she was her precious daughter. The thought of any misfortune befalling her was unbearable. Yinyu continued to remain mute, her icy gaze sweeping across the room, confirming her suspicion that she had indeed traversed into another realm. Seeing the confusion reflected in her daughter's eyes, Lu Yin could not suppress her anguish, tears flowing as she said, My poor child, you have been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. You cannot fathom the torment I have endured during this time. You must not come to harm. If anything were to happen to you, I would not wish to live. Yu's pupils constricted slightly as she reached out to wipe the tears from Lu Yan's face, though her eyes remained cold and distant. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Mother, I have not eaten for 2 days and nights. I am indeed rather hungry. Could you please fetch me something to eat? Lu Yin paused momentarily, astonished that her daughter would tend to her tears. However, with her child now expressing hunger, she quickly dismissed her thoughts and joyfully sprang to her feet. All right, Ruashi, just wait a moment. I will have the kitchen prepare a meal for you right away. Yin Ruashi, this was the name of the owner of this body. As their memories began to intertwine, Yin felt increasing discomfort the more they fused. The sharper her headache became. For Yin Ruo, she was nothing short of a lovesick fool and a simpleton. In her memories, aside from the Prince of Jingnan, there existed nothing of value or significance. The prince favored white, and he was the most handsome man in the kingdom of Shengluo. Yin let out a soft sigh. Yin Ruox's demise was a result of her audacious confession to the prince during an imperial banquet, where she overstepped her bounds. In a fit of rage, the prince had cast her aside with a mere wave of his hand, and since then, he had not spared her a single glance. Yin Ruashi, do you consider yourself worthy? Certainly not. From that moment forth, Yinyu would embody Yin Ruashi, and Yin Ruashi would become Yinyu. She aspired to become the most formidable summoner and warrior on this continent. Suddenly, a loud clatter resonated from the entrance. Yin Ruashi averted her gaze, only to behold a beautiful girl striding in, her face marred by disdain, hatred, and schadenfreude. Yin Ruashi narrowed her eyes. This girl was her half-sister, Yin Zimo. The very reason for Yin Ruox's tragic fate was intricately linked to the machinations of this so-called sister. At merely 16 years of age, Yin Zimo had already attained the status of a high-level mage, a remarkable feat among her peers. However, in this realm, mages were the least esteemed of all professions. Moreover, being a daughter of the Yin family's secondary lineage, she was not well regarded. Thus, the brilliance she took pride in was viewed by others as unremarkable. She directed all her anger and resentment towards Yun Ruashi. Had it not been for this incompetent fool, she would have been the legitimate daughter of the Yun family, basking in a noble status. With her exceptional talents, others would undoubtedly hold her in high esteem. Miss Waste is not wasteful. Yun Ruashi coldly curled her lips. How could Yun Zimo not understand? The opinions of others are inconsequential. What truly matters is one's own perception of oneself. To her surprise, the king of Jing and could not extinguish your life with a mere slap. Sister, your fate is remarkably resilient. Yun Zimo raised her chin high, approaching the bed to gaze down at the girl lying there, her eyes filled with disdain. Yun Ruashi stared coldly at the familiar face, remaining silent. Observing Yun Ruashi's calm demeanor, Yun Zimo felt a slight shock. Was she not supposed to be weeping and trembling? Why this tranquility? Since the king of Jing and cannot harm you, allow me, as your elder sister, to send you off. As she spoke, Yun Zimo extended her hand. A swirl of purple flames gathering in her palm. Yun Ruashi furrowed her brows. Did Yun Zimo intend to kill her? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Yun Zimo furrowed her brow sharply, swiftly retracting the flames, then turning to reveal a pure smile. It was only her younger brother, Xiaolu. So, you have come to see Sister Ruashi as well. Yun Xiaolu narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. He approached, confirming that Yun Ruashi was unharmed before turning to Yun Zimo, asking, "What were you just doing?" Yun Zimo raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, smiling as she replied, "I was merely chatting with my sister." Xiaolu, you have always been indifferent towards Sister Ruashi. I didn't expect you to visit her when she is in trouble. Yun Xiaolu wore a cold expression, icily stating, "Do not refer to me as Xiaolu's younger brother. We are not that familiar. Moreover, I did not come here to see her, but rather." After a moment of contemplation, he turned his frigid gaze towards Yun Ruashi and warned in a chilling tone, "I am here to inform you that if you must perish, do so far away. Do you comprehend? You have brought shame upon the Yun family. What compelled you to declare your feelings to the king of Jingnan? Who is he? And who are you? In the future, consider your actions carefully. Your demise is inconsequential, but do not let our mother suffer alongside you." Yun Ruashi remained silent. The striking young man before her was her half-brother, who at merely 13 years of age had attained the status of a high-ranking warrior with a 9th-level battle aura. He was the pride of the Yun family and the object of affection for many young women in the city. However, this brother held her in contempt. "Xiaolu, what nonsense are you spouting?" At that moment, Lu Yan's furious voice echoed from the entrance as she hurried in, pulling Yun Xiaolu aside and scolding him vehemently. "Xiaolu, your sister has just recovered from a severe illness. How can you speak so recklessly? Indeed, Xiaolu, look at how ill Ruashi has become. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so harshly," added Yun Zimo, feigning concern. All right, I shall remain silent, but seeing her in such a state infuriates me. It is one thing to chase after someone in private, but to declare her feelings in such a public setting. Has she lost her senses?" Yun Xiaolu exclaimed angrily. "Enough, Xiaolu. Leave. Get out." Lu Yan gently urged Yun Xiaolu to step outside, yet he resisted, voicing his complaints towards Yun Ruashi. "Yun Ruashi, if you possess even a shred of conscience, do not burden mother with your worries. Xiaolu, come now, let us step outside and compose ourselves." Yun Zimo tugged at Yun Xiaolu, guiding him away. Suddenly, the previously silent Yun Ruashi slowly rose from the bed. The three, caught off guard by her movement, turned to gaze at the still pale girl. Yun Ruashi spoke softly. "Mother, I apologize for the years of concern I have caused you. Xiaolu is right. I have been unfilial and rebellious. However, I vow that I shall not repeat the same mistakes again. Xiaolu, remember this. You are my brother, Yun Ruashi. What you uttered before need only be said once. Should you dare to speak it again, I shall not forgive you. And you, Yun Zimo, your sister has awakened fully. She is no longer a useless burden. She shall become a child of the Yun family worthy of admiration." Lu Yan was stunned, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. This was the first time that Yun Ruashi had ever expressed concern for her. Yun Xiaolu and Yun Zimo were even more astonished than Lu Yan. Was this really the Yun Ruashi of the past? The world consisted of 4 nations: Shangluo, Baiyu, Shangxian, and Jiaming. Yun Ruashi resided in Shangluo. Here existed magic, battle aura, and summoning arts. Of course, among these 4 nations, summoners were the most coveted, for they could command mighty and ferocious divine beasts. A single divine beast could withstand an entire army. The Yun family held a high position in Shengluo because General Yun was a battle saint with 12th level battle aura, and his eldest son was an advanced warrior who possessed 9th level battle aura at the young age of 13. Furthermore, the Yun family had rendered outstanding military service to Shengluo, so they were highly respected in the nation. The Prince of Jingnan had broken through 10th level battle aura at the young age of 20, which was rare in Shengluo, so the emperor valued him highly. The Prince of Jingnan was handsome and agile, and all the women in the nation yearned for him. Naturally, Yun Ruashi was one of them, but Yun Ruashi suddenly smiled grimly. That was only the Yun Ruashi of the past. The current Yun Ruashi lived only for herself. Sitting before the mirror, Yun Ruashi gently caressed her round, plump face. It was no wonder that Prince Qinghe held no affection for her. Her visage would fail to endear her to anyone. Yet, she was Yunyu, and she believed that external beauty held little significance. Rather than a pretty face, she yearned for formidable power. Taking a deep breath, she spread her palm, a translucent white light emanating from her center. A smile graced her lips. After her traversal, her strength remained intact. She was still a high-level summoner. And also, a melodious voice interrupted her reverie. Turning around, she beheld her maid, Xiaozue, entering, followed closely by Lu Yan. "Miss, the madam has come to see you." Lu Yan stepped forward, tenderly grasping Yun Ruashi's hand. "You just awakened yesterday. Why not take some time to rest today? Look at your delicate face. It still appears pale." Yun Ruashi lowered her gaze to Lu Yan's fair hands, starkly contrasting with her own dark skin. She pondered why such a beautiful woman as Lu Yan had given birth to someone as unsightly as herself. "Ruashi, what are you thinking about?" Yun Ruashi returned to her senses and quickly shook her head. "It's nothing, merely trivial matters. By the way, mother, I heard that my sister and brother have both gone to Shangwu Academy to study. May I go as well?" Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback. It could be said that in the past, Yun Ruashi had shown no interest in learning, her only fascination lying with Prince Qinghe. Nothing else could spark her curiosity. And even old man Yun had suffered humiliation due to this daughter. She had once attempted to persuade her to attend the martial academy, hoping she could become a valuable asset to the Yun family and not be looked down upon by others. Yet, she had declined several times. Why then, had she taken the initiative to propose it recently? Coupled with the words spoken just yesterday, Lu Yan found herself perplexed. Could it be that someone who had experienced death could truly be reborn? Yun Ruashi smiled gently, grasping Lu Yan's delicate hand, and softly said, "Mother, have you not always wished for your daughter to become a pillar of strength? This time, I shall not disappoint you." Lu Yan suddenly pressed her lips tightly together, her face trembling ever so slightly. "Mother, what is the matter?" Tears unexpectedly streamed down Lu Yan's cheeks. This was the first time Yun Ruashi had expressed such ambitious sentiments. How could she not feel overwhelmed? Good, Ruashi, my wonderful child," Lu Yan exclaimed, her hand tenderly caressing Yun Ruashi's dark little face. Trembling with emotion, Yun Ruashi gazed upon the woman before her, overcome with joy and tears, and smiled softly. The warmth emanating from Lu Yan's hand enveloped her. Was this the maternal love she had never before experienced? Suddenly, she lowered her eyelids, concealing the fierce light that flickered within her eyes. From this moment forward, Yun Ruashi, would trample upon those who had looked down upon her and bullied her. In the early hours of the following day, Yun Ruashi was savoring citrus fruits in her courtyard, reclining with one leg crossed over the other as she admired the blooming flowers. Suddenly, a youth stormed into the courtyard. His handsome face flushed with fury. He stood before Yun Ruashi, glaring at her with a face twisted in resentment, and exclaimed, "Yun Ruashi, do you have any sense of shame? Are you still intent on attending the martial arts academy? Is it not enough to disgrace yourself at home? Must you extend that humiliation to the academy as well? Just how far are you willing to go?" The furious outburst from Yun Xiaolu reverberated painfully in Yun Ruashi's ears. With half-closed eyes, she adjusted her ears and then popped a segment of the citrus into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. "This citrus is truly sweet," she remarked, "but dear brother, your words are so foul that they render this fruit less delightful." Yun Xiaolu's mouth fell open in astonishment. Was she mocking him? How dare she? "What did you say? Yun Ruashi, what is this attitude of yours? You." Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air. He stared in disbelief at Yun Ruashi, who remained leisurely seated, continuing to enjoy her citrus. Had she just struck him? How had she managed such a swift action? Dumbfounded, Yun Xiaolu gazed at Yun Ruashi, who glanced at him nonchalantly, raised an eyebrow, and tossed away the citrus peel. Slowly, she rose from her seat, her rounded figure standing before the taller youth. Looking up at him, she coldly sneered, "Yun Xiaolu, I had thought I had made myself abundantly clear last time. Apparently, your memory is quite poor, and you have not learned a thing. I have warned you, disrespectful words can only be uttered once. Should you dare to utter them again, I shall not show you mercy." Yun Xiaolu exclaimed, covering his face in astonishment as he pointed an accusing finger at her. "Yun Ruashi, you." Slap. Another swift strike landed before Yun Xiaolu could even comprehend, leaving him reeling, his vision blurred with stars. As he steadied his spinning head, he heard Yun Ruashi's chilling voice pierce through the air. "That slap was for your disrespect towards your elder sister." Smack. Smack. 2 more slaps followed. "This is for our mother. How dare you, at your age, defy her? You deserve this. And this one is for the Yun family. With your mere 9th level battle aura, you prance about with arrogance and complacency. If you do not strive for improvement, you shall inevitably find yourself trailing behind." Yun Xiaolu was utterly stunned, unable to fathom why he, with his 9th level battle aura, was so easily bested by Yun Ruashi, who possessed no battle aura whatsoever. Grasping his swollen cheeks in disbelief, he gazed at her in shock, stammering incoherently, "Yun Ruashi, you dare strike me. You. Yun Ruashi let out a cold laugh. "You still dare to utter my name? Let me show you another taste." With that, she raised her hand once more. Instantly, Yun Xiaolu shielded his head, pleading pitifully, Sister, is it not enough that I call you sister? The barrel leads to power. This statement holds true." Yun Ruashi lifted her chin, clapping her hands together, raising an eyebrow at Yun Xiaolu, a glint of severity flashing in her eyes. "Had you been this obedient from the start, you would not have needed to endure such punishment." As it happened, Xiao Chui, who was bringing tea to Yun Ruashi, witnessed this scene and was completely dumbfounded. What she had just seen couldn't be real. It simply couldn't be true that Miss Ruashi, known for her incompetence and idiocy, could slap the young master. "Xiao Chui, what are you gaping at? The young master is here. Hurry and pour him some tea," Yun Ruashi instructed casually. Addressing the astonished Xiao Chui hastily approached, casting a sympathetic glance at Yun Xiaolu's face, which was swollen like a pig's head. She then stepped forward to pour him a cup of tea, saying with deep sympathy, "Young master, please have some tea." What did this mean? 3 slaps followed by a sweet date? Yun Xiaolu would not fall for such a ploy. Raising an eyebrow at Yun Xiaolu, Yun Ruashi curled her lips into a cold smile, produced a black pill, tossed it to him, and leaned languidly against the back of her chair. "If the women of Sheng Luo Kingdom were to see your pig-headed visage, who knows how long they would ache with heartache? Take this. The swelling will subside in 15 minutes. Yun Xiaolu opened his palm to look. Heavens, a rejuvenation pill. He had assumed it was just an ordinary bruise-healing pill. Where did she get such a precious elixir? Observing the astonishment in Yun Xiaolu's eyes, Yun Ruashi thought to herself, "Has no one told you that your sister is a high-level alchemist?" 005 Ruashi's tragedy. For a long time, Yin Yu had been in a perpetual state of misfortune. A high-level summoner, a high-level warrior, and a high-level alchemist. High-level in all aspects, and all at the 9th level. Yet, her tragedy lay in her perpetual inability to transcend the 9th level. A truly lamentable state. Yun Ruashi, whence did you procure such an exorbitant elixir? Yun Xiaolu inquired, astounded. Although alchemists were the most inconspicuous and unvalued profession among the 4 nations, apothecaries capable of concocting a rejuvenation pill were exceedingly rare. Even with his father's esteemed position in the court, he had never had the opportunity to obtain such a precious remedy. How could Yun Ruashi so casually toss it to him? Thwack! Yun Xiaolu's face was met with a solid blow, causing a torrent of blood to gush from his nostrils. He cried out in agony, clutching his nose. Yun Xiaolu, if you dare utter another improper address, I shall beat you beyond your own mother's recognition. Yun Ruashi drawled languidly. Yun Xiaolu was on the verge of tears. He, a high-level warrior with 9th-level battle chi, was being reprimanded like a mere chick. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock if word got out? Lowering his gaze, Yun Xiaolu grudgingly uttered, "Elder sister." Yun Ruashi nodded in satisfaction, shamelessly declaring, "My good little brother, as long as you obediently heed your elder sister's words in the future, I shall bestow such rudimentary elixirs upon you as if they were mere snacks." Yun Xiaolu's mouth fell agape at the declaration of snacks. "Xiao Chui, see the guest out." Before Yun Xiaolu could react, Xiao Chui had already escorted him out of the courtyard. As the biting cold wind swept through the courtyard, Yun Xiaolu finally came to a realization. Was it merely an illusion? Yet the burning sensation on his face and the elixir in his hand were undeniably real. Goodness! The chaos in the wind was overwhelming. After bidding farewell to Yun Xiaolu with genuine sympathy, Xiaozu joyfully returned to the courtyard, pouring tea and acting charmingly towards Yun Ruoshi. With a hint of suspicion, Yun Ruoshi regarded her and inquired, "Xiaozu, have you lost your mind? You used to be so cold and indifferent towards me. Why this sudden change of heart?" Xiaozu grinned widely, setting down the teapot, her face aglow with excitement. "Miss, you are not the same as before." "Oh." Yun Ruoshi raised an eyebrow. "In the past, you were utterly helpless. When young master bullied you, you wouldn't dare to retort. But this time, you truly taught him a lesson." Yun Ruoshi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, her lips twitching. "Xiaozu, could you not be so blunt?" However, Xiaozu's tone shifted as she lamented, "That being said, the young master and you were quite close in your childhood. Whenever he had something, you were the first he thought of, and the gifts from Madame were always shared with you first. But ever since you developed feelings for Prince Jingnan, the bond between you and the young master has deteriorated." Yun Ruoshi lowered her eyelashes, seemingly lost in contemplation. Xiaozu's words rang true. She and Yun Xiaolu had indeed been inseparable in their youth. Yet, as her infatuation with Prince Jingnan grew, disregarding all propriety in her pursuit, Yun Xiaolu had increasingly distanced himself from her, ultimately leading to their current acrimonious exchanges. From a different vantage point, perhaps Yun Xiaolu's actions stemmed from a sense of exasperated disappointment. At that moment, a maidservant from the main residence arrived, beckoning Yun Ruoshi to the dining hall. Yun Ruoshi donned a garment and proceeded towards the designated location. En route, she was met with a continuous stream of servants offering their greetings and obeisance. However, despite their outward show of deference, Yun Ruoshi did not fail to notice the subtle disdain lurking in their eyes. This was hardly surprising, given that she, Yun Ruoshi, a woman burdened with ugliness, incompetence, and imbecility, was the esteemed legitimate daughter of the Yun family. Such an anomaly was bound to elicit duplicitous treatment. The Yun residence was, without a doubt, a grand estate, adorned with pavilions and terraces, verdant foliage, and ornate carvings. Upon traversing the corridor, she arrived at the dining hall. Yun Ruoshi entered to find her father, Yun Jing, seated at the head of the table, with her mother, Lu Yen, positioned beside him. Yun Xiaolu and Yun Zimo had already taken their places according to their rank. She respectfully greeted her parents, and Yun Jing momentarily paused, before regaining his composure. It seemed Lu Yan's words held true. Having experienced a brush with death, Ruoshi had indeed become more sensible, even acknowledging her parents with a greeting. In the realm of the Yun family, it is evident that they possess unparalleled strength. Yun Ruoshi sat beside her mother, casting a fleeting glance at Yun Xiaolu, who, it seemed, had indeed benefited from the miraculous effects of the restorative treatment. In less than half an hour, his previously daft demeanor had returned to normalcy. At the dining table, Yun Zimo remained the focal point of conversation, incessantly chatting and laughing, which elicited hearty chuckles from Yun Jing and Lu Yen. In contrast, Yun Xiaolu wore an expression of disdain, while Yun Ruoshi shot a cold smile towards Yun Zimo before observing Yun Xiaolu, indicating that their relationship was far from amicable. "Ruoshi, how is your health?" Yun Jing suddenly inquired. Yun Ruoshi lifted her eyelids and responded with a smile. "Father, I am nearly fully recovered." Yun Jing nodded, his expression turning somber. Noticing this, Lu Yen quickly served him his favorite dishes, cheerfully suggesting, "General, since Ruoshi's health has improved, we should arrange for her to attend the academy soon." Yun Jing remained non-committal as he savored his food, fully aware of the concerns that clouded his mind. Yun Ruoshi understood perfectly. Her previous plunge into the waters during the incident with the king of Jingnan had turned her father into a laughingstock in the kingdom of Shengluo. If she were to pursue the king in the academy, it would undoubtedly tarnish Yun Jing's reputation further, leaving him utterly humiliated by his unfilial daughter. Without hesitation, Yun Ruoshi shot a glance at Yun Xiaolu, who was engrossed in his meal, nearly choking on his food. What is this about? He wondered. Although he had intended to ignore her, the thought of her formidable fists made him apprehensive. Thus, with great reluctance, he declared, "Father, rest assured. Once we are at the academy, I will protect my sister and ensure that no one dares to bully her." His words were quite ordinary, yet they astonished both Yun Jing and Yun Zimo simultaneously. Sister? When did Yun Xiaolu begin to regard Yun Ruoxi with such reverence? In the past, he had always held a disdainful view of her, either mocking her or hurling harsh words. Would he truly refer to her as sister? Yun Yin glanced outside. Indeed, the sun was setting in the west. How peculiar it was for Xiaolu to behave so unusually today. Seemingly sensing the oddity, Yun Xiaolu set down his utensils, swallowed the morsel in his mouth, and solemnly clarified, in the past, I was immature. Father, mother, I shall strive to get along well with Sister Ruoxi from now on. So you need not worry. Heavens! Yun Jing was on the verge of tears. His once wayward son had finally spoken words of reason. He nodded in approval, saying, Xiaolu has indeed matured. Remember, you must uphold the family's honor and not bring disgrace upon us. Today, while I was in the court, that ye fellow boasted before me, claiming his family has produced a 5th-level summoner. Xiaolu, you must cultivate your strength and ensure that the Yun family's reputation is not overshadowed by the Yi family. A 5th-level summoner? Yun Ruoxi scoffed inwardly. It was merely intermediate. What was there to boast about? However, this was not entirely surprising. As the profession of summoner was rare in this era, parents held high hopes for their children at birth, wishing for them to become summoners and bring glory to the family, but this often ended in disappointment, let alone an intermediate summoner. Even a novice summoner would bring immense joy to the parents. Father, rest assured, the Yun family is the strongest. Yun Jing was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Yun Ruoxi. What did you just say? I assert that the Yun family is the mightiest. The banner of the Yun family shall forever wave on the battlefield. Yun Jing will become the most revered general in the Shenluo kingdom and among the 4 great nations. Yun Xiaolu will surpass the 9th level of combat energy, and as for Yun Ruoxi, a smile, radiant and bright, danced upon Yun Ruoxi's lips. Yun Ruoxi will be the most cherished child of my father and mother. Yun Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly heard her correctly? A glimmer of light sparkled in the depths of Yun Ruoxi's eyes. Yes, every word she uttered was a truth. In the not-so-distant future, all she proclaimed would come to fruition. The hand that held the bowl and chopsticks began to tremble gently. He had 3 children. Yun Xiaolu had always been his pride. And although Yun Zimo was merely a magician, she was sensible and well-behaved. Yet, none of them had ever spoken such words, and now these sentiments flowed from the lips of a daughter deemed unworthy, the most respected general in the Shenluo kingdom, and among the 4 great nations. This was his dream. A dream he had held since childhood. Very well. Very well. Yun Jing finally nodded with a sense of satisfaction, speaking earnestly. Ruoxi, you are your father's good child, the esteemed king of Jing, and has graced us with his presence. Yun Zimo clenched her hand into a fist concealed within her sleeve. The last time she failed to eliminate the calamity that is Yun Ruoxi, her malice has festered, and now she has audaciously eclipsed her. Yun Ruoxi cast a frosty glance at Yun Zimo. To speak of Yun Zimo's plight, her mother was a war captive from a foreign land who, on the day of her capture, ensnared Yun Jing with her beauty, ultimately giving birth to Yun Zimo and sending her to Yun Jing. It is said that her mother perished from excessive bleeding after her birth, a truly tragic tale. Fortunately, Lu Yan, with her kind heart, has embraced her as her own for these many years. Who would have imagined that such a benevolent mother harbored a viper in her midst? A truly terrifying revelation. Yun Ruoxi furrowed her brow. Despite Yun Zimo's pitiable origins, she had persistently sought her demise over the years. Yun Ruoxi was not so benevolent as to allow a ticking time bomb to linger by her side. At that moment, a maid approached with news. General, Madam, the king of Jingnan has come to visit the 2nd miss. He is currently awaiting you in the main hall. Yun Ruoxi frowned. The king of Jingnan? How could he possibly come in person when he so loathes me? Upon hearing the name of the king of Jingnan, Yun Xiaolu immediately slammed his hand on the table, rolling up his sleeves. What is this? Was it not enough to send my sister flying that day? Now he dares to come here and provoke us further? Just watch how I handle him. Xiaolu, sit down. Yun Jing admonished sternly, his brows tightly knitted. Do you think the king of Jingnan comes willingly? He is compelled by the emperor's pressure to make this visit. Yun Jing glanced at Yun Ruoxi, then sighed and slowly rose to his feet. Since King Jingnan had already arrived, he intended to go personally. Madam, please accompany me. Lu Yan nodded and also stood up. Wait. Lu Yan's hand was suddenly grasped by someone. Turning back, she found Yun Ruoxi holding her wrist, her bright eyes fixed upon her. Ruoxi, you. Yun Ruoxi smiled, her lips curling gracefully. Father, mother, my connection with King Jingnan can be deemed a tragic fate, since he has taken the initiative to visit. I shall bring this matter to a conclusion. Conclusion? How do you intend to conclude it? Yun Jing asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. He hoped that Yun Ruoshi did not still harbor illusions about King Jing Nan, seeking to draw closer to him under the pretext of resolving matters. Yun Ruoshi chuckled softly, stepping closer to Yun Jing, a glimmer of determination flashing in her clear eyes. Father will soon understand. With that, she strode towards the main hall, and Yun Jing and Lu Yen followed suit. Yun Xiaolu, curious about Yun Ruoshi's intentions, trailed behind, while Yun Zmo, eager not to miss any drama, coldly followed in Yun Xiaolu's wake. Inside the main hall, King Jing Nan and his attendant had been waiting for quite some time and were growing impatient. The attendant, Chong Wei, scoffed disdainfully and remarked, Your Highness, this General Yun has gained the Emperor's favor and has grown quite arrogant, making you wait for so long. King Jing Nan, Dong Hao Nan, took a sip of tea, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Chong Wei, you are usually quite prudent. Why are you being so reckless today? Is this something you should be saying? Chong Wei initially intended to please his master, but unexpectedly faced reprimand, leaving him feeling rather uneasy. He continued, Your Highness only came here upon the Emperor's decree. Otherwise, why would you deign to visit such a place? Upon reflecting on his father's command to apologize to this unattractive and foolish woman, Dong Haonan felt an overwhelming discontent. With Chong Wei's embellishments, his discomfort only intensified. He sighed deeply and resignedly replied, Enough of this talk. If General Yun hears you, he certainly will not spare you. The esteemed presence of the King of Jing and truly illuminates this humble abode. I have always known the king to be proud and aloof. Yet I had not anticipated that his attendants would share such arrogance. Suddenly, a voice dripping with sarcasm reached their ears. The King of Jingnan turned swiftly, his heart sinking. It was Yun Ruoshi. He had deliberately chosen a time when General Yun was present, yet fate had conspired for him to encounter this foolish woman. Noticing the disdain in Dong Haonan's eyes, Yun Ruoshi smiled coldly. This self-important man believed she would throw herself at him upon their meeting? What a ridiculous notion. In the realm of the Cloud family, where the talents of actors flourish, Dong Haonan observed Yun Jing, greeting him politely upon the arrival of Yun Ruoshi. However, upon hearing the previous remarks, Yun Jing felt a surge of vexation, merely nodding in response. Beside him, Chong Wei's countenance brightened upon seeing Yun Ruoshi, as he smirked with a hint of disdain, remarking that since Miss Yun had evidently recovered, there was no longer any need for His Majesty to worry or for the Lord to come in person to apologize. Yun Ruoshi's brows furrowed with indignation at such insolence emanating from a mere servant. And the fact that King Jingnan did not intervene only reinforced her belief that he shared the same perspective. She advanced a couple of steps, lazily lifting her chin to smile at King Jingnan, and languidly inquired, Might I ask, Your Highness, is this individual one of your attendants? Chong Wei felt a surge of irritation at her question, perceiving it as a deliberate provocation. Previously, Miss Yun had approached him like a sycophant, inquiring about the Lord's affairs. Now, she feigned ignorance of his identity. What do you mean by that, Miss Yun? He retorted, but before he could continue, Yun Ruoshi interjected sharply, You wretched cur. I am addressing your lord, and you have no place to interject. What a strict household rule that could produce such a well-mannered servant. Dong Haonan stood there, utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond, caught in a web of confusion. Could it be a case of feigned capture? When did this nincompoop learn to employ strategy? Seeing Dong Haonan remain unmoved, Yun Ruoshi let out a cold laugh, remarking that it seemed the prince was rather inept at managing his subordinates. Since the prince had arrived at the general's residence, it was only fitting that she would not remain idle. Recently, she resolved to teach this arrogant lackey a lesson. Close the door, let the young master in. Yun Jing was taken aback, Lu Yen was stunned, Yun Xiaolu and Yun Zimo were left speechless. And the entire staff could only gawk in disbelief. Mississippi, is this a show of authority against Prince Jing'an? Yun Xiaolu, come here. Yun Ruoshi pointed at Yun Xiaolu and then indicated the ground beneath her feet, issuing a command. Yun Xiaolu blinked in confusion, gradually regaining clarity. Come here and give this lackey a good beating. How dare he openly insult your elder sister in front of your parents? If you don't make him unrecognizable today, then you are no true man. Yun Ruoshi shouted emphatically. The entire family was left in shock, but Yun Xiaolu, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, was the first to charge forward. He raised his fist and struck Chong Wei with considerable force, utilizing 70% of his strength. With a pained scream, Chang Wei spat blood and was sent flying across the room. Yun Xiaolu had long harbored disdain for this lackey and had yearned to teach him a lesson. How could a mere servant act so arrogantly? Today he would ensure that this bully would be thoroughly punished. At last, the king of Jingnan, who had been lost in thought, regained his senses amidst the anguished cries of Chang Wei. Just as he was about to intervene, Yun Ruoxi reached out to stop him. A mischievous smile gracing her lips as she said, "Your Highness, do not rush. It is our duty as citizens to discipline the unruly servants. There is no need for you to express your gratitude so hastily." The king regarded Yun Ruoxi with a peculiar gaze, astonished yet bewildered. It seemed as though her visage, her expressions, and even her heart had become shrouded in a haze, leaving him perplexed. What was amiss? The agonizing wails of Chang Wei echoed in his ears. Dong Haonan gritted his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Jing, who cleared his throat and, twisting his body, shouted, "Son, cease your blows. If this continues, it will lead to tragedy. Ah, my lady, please do not restrain me." Lu Yin's countenance shifted, and upon glancing at the empty space before her, she quickly regained her composure and seized Yun Jing's arm, saying, "General, you are advanced in years and your health is delicate. Do not involve yourself in this commotion, lest blood splatter upon you." Observing the playful antics of Yun Jing and Lu Yin, the corners of the king of Jingnan's mouth twitched. How had he failed to notice before? The members of the Yun family possessed an innate talent for performance. 009 The scheme for the martial arts cauldron. Yun Xiaolu, a high-ranking warrior possessing 9th-level battle chi, unleashed his full strength, leaving Chang Wei in a state of utter disarray, blood spewing forth as he howled in agony. As Chang Wei's cries grew increasingly feeble, Yun Ruoxi finally spoke. "Xiaolu, cease this at once." Although Yun Xiaolu was still caught up in the thrill of battle, he immediately complied with his sister's command, albeit delivering one final kick to Chang Wei. "If I do not vanquish you today, consider yourself fortunate." Upon withdrawing, Yun Xiaolu felt invigorated, approaching Yun Jing with heavy breaths, every cell in his body pulsating with exhilaration. Chang Wei lay on the ground, rolling his eyes, while Yun Ruoxi, observing his half-conscious state, chuckled softly before turning her gaze to Prince Jingnan, her tone icy. "I notice that your highness appears unwell. Would you care to stay for a cup of tea?" Dong Haonan's expression stiffened. With his men sprawled lifelessly on the ground, he had no inclination for tea. "Thank you, Miss Yun, for your kind invitation. But I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. General Yun, should you find yourself free one day, I would be honored to host you at my humble abode." Dong Haonan remarked politely to Yun Jing. Yun Jing nodded coldly, feigning sincerity. "Indeed, indeed." Yun Ruoxi cast a languid glance at Dong Haonan, then commanded, "Someone, take that dog servant Chang Wei and throw him onto Prince Jingnan's carriage." Subsequently, she smiled at Dong Haonan and said, "Your Highness, I am but a frail maiden, so I shall not see you off." "Oh." Dong Haonan momentarily lost his composure. The woman before him, though smiling, possessed a smile that did not reach her eyes. Her gaze was as dark and profound as the night sky, imbued with a chilling indifference. "Prince Jingnan, please," Yun Ruoxi said, gesturing towards the door with a nonchalant tone. "Oh." Dong Haonan replied dully and turned to walk toward the entrance. Once seated in the carriage, Dong Haonan did not inquire about Chang Wei's well-being. His mind was filled with questions. Prior to arriving here, he had braced himself for a nauseating encounter with that insipid woman, yet the current situation was entirely unforeseen. His servant had been struck, and he himself had been coldly dismissed from the general's residence by Yun Ruoxi. This was not how one played the game of feigned capture. What on earth was happening? How could that infatuated woman have undergone such a drastic transformation? He truly found it impossible to comprehend. After Prince Jingnan's departure, Lu Yin began to reproach Yun Xiaolu. "Xiaolu, your actions were excessively impulsive. What if someone had been harmed? Your father and Prince Jingnan serve in the same court. You will have to meet him again in the future. How could you?" "Xiaolu, well done. Truly, you are my son." Yun Jing, filled with spirit, Yun Jing suddenly exclaimed, clapping his son on the shoulder with enthusiasm. "Ah?" Yun Xiaolu gaped in astonishment at his father, having anticipated reproach for his earlier actions, only to be met with praise instead. Yun Xiaolu immediately stood tall, his face brimming with righteous indignation. "Father, that scoundrel Chang Wei dares to openly humiliate you and my sister. As the sole heir of the Yun family, it is my duty to defend you both. However, I must confess that my heart still bears a tinge of dissatisfaction for not having dealt with that wretched fellow." Yun Jing's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement as he beamed with pride, embracing his son. Excellent, excellent. My dear son, continue in this manner. It is through such actions that we shall showcase the formidable spirit of the men of the Yun family. Lu Yin, observing the fervent duo, could scarcely suppress her amusement. At that moment, Yun Jing suddenly recalled his daughter. He cast a worried glance at Yun Ruoshi and gently called out, "Ruoshi, are you all right?" Yun Ruoshi smiled serenely, her gaze tranquil. "Father, I am perfectly fine. The past was my folly, being infatuated with someone unworthy, causing much distress to my parents. From this day forth, I shall no longer be as foolish as before." Yun Jing was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into a hearty laugh. "Excellent, excellent. My wonderful daughter. Once you have regained your strength, you shall attend the martial arts academy." A gentle smile graced the corners of Yun Ruoshi's eyes. With her path to the martial arts academy now clear, her next ambition was the writ of civil and military. In the serene ambience of the courtyard, Yun Ruoshi inclined her head slightly to her parents before turning to walk towards her own abode, closely followed by Yun Xiaolu. Lu Yin, observing the camaraderie between the siblings, chuckled softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In the past, Xiaolu often teased Ruoshi, yet now he willingly trailed behind her, embodying the essence of sibling affection. Yun Jing nodded appreciatively, reflecting on how Ruoshi had matured, bringing him joy, and he hoped she would not repeat her past missteps. Lu Yin tenderly linked her arm with her husband's, assuring him, "Rest assured, Ruoshi has grown. She shall not disappoint you." Meanwhile, Yun Zimo, watching the couple's affectionate exchange, bit her lip in frustration, a flicker of coldness passing through her gaze. Yun Xiaolu caught up with Yun Ruoshi, chattering incessantly in her ear. "Sister, I helped you deal with that person earlier. Shouldn't you reward me?" Yun Ruoshi shot him a disdainful glance. "You truly cannot contain your impatience. You're already asking for compensation?" With a sheepish grin, Yun Xiaolu rubbed his smooth cheek and remarked, "Sister, that rejuvenation pill of yours is remarkable. In just a few minutes, my face returned to its former glory, and it's now even smoother than before. You see, I exerted quite a bit of effort while dealing with that person. Could you perhaps provide me with another internal elixir or something to replenish my strength?" An internal elixir? Such a precious item that enhances one's abilities. It is something that cannot be purchased even for a fortune of gold. This Yun Xiaolu certainly has the audacity to harbor such thoughts. However, it is not surprising that Yun Xiaolu has already attained the 9th level of battle energy. For the transition from the 9th to the 10th level represents a formidable barrier. Some individuals dedicate their entire lives without ever surpassing this threshold. Even the prodigious Jingnan Wang required 3 years to break through the 9th level, indicating that Yun Xiaolu is becoming somewhat impatient. Yun Ruoshi halted her steps, turned her face, and nonchalantly regarded Yun Xiaolu, languidly stating, "My dear brother, while I am not averse to granting you the inner core you seek, you must first assist me with a certain task." Once again, she expects him to undertake a task? Yun Ruoshi truly considers him her lackey. A surge of indignation welled up within Yun Xiaolu, his handsome visage flushed with suppressed rage. Observing his unwilling demeanor, Yun Ruoshi shrugged indifferently, spreading her hands. "Since you are reluctant, I shall not compel you. As for the inner core, I believe I shall reserve it for those who are willing to serve my interests." "You." Yun Xiaolu was so incensed that he could scarcely articulate a response. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Yun Ruoshi, suddenly realizing that the woman before him was entirely different from the Yun Ruoshi of the past. In former days, a single word from him could leave her speechless. Now, for every remark he makes, she has a retort ready, exhibiting a cruel and cunning nature. Is it true that one can undergo such a transformation after experiencing life and death? Thus, Yun Xiaolu tentatively inquired, "Sister, have you lost your mind?" Yun Ruoshi raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile playing upon her lips as she lifted her fist, ominously declaring, "Perhaps my fist will reveal whether or not I have indeed lost my mind." As soon as Yun Ruoshi revealed her clenched fist, Yun Xiaolu's expression immediately changed. All right. Sister, I acknowledge my mistake. So, what exactly do you want me to assist you with?" "Tomorrow, accompany me to the residence of the king of Jingnan." The moment Yun Ruoshi's words fell, Yun Xiaolu became enraged. "I knew you were merely pretending. It turns out you have not given up on that scoundrel of the king of Jingnan." Yun Ruoshi shot him an annoyed glare and explained, "Did I say I was going to seek out the king of Jingnan? I am going to retrieve the Wenju and Woodings from his estate." "You blockhead. The Wenju and Woodings weighed 1,000 pounds. although she possessed the strength to lift it. It was unnecessary for her to expend her energy with Yun Xiaolu as her laborer. Wenju and Wudding's sister, that is a treasure passed down from ancient times. The king of Jingnan cherishes it dearly. Would he ever part with it? Moreover, what do you need that cauldron for? Yun Xiaolu inquired, puzzled. Whether the king of Jingnan is willing to part with it depends on his character, but obtaining it is a matter of my own skill. As for its purpose, Yun Ruoshi raised an eyebrow. It is naturally for refining inner elixirs. Refining elixirs? Though Yun Xiaolu knew little about the profession of alchemy, he was somewhat aware that the Wanzhou and Wuddings required the use of the Samadhi true fire for alchemical processes. It was precisely for this reason that the Wanzhou and Wuddings had remained in the king of Jingnan's residence, gathering dust, for no one in the entire Shenluo kingdom, or even the four great nations, had the ability to wield the Samadhi true fire. Yun Xiaolu remained silent, having gleaned some insights from his days spent with Yun Ruoshi. After her awakening, she exhibited an uncanny demeanor, perhaps capable of employing the Wenqing and Wuding to concoct elixirs in an unconventional manner. The following morning, Yun Ruoshi, accompanied by Xiao Zui and Yun Xiaolu, arrived at the residence of the king of Jingnan. Upon sighting the formidable figure, the young servant at the entrance inwardly exclaimed, "Heavens! She has come to the royal estate. Wei Ge, we must flee. I seek your master, the king." "Step aside," Yun Ruoshi declared as she brusquely pushed the servant aside, striding into the premises. Behind her, Yun Xiaolu exuded an air of pride, feeling fortunate to follow in the footsteps of his sister, who had seemingly elevated her status. At that moment, Dong Haonan was in his study practicing calligraphy when he received word from a servant, causing him to inadvertently mar the final stroke of the character for quiet. "What did you say? The young lady from the Yun family has come in person?" He pondered, recalling her previous infatuation with him, and wondered how she could have turned so frigid. Yet here she was, arriving in person. Curiously, he felt an unexpected surge of excitement. "Your Highness, the young lady from the Yun family has indeed arrived," but she did not head towards the study. She went straight to the alchemy room. The servant stammered. The memory of Yun Ruoshi's haughty demeanor still sent shivers down his spine. The alchemy room? Dong Haonan furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. That space was considered a forbidden area of the royal estate, accessible only to him. He set down his brush and hurried towards the alchemy room. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, Dong Haonan beheld several battered young attendants sprawled at the entrance. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaolu had already extracted the Wanwuding, while Yun Ruoshi stood nearby, directing the operations. "Be gentle, my dear brother. This is an ancient treasure. If you break it, I shall make you regret it." Upon noticing his lord's presence, one of the injured attendants rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, this young lady from the Yun family is utterly unreasonable. She insists on taking our Wanwuding, and when we tried to stop her, young Master Yun struck us. Just look at our injuries. I've lost a tooth." Sob sob. "Miss Yun, what is the meaning of this?" Dong Haonan inquired, furrowing his brow. Could it be that her recent visits were not for him, but rather an attempt to seize the Wanwuding? As soon as Yun Ruoshi spotted Dong Haonan, a radiant smile brighter than the sun illuminated her face. "Oh, it's Prince Jingnan. You have arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out." Her eyes sparkled with mirth, her facade unwavering as she spun her tale. Dong Haonan's lips twitched slightly. "Is that so? You truly intended to find me? Yet, the scene before me suggests otherwise. Miss Yun, if you wish to borrow my Wanwuding, you need only speak. Your current approach is no different from outright theft," he remarked, his tone laced with barely concealed ire. "Indeed, you are correct. I am indeed intent on stealing it," she boldly declared. However, such words must remain unspoken. Yun Ruoshi gazed with a gentle smile at the slightly contorted visage of Prince Jing'an, but suddenly her expression turned pained as she remarked, "Your Highness, I have endured your slap, and to this day, my heart aches incessantly, while my body remains frail and feeble. I believe only the Wenzhong Ding can compensate for the profound hurt you have inflicted upon me." Dong Haonan was instantly taken aback, bewildered by her words. "Aching? Frail? Does your lively demeanor truly align with such descriptions?" He retorted. "If Miss Yun desires restitution, then I shall marry you. Why must you wait?" Yun Ruoshi raised her hand to halt Dong Haonan's speech, casting him a cold glance before sneering. "Your Highness, you do not truly believe that I harbor affections for you, do you?" Dong Haonan was momentarily rendered speechless, pondering the possibility. "Your Highness, I think you are mistaken. All that has transpired in the past was merely a misunderstanding. Yet you, in your heartlessness, cast me into the lake, nearly leading to my demise. Such an egregious injury cannot be remedied by anything other than the Wenzhong Ding. In the realm of alchemical pursuits, Dong Haonan found himself rendered speechless. Although Yun Ruoshi had always accompanied him in the past, she had never uttered a word of affection. Observing her current demeanor, he began to question himself for the first time. Had he truly misunderstood her intentions? While Dong Haonan was lost in thought, Yun Xiaolu had already loaded the Wensher Ding onto the carriage. With a mischievous smile, Yun Ruoshi waved at Dong Haonan, saying, "Your Highness, I shall take this ding with gratitude for your generosity." With that, she and Yun Xiaolu departed, leaving Dong Haonan frozen in place. "Big sister, you are truly remarkable. Just a few words, and you've managed to outmaneuver Prince Jingnan." Dong Haonan beamed with delight. Having never before witnessed the prince in such a state of defeat, it was utterly exhilarating. Yun Ruoshi chuckled unabashedly, then shrugged her shoulders in resignation. "This is merely a fraction of what he owes me. The Wensher Ding is but a trivial interest. I have yet to demand the principal from him. So let him revel in his fortune. Sister, are you not worried that Dong Haonan might go to the emperor to report you?" Yun Xiaolu expressed his concerns. Yun Ruoshi dismissed the thought with a nonchalant pout. Dong Haonan is not so foolish. He is well aware of the Yun family's low standing in the Shenluo kingdom. Even if he were to lodge a complaint, the emperor would merely seek to appease the situation. Besides, he is a grown man. To bring such a trivial matter before the court would only make him appear petty. Thus, Dong Haonan would never make such a juvenile mistake. Yun Xiaolu stared in astonishment at Yun Ruoshi, captivated by her well-reasoned and articulate analysis. Goodness, he seemed to perceive a radiant halo of brilliance hovering above her head, a manifestation of her wisdom. Meanwhile, within the Jingnan prince's residence, a servant, who had been soundly beaten, watched anxiously as the two departed. He turned to Dong Haonan and exclaimed, "Your Highness, are we truly allowing them to leave just like that?" The Wuwen Ding was acquired through immense toil. Dong Haonan pressed his lips together. What significance did it hold, even if it had been obtained through great effort? No one could wield the Samay True Fire, rendering the Wuwen Ding no different from an ordinary alchemical furnace. Very well, let them take it. Consider it a gift to her. As he observed the deep impressions left behind by the Wuwen Ding's removal, a knowing smile crept upon his lips. In the past, he had been utterly exasperated by the foolishness of Yun Ruoshi, yet now he distinctly sensed a stirring within his heart. He had begun to develop an interest in her. Upon returning to the general's residence, Yun Xiaolu summoned his combat energy to lift the heavy Wuwen Ding into Yun Ruoshi's courtyard. He then ventured out to procure the necessary medicinal ingredients. Yun Ruoshi handed him the prepared prescription, which he accepted with a grimace before hastily departing. Meanwhile, she began to kindle the fire herself. As the flames cast a warm glow upon her face, Xiao Cui approached and said, "Miss, allow me to assist you." Yun Ruoshi waved her hand, signaling Xiao Cui to step back. To command the Sanmei True Fire, one must first utilize an appropriate open flame as a catalyst, a nuance that Xiao Cui could not comprehend or master. With anticipation in her heart, Yun Xiaolu moved with remarkable swiftness, soon returning with the medicinal herbs required by Yun Ruoshi. She placed the herbs into the Wenwu cauldron, then seated herself atop the alchemical furnace, closing her eyes as she channeled her inner energy to ignite the flames. Gradually, the initially red glow transformed into a brilliant blue, which then shifted to a pristine white. Beneath the Wenwu cauldron, a fierce white flame blazed, while tendrils of fragrant smoke wafted upward, curiously encircling the cauldron rather than dispersing into the air. Beside her, Yun Xiaolu and Xiao Cui stood in astonishment. Though Yun Xiaolu had witnessed alchemy before, he had never seen it performed with such grace as by Yun Ruoshi. "Good heavens, young master, look at that Wenwu cauldron. It is glowing crimson. Do you think the young lady will be burned sitting atop it?" Xiao Cui expressed her concern. Yun Xiaolu shared her apprehension. Yet he dared not approach rashly, understanding that an alchemist must not be disturbed during their craft. To interrupt the process would not only ruin the batch, but could also endanger the alchemist herself. In the realm of extraordinary talents, Yun Ruoshi, after an indeterminate passage of time, suddenly exclaimed, forcefully striking the edge of the Wenwu Ding. 3 ebony pills soared forth, and she swiftly caught them, only to shake her head in regret. It appeared that her mastery over the fearsome 3 flames was still lacking, as she had only managed to refine 3 pills. "Sister, let me see them quickly." Yun Xiaolu rushed over, his eyes glimmering at the sight of the radiant pills, immediately discerning their superior quality. Sister, what kind of elixir have you concocted? With a faint smile, Yun Ruoshi promptly shoved one of the pills into his mouth. It is precisely the inner elixir you have long yearned for. Consume it. Caught off guard, Yun Xiaolu swallowed the pill whole, unable to discern its flavor. Yet, he felt an immense and ferocious power surge within him. He gazed at Yun Ruoshi in astonishment, utterly incredulous. Sister, how does it feel? Are you experiencing any effects? Yun Xiaolu swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the two remaining inner elixirs in Yun Ruoshi's hand, his hand reaching out to seize them. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated from above the courtyard. Yun Xiaolu, you little rascal, come here at once. A shiver ran down Yun Xiaolu's spine as the words, all is lost, flashed before him. Moments later, a figure clad in armor burst through the courtyard gate, Yun Jing, whose powerful strides caused the very ground to tremble. Father, you returned from court so early, Yun Xiaolu stammered, trembling at the palpable aura of menace emanating from Yun Jing. You little rascal, are you intent on driving me to madness? The news has spread throughout the Shibaluo kingdom that you have seized the Wenyu Ding of the Jing'an prince. Do you truly believe you are capable of wielding such a treasure? The relationship between the Yun family and the Jing'an prince is already fraught with tension, and now you have escalated matters further. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Today, I shall break your legs. With that, Yun Jing began to roll up his sleeves. Yun Xiaolu immediately felt a surge of fear. A 12th level battle aura? Wouldn't that mean he could be killed? He looked towards Yun Ruoshi with a plea for help. Yun Ruoshi, her eyes cast down, replied with a solemn tone. Father, it was I who sent my younger brother to retrieve it. Ah, what? Yun Jing, poised to strike, hesitated and then turned to his daughter, somewhat exasperated. Ruoshi, what do you need that furnace for? Who does not know that the Wenyu Ding requires the true fire of samadhi to refine elixirs? Otherwise, it is no different from a third-rate alchemy furnace. Yun Ruoshi spread her palm before her father, a smile playing on her lips. Father, it is, of course, to refine elixirs, and I have already succeeded. Well, what? Yun Jing blinked in disbelief, questioning whether his eyes were deceiving him. The shape, the hue, the fragrance. This elixir is of the highest quality. Yun Ruoshi's lips curled slightly as she spoke with a hint of regret. Father, this is an inner elixir that aids in leveling up. However, I was unable to master the technique of controlling the true fire of samadhi this time, resulting in a slight miscalculation. I only managed to refine 3. Would you like to give it a taste? Yun Jing nearly fainted from astonishment. Let alone 3. Even producing a single inner elixir from a furnace was an arduous task, and yet he had successfully crafted 3 exquisite inner elixirs. In his excitement, he completely forgot about his intention to depart from Yun Xiaolu. Gripping the remaining elixirs tightly in his hand as he exclaimed, Ruoshi, my dear daughter, when did you learn to manipulate the 3 mysterious true fire? Only the supreme master of Wujis can wield such flames, and now our Yun family has given rise to such a prodigy. What glory for our household! Yun Ruoshi smiled. For in her previous life, she had seized a tome titled Pharmacopoeia from a family renowned for alchemy, which contained the secrets to harnessing the 3 mysterious true fire. However, she naturally chose to keep this knowledge to herself. Thus, Yun Ruoshi replied with a grin, Father, do not inquire how I am able to wield the 3 mysterious true fire. Simply acknowledge that I have managed to concoct such precious elixirs. Are you not pleased? Indeed, I am delighted. Of course, I am overjoyed. As he spoke, Yun Jing, maintaining a calm demeanor, discreetly tucked both elixirs into his waist pouch. He then turned to Yun Xiaolu, speaking with resolute authority. From now on, you must heed your sister's words. Whatever she instructs you to do, you shall comply without question. Should you defy her, I shall not let you off lightly. Do you understand? At the moment when he possessed his first magical beast, Yun Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, a twitch of his lips revealed his inner thoughts. This is truly my dear father, willing to betray his own son for merely 2 inner elixirs. Yun Jing cleared his throat twice, seemingly aware of his own shamelessness. He lifted his foot to leave, but as if recalling something, he turned back to Yun Ruoshi and said, My daughter, if there are errands to run in the future, do instruct Xiaolu to handle them. Moreover, when it comes time to refine elixirs, be sure to summon me. I have heard that the alchemical furnace is prone to explosion during the process, should any danger arise. I would be able to intervene in time to offer my assistance. With that, Yun Jing burst into hearty laughter, his mirth nearly lifting the roof off the building. Yun Ruashi chuckled softly, thinking that perhaps his concern was a pretense, and his true intention was to acquire the elixirs for himself. This father of hers, despite his age, still behaved like a child. How amusing. Yun Xiaolu gazed blankly at his father, who was striding confidently towards the door. Was this really his father? The stern figure he had always known? The valiant man? Why did he seem more like a rogue? Nevertheless, he mused that if he were in his father's position, he too would covet such precious elixirs for himself. With a playful grin, Yun Xiaolu turned his head, while Yun Ruashi raised an eyebrow, perplexed by his antics. Sister. Yun Xiaolu sweetly called out, leaning in to whisper something, only to be met with a punch to the eye from Yun Ruashi. He cried out in pain, clutching his face and hopping away, exclaiming, Sister, what are you doing? Yun Ruashi let out a cold snort, raising an eyebrow as she spoke. Do not presume that I am unaware of your ulterior motives. First, consuming too many inner elixirs is detrimental. Your body cannot withstand it. Second, igniting the true fire of samadhi is an arduous task, and I can only refine it once every 2 months at most. Yun Xiaolu, rubbing his eyes in dismay, protested. If you're not going to refine it, then why strike me? Yun Xiaolu, your insatiable greed is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. This punch serves as a reminder of that lesson. Now, be on your way. I have matters to attend to. Yun Ruashi's expression turned icy, signaling his departure. Matters? Yun Xiaolu's interest peaked instantly. Experience had taught him that Yun Ruashi's affairs were invariably intriguing. He shamelessly inched closer, asking, Sister, what is it? Count me in. Yun Ruashi smirked coldly, brandishing her fist before him. Realizing her intent, he promptly dashed away, exclaiming, Sister, I shall refrain from participating this time. Remember to include me next time there's something exciting. During dinner that evening, Yun Jing was beaming with joy, a fact not lost on Yun Xiaolu and Yun Ruashi. While Lu Yin and Yun Zimo exchanged puzzled glances. Ruashi, in just 3 days, you will be able to attend the academy. Haha, be sure to impress. You must bring honor to the Yun family. Yun Jing laughed heartily, his thoughts lingering on the 2 inner elixirs. Rest assured, Father, Ruashi will not disappoint your high expectations. Yun Ruashi nodded in affirmation. Ruashi, this is truly wonderful. You will be our classmate. Yun Zimo chimed in with feigned enthusiasm. Yun Ruashi remained noncommittal, a flicker of derision flashing in her eyes. On the visage of Yun Zimo, there existed an impenetrable facade, while she outwardly expressed cordial pleasantries. Her innermost thoughts undoubtedly revolved around the opportunity to eliminate her rival upon their arrival at the academy. Indeed, Sister Zimo, I too am exceedingly delighted, for I shall finally have the chance to compete with you. Yun Ruashi scoffed, her memory sharp as she recalled the first day of her awakening, when Yun Zimo had intended to take her life. Yun Zimo momentarily froze, only to break into an enigmatic smile thereafter. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaolu cast a disdainful glance at Yun Zimo, his eyes brimming with contempt. As night fell, Yun Ruashi dismissed Xiao Zui and ventured into the rear garden. By day, this garden blossomed with resplendent flowers, a sight to behold. Yet, as darkness enveloped it, it transformed into a realm of utter obscurity and eerie foreboding. Standing silently in the heart of the garden, Yun Ruashi attuned herself to the surrounding elements. Gradually, vibrant orbs of light began to materialize before her eyes. Orange for wind, red for fire, yellow for earth, white for electricity, and blue for water. These elements danced vividly within her meditation, radiating a brilliant luminescence, signifying that she was on the cusp of summoning her first magical beast. At that moment, a man adorned in white stood afar, his gaze fixed upon a distant point, a profound smile gracing his lips. Your Eminence, an attendant called out, attempting to gain his attention. The man's eyes remained unwavering from Yun Ruashi. As he responded with a tranquil query, what is it? The attendant hesitated, then expressed his bewilderment. Your Eminence, we are currently pursuing the trail of the... What? Why would Your Eminence be captivated by such an unsightly woman? The man turned his head gently, his eyes filled with a tender amusement that the attendant had never witnessed before, causing a sense of astonishment. Could it be that Your Eminence is harboring amorous sentiments? He wondered. For this unattractive woman? Surely not. Your Eminence possesses unparalleled grace and charm. Any woman who beholds you is forever captivated. Your Eminence's taste cannot be so peculiar. Shanghai, at your service. How many years have you been with me? Xinghai was taken aback, unsure of the celestial honored one's intent in posing such a question. He responded with a dull, "Over a century." "Over a century," the celestial honored one repeated softly, before inquiring further, "Then what kind of person do you think I am?" At this point, Xinghai was utterly dumbfounded. What has befallen the usually astute celestial honored one this evening? He pondered. To act so uncharacteristically? Despite being several hundred years old, he poses such puerile and frivolous questions. "Your Eminence, have you lost your mind?" Observing Xinghai's hesitant demeanor, the man chose not to pursue further inquiries. Turning his head slightly, he remarked with a hint of detachment, "You have accompanied me for over a century, and, naturally, you know the essence of my character. However, there are matters beyond your comprehension, hence, there is no need for endless questions." Xinghai abruptly halted, bowing her head in submission, offering a profound bow to the man. Her expression tinged with utmost reverence and apprehension. "Yes, Your Excellency," she acknowledged. Meanwhile, Yun Ruashi remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary figure standing a mere 100 meters away. Before her eyes, the vibrant elements danced and shimmered, exuding a mesmerizing brilliance. "A high-level summoner, indeed a formidable young lady," the man murmured softly. Yun Ruashi stood serenely in the heart of the garden, attuning herself to the surrounding elements, striving to harmonize her spirit and body with the ethereal energies around her. Gradually, a peculiar sense of tranquility began to swell from within her, yet in the next moment, her concentration faltered, causing her energy to waver violently before she ultimately relaxed completely. "Damn it!" Yun Ruashi wiped the sweat from her brow, cursing inwardly. Just moments ago, she had exerted all her strength to complete the summoning array, only to see her efforts thwarted at the last possible moment. It was akin to her attempts to elevate her level using a divine artifact, where the final barrier remained insurmountable. What could possibly be the issue? There are two methods for a summoner to tame a divine beast. The first is blood summoning, which involves marking the beast with one's own blood. The second is contract summoning, which entails ensnaring the divine beast within a summoning array. The blood summoning is a universal summoning technique known to all summoners. Its advantages lie in its simplicity and ease of learning, while its drawbacks include the propensity for betrayal by divine beasts. In contrast, contract summoning necessitates the possession of one's own contract array, a formation that not everyone can achieve. Some summoners may devote their entire lives yet fail to establish their own contract array. "Have you failed, little girl?" Suddenly, a playful voice echoed from above. Yun Ruashi looked up to find a pair of eyes as dark as the night, fixated upon her. Who is he? When did he arrive? Why had she not noticed? With narrowed eyes, Yun Ruashi scrutinized the man suspended in midair, and then, with a sudden gentle smile, she said, "Handsome, it would be wise for you to forget what you have just witnessed." A glimmer of amusement appeared in the man's eyes. This girl was quite intriguing. Daring to threaten him, he tapped his temple with a long finger and, with a mischievous tone, remarked, "My mind is always sharp and my tongue quick. Who knows? One day, I might just divulge what I have seen today." The esteemed daughter of the Yun family, Yun Ruashi, is, in truth, a 9th-level summoner. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout the Shangluo kingdom. In the midst of a fierce exchange, the man behind the starry expanse stood petrified, leaving one to ponder whether this was truly the usually stoic celestial being. How could he display such utter shamelessness? Oh heavens, who could elucidate the bewildering events unfolding? Yun Ruashi narrowed her eyes. Her status as a high-level summoner was a closely guarded secret, one she could not yet reveal, for she had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the contract array. Should news of a 9th-level summoner from the Yun family leak, it could spell either fortune or calamity. Thus, she clenched her fists tightly, secretly harnessing her battle energy. Since gentleness had failed to elicit a response, she resolved to adopt a more forceful approach. With a swift motion, Yun Ruashi unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, resembling a dragon of flame, charging towards the man. His eyes sparkled with amusement, and as he inhaled the familiar aura emanating from her, his interest deepened, tinged with a hint of mischief. Indeed, not only was she a 9th-level summoner, but also a 9th-level fighter. "My dear girl, your strength appears to be quite formidable." His words flowed effortlessly, betraying no regard for her assault, which, upon reaching him, transformed instantaneously into a mere puddle of water cascading down. Yun Ruashi was momentarily taken aback. She had surmised that a man capable of floating effortlessly above her must possess extraordinary abilities, yet she had not anticipated such transcendent prowess. Even more terrifying was the absence of any discernible elemental energy from him. She realized with dread that she was utterly outmatched. The man's gaze swept over Yun Ruashi, his eyes subtly betraying a hint of excitement. Finally, he let out a chuckle and said, "Little girl, what do you think? Are you still going to fight?" Yun Ruashi gritted her teeth in anger. This man, appearing to be a paragon of virtue, was shockingly shameless, infinitely more so than she. However, recognizing the futility of resistance, she resolved not to engage in a futile confrontation. Thus, she retracted her combative spirit and adopted a more conciliatory approach. With a gentle smile, she clasped her fists in respect and said, "It is indeed a rare honor to exchange blows with you, esteemed sir. Might I have the privilege of inviting you to my humble abode for a cup of tea? Come on, come on, come on. Just step down here, and I shall bring you down in 3 moves. Are you truly so benevolent?" "I can't help but sense an air of conspiracy," the man replied, his voice exceptionally soft, yet laced with an alluring charm. Yun Ruashi's lips twitched. She had been seen through. With that, there was no need for pretense. She rolled up her sleeves and pointed an accusatory finger at the man, exclaiming, "If you have the guts, come down and compete with me." Hiding from such a distance is hardly commendable. The smile at the corners of the man's eyes deepened. He found it amusing that after all these years, she still possessed that same fiery spirit. Resting his chin on his hand, he feigned contemplation before shamelessly stating, "If you have the ability, then come up here." Crash! The man's words struck Yun Ruashi like a thunderclap, leaving her feeling both scorched and tender. Shameless, shameless, shameless. As Yun Ruashi gazed at the man, her frustration boiling over, he revealed a delightfully mischievous smile. With a graceful turn, he vanished into the night in the blink of an eye, leaving only the faint echo of his voice lingering in her ears. "We shall meet again, my dear." Yun Ruashi furrowed her brow. My dear? Why did that term sound so familiar? The following morning, as Yun Ruashi opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Yun Xiaolu's broad face. She raised her fist in greeting, but fortunately, he had anticipated her move and nimbly dodged. "What brings you here instead of attending classes at the academy so early in the morning? Are you not afraid of our father's wrath?" she inquired as she combed her hair. Yun Xiaolu leaned closer with a beaming smile, resembling an eager puppy, and said, "I informed father that ever since you've awakened, you've been either confined to your room studying or experimenting with alchemy. Today, I thought I might accompany you for a stroll in the city to lighten your spirits." Father approved. Yun Ruashi raised an eyebrow. "You, with such good intentions?" Yun Xiaolu chuckled. "I am your brother, your dear brother. If I do not treat you well, who will? Sister, wouldn't you agree? In the 5th level, what is it really worth?" Yun Ruashi sighed and spoke earnestly. "Very well. Let us take a stroll through the streets today and procure some medicinal herbs. I have noticed my mother's recent toil and her waning complexion. I intend to concoct some beauty elixirs for her." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaolu immediately perked up, unable to disguise his excitement and enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Sister, ever since I consumed the inner elixir you provided, I feel an inexhaustible energy within me. I wonder if there are any other potions that can further enhance this vitality." Before Yun Xiaolu could finish his sentence, a sharp thud resonated as he received a solid smack to the back of his head. Clutching his head, he cried out, "Sister, what was that for?" Yun Ruashi retorted, "If the enhancement of energy relied solely on elixirs, why would so many still engage in cultivation? Elixirs are but a supplement. Even if you have consumed the inner elixir, without diligent practice, it amounts to naught." "Humph, I knew you were not genuinely interested in accompanying me to the market. You were merely waiting for me here." Feeling guilty, Yun Xiaolu glanced at Yun Ruashi and murmured apologetically, "Sister, I truly wanted to spend time with you." Thus, after having breakfast, the two set out. As they sat in the carriage, Yun Ruashi lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The Shangluo Kingdom, renowned for its formidable military yet characterized by its stark poverty, presented a scene where the majority of its citizens donned simple attire, with few appearing prosperous. Nevertheless, despite their humble means, the people revered strength and martial arts, as evidenced by the palpable energy emanating from each individual. In a nation that reveres martial prowess, it is easy to imagine the scorn directed at Yun Ruashi, who, in the past, possessed neither combat spirit nor skill, and merely trailed behind handsome men. Observing Yun Ruashi's contemplative expression, Yun Xiaolu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Sister, what occupies your thoughts?" Yun Ruashi lowered the carriage curtain and gradually shifted her gaze, responding calmly, "It is nothing of consequence. I was merely reflecting on the upcoming advancement examination at the academy in a few days. You must exert yourself, lest you bring shame upon the Yun family." Yun Xiaolu, with a dismissive curl of his lip, retorted, "I am the most formidable in the entire academy. Those individuals are hardly a cause for concern. What is there to fear?" Yun Ruoshi lowered her eyelids, shaking her head in resignation, and replied coolly, "Yun Xiaolu, the most dangerous dogs seldom bark. The academy is vast. Are you certain there are no hidden threats within? Not everyone is as foolish as you, willing to reveal their full capabilities." Yun Xiaolu cast his gaze downward, aware that everyone in the academy knew of his 9th-level combat spirit, yet he remained oblivious to the true strength of others around him. At that moment, the carriage jolted violently. Yun Xiaolu lost his balance and fell clumsily inside, landing in an undignified manner. Yun Ruoshi's earlier words had already struck a nerve, and his frustration boiled over. He flung open the curtain, ready to unleash his ire, demanding, "Who is driving this carriage?" "You." "Oh, isn't this the esteemed young master of the Yun family? You seem to be in quite the jovial mood today. Out for a leisurely stroll, are we?" As Yun Xiaolu was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed an individual standing in front of his vehicle, accompanied by a colossal beast exuding a fiery red glow. The creature appeared menacing, causing Yun Xiaolu to furrow his brows and softly admonish, "Yi Xian, what is the meaning of this? Your pet is obstructing my vehicle." Yi Xian, the 5th-level summoner from General Ye's household mentioned by General Yun a few days prior, was indeed emboldened by his father's influence at court, displaying an audacious arrogance akin to that of a spoiled rich heir. Yun Xiaolu pondered, how could such a scoundrel attain the status of a summoner? It was utterly absurd. With a cold smile, Yi Xian cast a disdainful glance at Yun Xiaolu and caressed the forehead of his enormous pet, mockingly stating, "Ah, it seems you are but an unsophisticated warrior, unaware of a majestic fire unicorn, a creature of such high caliber. Are you truly that ignorant?" Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaolu's temper flared. Having been instilled with a strong sense of tenacity by Yun Jing since childhood, he felt compelled to retaliate against Yi Xian's derision. A fire unicorn? A high-tier magical beast? A 5th-level summoner? What do these titles even signify? Yi Xian, cease your ostentation before me. I advise you to step aside promptly, or I shall have no qualms about taking action. Yi Xian let out a chilling laugh and patted the back of the fire unicorn. The creature, however, regarded this gesture with deep disdain, glaring at him fiercely, yet feeling utterly helpless. It was a profound humiliation to be captured by humans and controlled by a 5th-level summoner of inferior rank. Yun Xiaolu, do you dare to challenge me? You would do well to consider your own worth. Yi Xian extended her 5 fingers, lifting her chin with an air of arrogance. Do you know? I am a level 5 summoner, and beside me stands this level 9 magical beast. Engaging me would be a futile endeavor. Yun Xiaolu gritted his teeth. His fists clenched tightly. Summoners are inherently more powerful than warriors, and even with his level 9 battle aura, the odds of overcoming a level 5 summoner are slim, especially with Yi Xian accompanied by a formidable magical beast. Damn it! A surge of frustration welled up within Yun Xiaolu. In the court, General Yi had shown his father disdain, and within the academy, Yi Xian continually troubled him. Now, faced with this insufferable individual in the outside world, he found himself utterly powerless. Just as he was engulfed in his vexation, Yun Ruoshi emerged from the carriage, her gaze swiftly sweeping over the fire qilin before settling upon Yi Xian. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the fire qilin caught sight of Yun Ruoshi, it began to emanate a fiery glow, signaling its readiness for battle. Yun Ruoshi smiled coldly. This fire qilin could not possibly have been captured by Yi Xian. Its obedient demeanor indicated that a powerful enchantment had been placed upon it. How pitiful for such a high-level magical beast to be controlled by a mere fool. It would surely provoke ridicule from its peers of equal standing. Xiaolu, why waste breath on him? Attack directly. Yun Ruoshi commanded with a frigid tone. Oh, isn't this the esteemed young lady of the Yun family, who was recently cast into the water by King Jingnan? How could you bear to show yourself? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Yi Xian taunted. For many years, the Yun family has overshadowed the Yi family, garnering all the glory of battle, with Yun Jing commanding more respect before the emperor than his own father. This time, having finally attained the rank of a level 5 summoner, he is determined to trample upon the Yun family and extinguish their arrogance. Yun Ruoshi did not even lift her eyelids. In her eyes, Yi Xian was merely a minuscule figure, hardly deserving of her attention. Yin Xiaolu, go. Strike him. Slap his face. Let him be arrogant. Let him be reckless. Show him what for. Huh. Yin Xiaolu was taken aback, observing his sister's fervent demeanor, and could not help but exclaim, Sister, do you want me to seek my own demise? That fire Qilin is a level 9 magical beast. A single swipe could annihilate him. Sister, do you truly have the heart to send your only brother to his doom? Yun Ruashi raised an eyebrow. When has a man from the Yun family ever feared anything? They would rather die fighting than allow others to look down upon them. Suddenly, Yun Ruashi turned and embraced Yun Xiaolu, her palm outstretched, which immediately radiated a vibrant purple light. Yun Xiaolu stared in shock. Sister, you. Yun Ruashi chuckled and patted his shoulder. Now that you know, what is there to fear? Go and beat him. Beat him fiercely. Beat him to a pulp. Yun Xiaolu excitedly nodded, and as he turned back, his face was already aglow with enthusiasm. Yi Xian was taken aback. What had Yun Ruashi said to Yun Xiaolu to make him appear so invigorated, as if he had been injected with adrenaline? Yun Xiaolu rolled up his sleeves, leaped down from the carriage, and proclaimed loudly, Yi Xian, if I do not teach you a proper lesson today, you shall remain ignorant of the meaning of the phrase the heavens and the earth. Upon seeing Yun Xiaolu charging towards him, Yi Xian immediately called out to the side, Fire Qilin, rise. Yet, the Fire Qilin remained fixated on Yun Ruashi, seemingly oblivious to Yi Xian's summons. Infuriated, Yi Xian prepared to chant a spell, but Yun Xiaolu's fist was already hurtling towards him. The crimson aura emanating from Yun Xiaolu indicated that he had activated his 9th level battle energy. If Yi Xian did not retaliate swiftly, he would undoubtedly be sent flying by Yun Xiaolu's punch. 019 Behold the Fire Qilin and the Lightning Tiger. With a thunderous cry from Yi Xian, a fierce tiger soared into the air, emanating electrical energy that crackled like thunder. Its sharp claws glinted with dazzling lightning, and its blood-red eyes sparkled with a chilling hunger for blood. Yun Xiaolu was immediately taken aback. Despite wielding 9th level battle energy, he had never set foot on the battlefield and had thus never encountered such a ferocious beast. For a moment, he stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, Yi Xian began to smirk coldly, determined to claim Yun Xiaolu's life in this battle. The Yun family would face extinction. How could Yun Jing survive after such a loss? Upon seeing the lightning tiger, Yun Ruashi merely offered a faint, disdainful smile. Although the creature radiated murderous intent, it was merely a 5th level beast, far too inexperienced to pose a challenge for her, a 9th level summoner. Nevertheless, seeing Yi Xian so eager today, she was indifferent to indulging him in this little game. Roaring fiercely, the lightning tiger sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, who scurried indoors in fear. Yi Xian, gazing at the astonished Yun Xiaolu, let out a mocking laugh. So, Yun Xiaolu, do you still dare to challenge me? Clenching his fists, Yun Xiaolu observed the towering, brutal beast before him. He lacked absolute confidence in victory. However, retreating in such a cowardly manner would bring disgrace to the Yun family. This illustrates the distinction between a summoner and a warrior. A 5th level summoner, accompanied by a 5th level beast, could potentially defeat even a high-ranked warrior. This emphasizes why nations strive tirelessly to cultivate summoners, for on the battlefield, a summoner wields the extraordinary power to single-handedly hold back a multitude of foes. With a fierce roar, the lightning tiger unleashed a torrent of immense, white lightning towards Yun Xiaolu, who stood frozen in shock as the bolt hurtled towards him, utterly defenseless. Enhance, murmured Yun Ruashi. And in an instant, a transparent wall rose before Yun Xiaolu, forcefully deflecting the lightning tiger's electrical assault. Boom! The lightning tiger was struck by the rebounding force, sent crashing into a nearby building, the sound of impending collapse echoing around. As the creature's body slowly slid down, a large hole formed in the wall behind it. Yi Xian was left utterly dumbfounded. The lightning tiger was the mightiest among all his beasts, yet it was vanquished without Yun Xiaolu even lifting a finger. How could Yun Xiaolu, who was merely a 9th level warrior, possess such formidable strength? Yun Xiaolu, recovering from the cacophony of crumbling bricks, instinctively glanced at Yun Ruashi, who raised an eyebrow and applauded. Young Master Yun, what a remarkable display. The path before you is now cleared. What are you waiting for to unleash your fury upon Yi Xian? Receiving the command, Yun Xiaolu's warrior energy surged throughout his body as his fist propelled towards Yi Xian's face. Bang! With a single punch, Yi Xian collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. Yet, Yun Xiaolu remained unsatisfied, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, scratching and pulling thus commencing a brutal assault marked by a stark disparity in power. Meanwhile, Yun Ruashi had no inclination to witness this brawl. Her gaze shifted towards the fire Qilin, where she discerned a deep purple mark emblazoned upon its forehead. This was a magical seal, capable of compelling beasts to heed the commands of humans, a method exclusive to the reclusive clan. Was the Yi family entwined with the hidden lineage? What are your intentions? Inquired the fire Qilin. Yun Ruashi smiled, having momentarily forgotten that high-level magical beasts could articulate human speech. With a sly grin, she narrowed her eyes at the menacing creature and replied, "What do you think?" The fire Qilin glared, its voice rising in anger. "You insignificant human, I shall not submit to you." Magical beasts, in both stature and strength, far surpassed humans by hundreds of times. However, those bound by contracts were compelled to obey humans, an act that would invite scorn from their peers within the beast realm. Moreover, as a fire-type beast, the fire Qilin was particularly proud and disdainful. Even when bound by a summoner's contract, it would never willingly bow in servitude. Amidst the tension, Yun Ruashi cast a bemused glance at the fire Qilin, contemplating the prospect of subduing it with a smile upon her lips. Yet, she deemed a more astute method to secure this magical beast. "This is not within your jurisdiction," she proclaimed confidently. "Rest assured, we shall cross paths again soon. And at that moment, you will undoubtedly find yourself within my grasp." The fire Qilin momentarily faltered, its aura shifting to a tempestuous intensity. Yun Ruashi, unfazed, offered a gentle smile, unperturbed by the creature's wrath. "You have just been captured, and your strength has dwindled by half. Are you certain you can best me in combat now?" The fire Qilin's eyes darkened, acknowledging the toll the previous confrontation with its summoner had exacted upon its power. "If you wish to fight, very well. 5 days hence, I shall personally visit you. Do not think of escaping," Yun Ruashi declared coldly, issuing a challenge. With a fierce swipe of its colossal claws against the earth, the fire Qilin retorted with a chilling gaze, "Little girl, do not weep when that time arrives." Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air as Yi Xian was sent hurtling several meters away, collapsing onto the ground with a resounding thud. As he struggled to rise, his face was grotesquely swollen, and he coughed violently, spitting a mixture of blood and broken teeth onto the ground. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, witnessing the sheer ferocity of the Yun family's young master, who had rendered Yi Xian a mere shadow of his former self. Instantly, the crowd erupted in applause. Thus was the kingdom of Shenluo, a realm that revered martial prowess. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, there existed no disparity in ranks or positions. Only the sheer force of their struggle mattered. The victor would swiftly earn the audience's applause and admiration, while no one would concern themselves with offending high-ranking officials, nor would they care about the fate of the vanquished. Yun Xiaolu clapped his hands mockingly, casting a derisive glance at Yi Xian, who was barely recognizable. In a cold tone, he declared, "Let it be known, henceforth you shall not insult my sister. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time I encounter you." Yi Xian struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze fixated on the few teeth scattered about, a surge of indignation swelling within him. He shouted incoherently, "Yin Xiaolu, you truly dare to strike me? Are you aware that just days ago, the Emperor bestowed upon me a piece of Hitian jade? The Emperor holds me in high esteem. And yet you have the audacity to lay hands on me. Do you not fear that I shall report your actions to the Emperor?" In truth, Yi Xian's words were merely an attempt to bolster his own spirit. Surrounded by onlookers, having been bested and reduced to a pitiful state, he felt an acute sense of humiliation. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he sought to salvage his dignity. Little did he realize that his ill-fated utterances would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaolu's expression stiffened. In his earlier anger, he had forgotten that Yi Xian was a level 5 summoner, a national treasure. Disaster had struck. He had unwittingly walked into a grave predicament. As Jian Yin Xiaolu's expression froze in shock, Yi Xian let out a faint, scornful laugh and remarked, "If the Emperor were to discover that you struck me, he would undoubtedly punish you. Yin Xiaolu, now you kneel before me, pleading for mercy. Perhaps I might spare you out of consideration for our past as classmates. Otherwise, I shall personally petition the throne. When the Yun family faces extinction, do not blame me for failing to warn you." Suddenly, like a flash that the naked eye could scarcely perceive, a swift kick sent Yi Xian hurtling through the air. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his expression one of excruciating agony. Astonished, he gazed at the assailant, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was Yun Ruashi. "Yi Xian, Do not blame me for not having warned you. Should you dare utter another word, I will ensure you experience the true essence of death." Yun Ruashi's eyes gleamed with a menacing ferocity. She treated all who threatened her with indiscriminate retribution. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, for at that moment, Yun Ruashi exuded an air of ruthless dominance. As for Yi Xian, his chest had already begun to contort from the impact of Yun Ruashi's kick, and it was likely that his ribcage had been shattered. "Unwavering equality, sister," Yun Xiaolu hesitantly called out, a flicker of uncertainty gleaming in his eyes. Yun Ruashi turned her gaze, her eyes icy and resolute. "Yun Xiaolu, remember this well. You are a man of the Yun family, and a man of the Yun family never bows to anyone. Do you understand?" Her words jolted Yun Xiaolu into clarity. How could he have been so feeble? Swayed by Yi Xian's trifling words? He straightened his posture, lifted his chin, and declared, "Sister, I understand." At that moment, a cacophony of galloping hooves approached from afar. Yun Ruashi glanced up to see a middle-aged man in his 40s rushing towards them, sweat beading on his forehead. This man was Guoxing, tasked with maintaining order in the imperial capital. Upon hearing that a brawl had erupted in the streets, Guoxing felt a surge of dread. In the martial culture of the Shang Luo kingdom, street duels were commonplace, thus his daily responsibilities were immense. The situation became even more daunting upon learning the identities of those involved. One was the eldest son of General Yi, and the other the sole heir of General Yun. Goodness, with such influential figures, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Guoxing dismounted and cast a glance at the fallen Yi Xian, his expression shifting dramatically. The sight of Yun Xiaolu having so severely bested a level 5 summoner suggested that his combat prowess had likely surpassed level 9. Truly, the youth were formidable indeed. However, upon observing Yun Xiaolu and Yun Ruashi, a frown creased his brow. The sibling pair appeared utterly unfazed, laughing and chatting as if the one who had injured Yi Xian was not Yun Xiaolu at all. "Ah, Miss Yun, young Master Yun." Yun Ruashi turned her head and, upon seeing Guoxing, immediately expressed her surprise. "Oh, Uncle Gua, when did you arrive?" Uncle Gua? It was astonishing that the beloved daughter of General Yun would refer to him as such. However, given his age, it was indeed appropriate for him to be her uncle. Guoxing, feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled awkwardly and said, "I heard from my subordinates that you had a dispute with the young master of the Yi family, and he was even injured by you." Yun Ruashi chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Uncle Gua, my younger brother was merely sparring with young Master Yi. It's not my brother's fault that young Master Yi, lacking in skill, sustained severe injuries. Furthermore, according to the laws of Shangluo Kingdom, in a duel, life and death are determined by fate. It is already merciful of my brother to leave young Master Yi with a breath." Guoxing immediately broke into a cold sweat. Was this still the same infatuated girl from the past? How could she articulate such reasoning and even be aware of national laws? Every word Yun Ruashi spoke was entirely reasonable, and Guoxing could only nod in agreement. Yes, Miss Yun is absolutely right, but according to national law, young Master Yi has indeed been injured. Shouldn't you take some responsibility? Yun Ruashi mischievously curled her lips, batting her innocent big eyes as she said, "Uncle Gua, since he is injured, he needs immediate treatment. Look, young Master Yi is spitting blood. If we delay any longer, he might just perish." Indeed, it was Xiaolu who injured him, but if this person were to die under your watch, who would General Yu seek out? In that moment, Guoxing felt as if a light had dawned on him. Indeed, he could not allow Yi Xian to come to harm. He swiftly commanded his subordinates, "What are you still lingering for? Hurry and carry young Master Yi back to General Ye's residence. Move quickly." The attendants hastily lifted the unconscious figure, but amidst the commotion, Yi Xian coughed up more blood and fainted entirely. Guoxing, witnessing this, was thrown into utter disarray, his face reflecting a complete defeat. At that moment, Yun Ruashi's cold voice resonated. "Uncle Gua, you are busy with official matters. Today's event was merely an ordinary spar, not worthy of your extensive deliberation, wouldn't you agree?" Guoxing paused for a moment, then smacked his forehead, realizing, indeed, it was just a routine contest. He could leave it to his attendants to handle, sparing himself the unnecessary hassle. This way, he would not offend General Yi and could extricate himself effortlessly. What a splendid idea. Consequently, Guoxing instructed his men to take Yi Xian back to General Ye's residence while he mounted his horse and discreetly slipped away. With narrowed eyes, Yun Roashi observed the fiery red beast of burden as it gradually disappeared into the distance, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yun Xiaolu, his fists clenched, was evidently still exhilarated from having just pummeled Yi Xian. Paying no heed to the disheveled Yun Xiaolu, Yun Roashi expressionlessly climbed into the carriage. "Aren't we leaving yet?" she exclaimed sharply. Yun Xiaolu hopped into the carriage with enthusiasm. "All right, let us go." Once inside, he eagerly tugged at Yun Roashi's sleeve, his eyes sparkling as he whispered conspiratorially, "Sister, you can't be a mid-level summoner, can you?" Yun Roashi cast a glance at Yun Xiaolu, disbelief etched across her features. "Impossible. The punishment you inflicted upon me is clearly a skill of an intermediate summoner." Yun Xiaolu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister, could it be that you have already ascended to the rank of advanced summoner?" He stared at her in disbelief, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. Yun Roashi slightly leaned forward, neither confirming nor denying his assertion, and casually pulled out a fruit, biting into it with a crunch, indifferent to Yun Xiaolu, who was teetering on the brink of madness. Upon returning to the general's residence, Yun Roashi swiftly entered her small courtyard, tossing a plethora of medicinal herbs into the Wenwu Ding. Crafting beauty-enhancing pills was rather too simplistic for her. Yun Xiaolu, like a sycophantic bear, busily served tea and water beside her, yet he dared not utter a word, provoking a series of frowns from Yun Roashi. She contemplated how to coax this oblivious young master out of the house, but seeing his ridiculous demeanor stirred a sense of reluctant compassion within her. Suddenly, amidst peals of laughter, a figure burst into Yun Roashi's courtyard like a gust of wind, brimming with arrogance and flushed in complexion. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yun Jing. He bounded forward, swiftly enveloping Yun Xiaolu in a hearty embrace, causing the latter to grimace in discomfort. "You have truly brought honor to our family. Indeed, you are my progeny," Yun Jing exclaimed with unrestrained joy. "How fortunate we are. Recently, the Yun family has been graced with an abundance of joyful events. It has been ages since I felt this content. Just today, upon returning from court, I heard the townsfolk raving about how our esteemed ancestor decisively bested the Yi family's young master. What a source of pride." Yun Xiaolu chuckled, observing his father, who was brimming with pride, and felt a sense of grandeur wash over him. Yun Jing, with a flourish of his beard, erupted into hearty laughter as he playfully pinched Yun Xiaolu's cheek. From his sleeve, he produced a thick stack of banknotes and handed them to Yun Xiaolu. "Well done, my boy. That young man from the Yi family received quite the beating from you. Tomorrow at court, the old man from the Yi family will have a rather difficult time. Truly satisfying, indeed. This sum is a reward for you." In an instant, Yun Xiaolu transformed into a money-hungry pup, eagerly stuffing the banknotes into his waist pouch without even folding them, embodying the image of a carefree second-generation heir. The sight of this embarrassing display from both father and son left Yun Roashi unable to bear it any longer. "Father, might I suggest you two find a more suitable place to bond?" She raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress her irritation any further. "Uh-huh, very well. I wouldn't want to hinder Roashi's alchemy." Yun Jing laughed. "I shall take my leave. I shall take my leave." He remained unfazed by Yun Roashi's impatience, turning to pat Yun Xiaolu on the shoulder while imparting words of wisdom. "Young man, keep it up. Indeed, well said," Yun Xiaolu replied, his face unflushed and brimming with enthusiasm. "Focus on your alchemy, girl. I shan't disturb you any longer. Ha ha ha." With that, Yun Jing hummed a cheerful tune and strode away from the courtyard. Yun Roashi, having quelled her inner fire, gathered the finished beauty-enhancing pills into a small vial. Glancing at the exuberant Yun Xiaolu, a smirk graced her lips. "Hand them over." "What do you mean?" Yun Xiaolu exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Those banknotes in your pocket," Yun Roashi stated flatly, her gaze fixed upon the bulging sleeve of Yun Xiaolu. Hastily clutching his pocket, Yun Xiaolu's lips twitched. "Eldest sister, those were given to me by the old man." Yun Roashi waved her hand, interjecting, "Do you still desire pills in the future?" Yun Xiaolu nodded vigorously, "Yes. The ones in my pocket." "Eldest sister," he wailed. "All right, turn around and scram." "Woe is me." Yun Xiaolu reluctantly and tremulously extracted a thick wad of bills from his pocket, instantly feeling like a mere transient possessor of wealth. All of it. Yun Xiaolu still harbored a sliver of hope of retaining a few. "All," Yun Roashi affirmed with a nod. Yun Xiaolu's heart was hemorrhaging. What could he do? Who told his elder sister to be so iron-blooded and formidable? Alas, in light of your filial piety, Your sister shall reward you with one. Use it to buy some sweets or something. Yun Ruashi, observing Yun Xiaolo's crestfallen expression, extracted a bill from the thick stack and handed it to the second young master, patting his bitter face with great satisfaction. Yes, a child can be taught. Miss, the Prince of Jingnan has dispatched someone with a missive. Xiao Cui hurriedly entered to report, her expression indescribably peculiar. The Prince of Jingnan? What does he want with a missive? Yun Ruashi, filled with suspicion, received the missive and opened it. After a cursory glance, she furrowed her brow with a strange expression. To have tea? What's the situation? To reclaim that cauldron? It doesn't seem necessary. If he wanted it back, he wouldn't have so readily allowed me to move it back then. Then why? Scratching her head, Yun Ruashi couldn't fathom the reason. Whatever. There is an abundance of fine tea at home. Those who wish to partake may do so. Xiao Cui, is anyone from the Wang family still here? Yes, Mississippi. They will return. Yun Ruashi seized a handful of sunflower seeds and casually thrust the notice back into Xiao Cui's hands, exhibiting a distinctly spoiled demeanor as she declared her disinterest. Very well, the servant acknowledged with a suppressed smile, taking the notice and dashing out of the small courtyard like the wind. How did it go? Did the second young lady of the Yun family agree? Dong Haonan, upon seeing the young servant return from the general's residence, hurriedly summoned him into his study, his demeanor taut with anticipation. About that, Your Highness. The young servant hesitated, stumbling over his words. Dong Haonan instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What did Miss Xiao Cui say? The second young lady of the Yun family, she said. She wasn't interested. The servant's voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper. What? Dong Haonan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the young servant, his mind conjuring the image of Yun Ruashi's unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive visage. Yet it was that very face that left him in a daze. Bewildered, Dong Haonan pondered, was she not perpetually enamored with me? Yet, subsequent to that pivotal moment, the indifference in her gaze caused him profound disquietude. When the page was dispatched to the general's manor with an invitation, he was brimming with anticipation. Upon learning of Yun Ruashi's declination, a pang of melancholy resonated within him. What could be the cause of this? Dong Haonan maintained a taciturn silence. His lips pressed into a thin line as he clutched the invitation. The page, visibly anxious, felt perspiration gathering on his palms, never having witnessed the prince in such a state. After a protracted pause, Dong Haonan turned towards his desk, seized a brush, and meticulously composed a fresh invitation. Disregarding the page's bewildered stare, he entrusted it to him, instructing, "Deliver this to the general's manor at first light tomorrow." Very well. The page gingerly accepted the missive, casting a wary glance around, as if wondering what had ensnared the prince's thoughts. The following day, my lady, the Prince of Jingnan has once again sent an invitation. Xiao Cui, utterly perplexed, extended her hand to proffer the note to Yun Ruashi. Yun Ruashi, reclining languidly in a hammock suspended between two trees, made no move to accept the invitation. A tea ceremony? Indeed, it is a tea ceremony. Observing her mistress's serene demeanor, Xiao Cui felt a sense of bewilderment. Although she rejoiced that her mistress's affections had shifted away from the Prince of Jingnan after that incident, she found it exceedingly peculiar that the prince had dispatched invitations on two separate occasions. Should not the prince harbor animosity towards her mistress? Yun Ruashi, noticing Xiao Cui's perplexed countenance, chuckled softly before playfully teasing her. What is it? Has something become lodged in your throat? Miss, are you not leaving yet? If I do not go, the invitation will be returned. With a yawn, Yun Ruashi stretched her limbs, having studied late into the night and not having had sufficient sleep. Observing Xiao Cui still dazed in place, she yawned again and, with a determined effort to widen her eyes, warned, "All right, off you go. Even if the king himself were to come, do not disturb me. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." "Ah, very well. I shall go at once," Xiao Cui exclaimed. All right, it is none of my business. If the miss says she will not go, then she shall not. Why be so conflicted?" In a flurry, Xiao Cui dashed out. On the third day, at the residence of the king of Jing'an. How is it? Dong Haonan felt immensely frustrated, unable to comprehend what was amiss. Never before had a woman declined his invitations, yet she persistently rebuffed him. Suppressing all his emotions, Dong Haonan solemnly prepared another invitation to be delivered by the servant. Determined to try again the next day, the servant, feeling the weight of this routine, lamented the prospect of delivering invitations daily. On the fourth day, at the general's residence, Mississippi. Another invitation from the Jingnan residence has arrived. Xiao Cui was already at a loss for words. Yun Ruoshi frowned, rubbing her temples, feeling a throbbing at her forehead. Resignedly, she accepted the invitation, yet again pertaining to tea. What is this Jingnan king thinking? Is he intent on ensnaring me in the tea house? She could not fathom how she had ever found such a straight-laced oddity appealing. Well then, let us see what schemes Dong Haonan is concocting. Upon exiting the general's residence, one finds oneself on the grandest thoroughfare of the capital, a street renowned for its opulence, bustling with a continuous flow of people. On a whim, Yun Ruoshi decided to ride alone on a magnificent steed to keep an appointment. Not far south from the intersection of the main road stood a tavern. After passing it and making a few turns, she arrived at the tea house where she was to meet Prince Jing'an. This tea house, an independent courtyard, though nestled in the capital, was discreetly situated. It was favored by the affluent young ladies of the city for its tranquil seclusion, thus enjoying a thriving business. Dismounting, Yun Ruoshi entrusted her horse to his servant of the tea house and glanced up to see Chang Wei waiting at the entrance, a cool smile gracing his lips. Upon noticing Yun Ruoshi, Chang Wei could not suppress a shudder, a lingering ache evident in his body, and he quickly lowered his gaze, approaching with deference. Miss Yun, the prince is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Observing Chang Wei's obsequious demeanor, Yun Ruoshi felt a sense of satisfaction and gave a slight hum, saying nothing further as she followed him to a private room on the second floor. Upon entering the room, the initially anxious Dong Haonan felt a surge of brightness in his heart at the sight of Yun Ruoshi, composed and unperturbed as she followed Chang Wei. Surely, she held some regard for him. He quickly stood, nervously smoothing the non-existent wrinkles on his garment. His gaze filled with hope as he looked at the unremarkable woman before him. Ruoshi, you've arrived. Yun Ruoshi observed Dong Haonan's eagerness upon seeing her and frowned slightly, pondering what his intentions might be. It seems I am not very acquainted with Prince Jingnan. In matters of gender, propriety dictates that he should address me as Miss Yun. Though his words were light, they left no room for rebuttal. It seems I have overstepped. Dong Haonan cleared his throat, awkwardly touching his nose. Miss Yun, please take a seat. He graciously pulled out a small chair beside his own, his movements imbued with courtesy and gentleness. The chair was already adorned with a soft lumbar cushion. Yun Ruoshi, seemingly oblivious to Dong Haonan's gesture, casually approached the table and boldly pulled out a chair directly opposite him, sitting down with ease, completely unbothered by the subtle shift in Dong Haonan's expression. The Prince of Jingnan was indeed strikingly handsome, his gaze captivating. With such physical allure, it was no wonder that countless young maidens would fall for him. It was clear why Yun Ruoshi had once been so utterly devoted to him. True to his reputation, the Prince of Jingnan did not take offense at Yun Ruoshi's apparent indifference. Instead, a faint smile graced his sensuous lips. Dong Haonan admitted to himself that his heart raced. If this was Yun Ruoshi employing a strategy of feigned disinterest to entice him, then she had succeeded splendidly. Why have you summoned me so persistently, Your Highness? Is it regarding the esteemed Wen Wuding? Yun Ruoshi inquired directly, eschewing any semblance of pleasantry. She pondered that if the Prince of Jingnan had truly come for the ceremonial vessel, she would need to devise a careful plan. Oh, no. Dong Haonan hastily refuted, anxious to prevent any misunderstanding. He smiled, saying, though that vessel is indeed precious, there is no one in my Shenluo kingdom capable of wielding it. It would serve no purpose left idle. Since you admire it so much, I shall gift it to you. Fortunately, the last time Yun Ruoshi seized her own Wuwending, it inadvertently deepened her entanglement with Yun Ruoshi, which brought a flicker of delight to the heart of King Jingnan, Dong Haonan. However, the young lady from the Yun family is truly peculiar. What girl does not adore the allure of fine attire and exquisite jewels? Yet she seems to favor the dark and unadorned alchemical cauldron instead. Even someone as astute as King Jingnan cannot fathom the reason behind Yun Ruoshi's fascination with the Wuwending. In light of this, I shall express my gratitude for your kind intentions, Your Highness. Upon hearing Dong Haonan's words, Yun Ruoshi felt a surge of joy within her, though she swiftly restrained the eager impulse of her avaricious heart. If it were not concerning the Wuwending, then perhaps other matters could be discussed. However, this raises the question of the true purpose behind this person's visit with a look of curiosity. Yun Ruoshi regarded Dong Haonan, maintaining a composed demeanor, and inquired, what brings you to seek me, Your Highness, with such earnestness? Seeing Yun Ruoshi's candidness, Dong Haonan felt a twinge of strangeness within. He recalled the earlier encounters with her. where she would lower her gaze, appearing shy and eager to cling to him. Yet today, while her countenance remained unchanged, her demeanor was markedly different. This newfound boldness rendered him unable to look away. Meanwhile, a nearby attendant noticed Yun Ruashi had taken her seat and hurriedly grasped the teapot to refill her cup. Dong Haonan intercepted the servant, taking the teapot from his hands to personally pour tea for Yun Ruashi. His graceful gesture, reminiscent of a phoenix bowing thrice, signified both respect for her and a gesture of goodwill. He handed the teacup to Yun Ruashi, and Dong Haonan gently remarked, "This establishment's specialty is a tea called Autumn Water and Beautiful Woman. Although the tea is not particularly rare, it possesses a distinct charm. Its deep crimson hue, paired with a white cup, accentuates the exquisite color of the brew. It has a taste that is slightly astringent, yet subtly sweet. Do give it a try, Miss Yun." The tea was evidently a carefully selected choice by Dong Haonan. Yun Ruashi, dismissing the strange feeling that Dong Haonan evoked within her, lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Though somewhat impatient, she still refrained from disregarding his hospitality. Observing this, Dong Haonan felt a slight sense of reassurance and continued his introduction. These tea treats, known as golden silk honey orange pastry, dissolve upon contact with the tongue. They are fragrant without being overpowering, sweet without being cloying, and each day, only 20 portions are available, making prior reservations essential. They pair perfectly with the Autumn Water and Beautiful Woman. With a smile, he pushed a plate of exquisite orange gold pastries towards Yun Ruashi. Yun Ruashi frowned slightly, making no move to touch the delicacies. What exactly does the king of Jingnan wish to convey? Please be direct, otherwise I find no pleasure in food and cannot swallow it. Coughing, Dong Haonan felt a flush of embarrassment at Yun Ruashi's bluntness. Although she had previously engaged in numerous infatuated antics to garner his favor, reflecting on those moments now only highlighted her adorableness. Yet, he wondered why he had harbored such disdain at the time. At any time, women would directly present themselves, and regarding such flattering gestures, Dong Haonan had never engaged in. His heart was filled with trepidation and unease. In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary. He merely felt that his previous actions towards Miss Wei had been somewhat excessive. Hence, he had arranged a banquet to offer his apologies. Even Dong Haonan himself had never realized that he could experience such a flush of embarrassment, a revelation that quickened his heartbeat. Apologizing? Yun Ruashi scoffed. Yet hadn't he, the prince, already visited my general's manor? How can there be talk of an apology now? The princess' behavior is indeed quite unprecedented. Nevertheless, had the truly departed Yun Ruashi witnessed the present scene of King Jingnan lavishing her with such adulation, she would undoubtedly have been filled with immense joy. However, it was different this time. Previously, the emperor had dispatched Haonan to the general's residence, and during that occasion, Chang Wei had offended the young lady. Upon returning, Haonan felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Thus, he sensed that Yun Ruashi was keeping him at arm's length, prompting him to speak in a softer, almost submissive tone as he sought to clarify. Moreover, it was indeed the emperor who had instructed him to apologize at the general's residence, and Dong Haonan worried that if Yun Ruashi were to learn of this, it might create an even greater rift between them. Therefore, he spoke with utmost candor. In the year 2023, the spirited Princess Yun Ruashi raised her gaze to meet Dong Haonan's, offering a faint smile, yet her tone remained frosty. As for the past, Ruashi chose not to dwell upon it. However, she sincerely wished for a future in which she and the prince could coexist peacefully, avoiding any entanglements. If her previous actions had led to any misunderstandings on his part, she implored him to be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. Dong Haonan furrowed his brow, a fleeting trace of unrecognizable disappointment flickering across his handsome visage. It felt as though a tug at his heart had conjured a bittersweet pang of emotion within him. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a commotion erupted from the entrance. "Do not obstruct me. I must see Brother Haonan. Step aside." A charming voice echoed into the room. "Princess, the prince is truly occupied." Chang Wei desperately attempted to intervene, but his efforts seemed futile. Suddenly, the door was thrust open, and an extraordinarily radiant woman burst into the chamber. Upon spotting Dong Haonan, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Brother Haonan, I knew you would be here," she exclaimed, a hint of grievance lacing her words. "When I heard you were in the palace, I rushed to find you. But by the time I reached my elder brother, you had already departed." Yun Ruashi glanced over and recognized her as Princess Zhao Gui Luo Wanyu. thinking to herself how fate had entwined their paths once more. The king of Jingnan was a prince from a foreign lineage, and Dong Haonan's father had risked his life multiple times to save the late emperor. In gratitude and to showcase royal favor, the late emperor had bestowed upon the Dong family a noble title, which they inherited. Thus, Dong Haonan had succeeded his father as the current Jingnan prince. Though the throne was merely inherited, the capabilities of Dong Haonan are beyond question. Not only is he a warrior whose martial prowess has reached the pinnacle of level 10, soon to advance to level 11, but his civil and military talents are also rare in the court. In recent years, his military acumen has begun to shine, leading the emperor to regard Dong Haonan with greater esteem than he held for his father. In my recollection, both Yun Ruoshi and Princess Zhao Gui harbored affections for Prince Dong Haonan. Despite Yun Ruoshi's lack of beauty, her father, General Yun Jing, commands the national army and wields significant influence. Although another general, Yi Duo, is a formidable counterpart to Yun Jing, Emperor Luo Yuantu still must heed Yun Jing's sentiments, which compelled him to order the seemingly disdainful Dong Haonan to the general's residence to offer apologies to Yun Ruoshi. In contrast, Zhao Gui possesses a delicate charm. Her mother, the favored concubine Ro, holds a special place in the emperor's heart, and Zhao Gui, adored by the emperor, was bestowed with the title of Zhao Gui at the tender age of 3, a testament to her immense favor. Were it not for her gender, it is plausible that she might have been named heir apparent. Despite her youth, Zhao Gui has already achieved the rank of an 8th-level warrior through her martial training, distinguishing herself among her peers as a prodigious talent of the Shenluo kingdom. The emperor finds himself in a quandary regarding the affections both women hold for Dong Haonan, feeling torn and uncertain about how to proceed. On one side stands the unattractive daughter of a renowned military hero, and on the other, his most cherished and charming daughter. Offering support to either party seems inappropriate. Meanwhile, the cause of this dilemma, Dong Haonan, appears indifferent to both. Faced with such a predicament, the emperor cannot favor either side and must remain silent, allowing events to unfold naturally. Upon encountering Zhao Gui's abrupt intrusion, Dong Haonan was taken aback, particularly recalling the previous enmity between Zhao Gui and Yun Ruoshi, which left him feeling quite overwhelmed. However, Zhao Gui disregarded the myriad expressions on Dong Haonan's face. Her displeasure at being obstructed by Chang Wei transformed into tender affection upon seeing him, as she playfully called out, "Haonan Gugu." This utterance caused Yun Ruoshi to shudder involuntarily, and she could not suppress a pang of sympathy for Dong Haonan. Zhao Gui's gaze fell upon Yun Ruoshi, who sat opposite Dong Haonan, and her handsome visage flushed with indignation. Previously, upon meeting, Yun Ruoshi and Zhao Gui had clashed vehemently. Zhao Gui, boasting her status as an 8th-level warrior and a princess, had always left Yun Ruoshi in a state of disarray. Now, witnessing Yun Ruoshi sharing tea with Dong Haonan ignited Zhao Gui's fury. Isn't Haonan Gugu always ignoring this ugly creature? Why is he sitting with her today? Shaking off the vexing thoughts that clouded her mind, Zhao Gui strode forward and forcefully seized Yun Ruoshi, exclaiming, "You shameless ugly hag!" Here, in broad daylight, attempting to seduce Haonan Gugu. "It seems I have been too lenient with you." With that, Zhao Gui raised her hand to strike Yun Ruoshi. However, contrary to her expectations of a crisp slap echoing through the air, she found herself unexpectedly tumbling to the ground, wincing in pain. Dong Haonan, witnessing Zhao Gui's unprovoked aggression towards Yun Ruoshi, was momentarily slow to react. Despite being a 10th-level warrior, with a swift motion, Dong Haonan appeared beside Yun Ruoshi, disregarding the fallen princess Zhao Gui, Luo Wanyu, and grasped Yun Ruoshi's hand, anxiously inquiring, "Are you hurt?" Yun Ruoshi's countenance was frosty as she wrenched her wrist from his grasp. Fixating her disdainful gaze upon the wide-eyed princess, Zhao Gui sprawled on the ground. When had the princess become so reckless? Had she sustained any injuries? Dong Haonan awkwardly withdrew his hand, only then realizing Zhao Gui lay on the ground. Yet he refrained from offering assistance. Luo Wanyu was completely oblivious to the fact that Yun Ruoshi had covertly pushed her. Instead, she stubbornly insisted that it was Yun Ruoshi who had caused her plight. "Brother Haonan, she pushed me," she whimpered, tears genuinely welling in her eyes, evoking the image of a wronged little bride. Those unfamiliar with her would indeed be deceived by her expression. Although Yun Ruoshi had subtly exerted force to push Zhao Gui, it had not been with great strength. With her long, slender fingers, as delicate as spring onions, Yun Ruashi leisurely observed the theatrics of the princess, who remained seated on the ground, refusing to get up. Which eye of yours saw me push you? She thought. You ugly creature. It was you who pushed me. Princess Zhao Gui, witnessing Yun Ruashi calmly seated in her chair while King Jingnan remained indifferent, felt her ire intensifying. Rising from the ground, she raised her hand as if to strike Yun Ruashi once more. With a sharp sound, a gust of wind from her palm rendered Zhao Gui momentarily stunned. She had not even perceived Yun Ruashi's movement before receiving a slap. Staring incredulously at Yun Ruashi, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust, she exclaimed, "How dare you strike me, you wretched creature?" Yun Ruashi remained still, yet the air around her solidified, unleashing a piercing gust of wind. Slap! Slap! The crisp sounds echoed, leaving Princess Zhao Gui in a state of disbelief, her cheeks aflame with pain. It would be prudent for her to keep her mouth clean, for not everyone possesses the same magnanimity as I, nor do they share my enlightened perspective. Should the day come when the princess unwittingly provokes a formidable adversary, even the mightiest of figures would be unable to guarantee her survival. Yun Ruashi picked up a pristine handkerchief from the table, delicately wiping her jade-like fingers, perplexed at how they had become soiled without any action on her part. Perhaps it would be best for me to refrain from visiting this tea-house henceforth. Zhao Gui, stung by the slap and further insulted by Yun Ruashi's insinuation of her uncleanliness, was consumed by rage. With a fierce glare directed at Yun Ruashi, she caught a glimpse of the latter, slightly lifting her head to meet her gaze. How chilling! In that moment, Princess Zhao Gui, sensitive to the peculiar aura emanating from the once mocked and unattractive woman, felt an unsettling chill run down her spine. You, I am a princess. How dare you disregard my status? She exclaimed furiously. I shall inform father and demand your entire family be executed. Ignoring the disquieting sensation, she shouted with indignation. As a princess, she had always been revered, having never received so much as a finger laid upon her by her father throughout her life, let alone being struck by a lowly and unattractive woman. Ah, the influence of Princess Zhao Gui is indeed considerable. Here stands Ruashi, waiting without raising her head, her delicate fingers caressing the white porcelain teacup, a smile devoid of warmth gracing her lips as she states, "Let the princess inform the emperor to erase the Yun family. Every last one of them. Ruashi will not retreat an inch with the Yun clan behind her." Princess Zhao Gui gazes at the grotesque figure before her, somewhat astonished. Yet, she is astute enough to swiftly grasp the underlying logic. Her father has long been aware of the mutual affection between herself and the king of Jingnan. Yet despite his deep affection for her, he has never indicated any intention of betrothing her to the king. Rather, he remains non-committal on the matter, primarily due to his apprehension regarding the influence of the Yun family and his unwillingness to offend them. This foolish girl dares to use the Yun family as leverage against her. Princess Zhao Gui certainly does not miss the expression on Dong Haonan's face, yet this time, he disappoints her. His countenance is etched with anxiety and reluctance, directed towards none other than Yun Ruashi. Princess Zhao Gui finds this bewildering. Countless women in the capital vie for the attention of the king of Jingnan, yet none possess the ability to capture Dong Haonan's gaze even for a fleeting moment. Zhao Gui muses that while her beauty may be deemed second in the kingdom of Shenluo, she would not dare to claim the first position. If Dong Haonan shows little interest in her radiant beauty, why then does he regard the plain-looking Yun Ruashi with such distinct regard today? Princess Zhao Gui finds herself utterly perplexed, yet she quickly alters her expression. With a mix of reluctance and grievance, Zhao Gui stepped forward, grasping Dong Haonan's sleeve. She raised her slightly reddened face, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, which could undoubtedly be attributed to her facial pain. Pitifully, Zhao Gui leaned closer to Dong Haonan. Brother Haonan, you must uphold justice for Wanyu. Wu-Wu, look at her face. It has been swollen by that ugly woman. Wu-Wu, I have never been so humiliated before. Dong Haonan, feeling a twinge of displeasure, attempted to push Zhao Gui away, only to find her grip tightening. Although it was Zhao Gui who had instigated the altercation, seeing that Yun Ruashi had not been harmed, he restrained his anger and said, somewhat discontentedly, Princess, does the emperor know you are out of the palace at this hour? Zhao Gui, feeling stifled by Dong Haonan's evasive remarks, pouted and thought, it doesn't matter. Brother Haonan must stand up for me. Dong Haonan anxiously glanced at Yun Ruashi, forcibly extricating his arm from Zhao Gui's embrace. Fearful that Yun Ruashi might misconstrue the situation, In the tale The Princess's Challenge, Yun Ruashi gazes at the two individuals before her, increasingly filled with disdain. With a cold smile, she crosses her arms and rises from her small chair, remarking, "Oh, this time, instead of moving the emperor's royal carriage, it seems your beloved will have to take charge." Not wishing to engage further with the loathsome pair, Yun Ruashi states, if the princess desires to be entertained, she should seek a more capable individual. As for me, a woman of humble status, I fear I might be blinded by the spectacle. I shall take my leave now. Please continue. Miss Yun, ugly woman, East Haonan exclaims in distress, while Princess Xiaogui seethes with indignation, both uttering their protests in unison. Do not depart. Observing the telepathic connection between the two, Yun Ruashi finds amusement instead of anger. What further commands do you have? As a princess, Xiaogui has never endured such humiliation, her blood boiling in fury. She pushes East Haonan aside and strides forward to block Yun Ruashi's path, pointing angrily at her face. I demand a duel. To the death. Yun Ruashi bursts into laughter, questioning the princess's assumption that she possesses any leverage to compel her into a life-and-death contest. Xiaogui, confident that Yun Ruashi would shy away from a challenge, taunts, if I lose, I shall withdraw, and my dear Haonan shall be yours. She believes such an offer will surely entice Yun Ruashi into a duel. If the contest were to go awry, she knows no one could blame her. For the laws of Shangluo Kingdom dictate that life and death are at stake in such trials. Noticing the glint in Xiaogui's eyes, Yun Ruashi realizes the princess's ulterior motive but chooses not to expose it. Did you not proclaim a fight to the death? I have no desire for your life. Xiaogui spoke as if bestowing a divine gift, yet her heart had long since resolved with unwavering determination. If you lose, do not entangle yourself with Brother Haonan any longer. Yun Ruashi understood Xiaogui's intentions all too well. She regarded her with a cold smile. Very well. The princess possesses a magnanimous heart, and I am not one to be petty. If I lose, I shall offer my head. Yun Ruashi paused to gaze at Xiaogui. Indeed, Xiaogui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dong Haonan, taken aback, exclaimed, "This cannot be good. Princess, Miss Yun." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. However, if I win, I do not seek the princess's life. Yun Ruashi responded with a charming smile, a hint of brightness illuminating her demeanor. If I emerge victorious, I shall only require one of the princess's arms. Dong Haonan was utterly astonished. He distinctly sensed an aura of lethal intent, an intensity so palpable it could stir even him. Only those seasoned by countless battles, having emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, possessed such a unique and sharp demeanor. Yet, how could the delicate Yun Ruashi evoke such feelings within him? Driven by her own fervor to duel, yet it felt paradoxical. What was this? What manner of woman was she? Dong Haonan found himself increasingly bewildered, his mind momentarily blank as he forgot to continue his protest. Xiaogui seemed to have foreseen the outcome of their contest, her gaze fierce and exhilarated. Very well. Tomorrow morning, at the Martial Square, should you win, I shall grant you one arm. Should you lose, prepare to offer your head. Wait, mere words hold no weight. Let us swear an oath. Yun Ruashi said with a playful smile. A vow is indeed a vow. How could I possibly evade it? With a light scoff, Xiaogui bit her middle finger, palm facing upwards, unleashing a surge of potent energy. In the air, an eerie blood-red hexagram symbol materialized. Drops of blood began to flow slowly, coalescing into intricate lines as they followed the energy's path. At last, Xiaogui halted her finger, forcefully piercing the symbol at its center. With a sharp pop, the drawn sigil vanished, disintegrating into countless specks of crimson light that dissipated into the atmosphere. Dong Haonan was left in utter astonishment. The unfolding events left him feeling powerless. What had come over the princess today, resorting to such a severe and brutal blood oath? And yet, the young lady of the Yun family had consented. One was the emperor's most beloved princess, and the other was the woman who stirred his heart. Dong Haonan found himself utterly bewildered, as these two had sworn a blood oath to duel for his sake. Regardless of who might be injured, he would bear the weight of responsibility. However, now that the blood oath had been invoked, the implications. The princess indeed possessed remarkable spirit. Thus, come dawn, Ruashi shall spar with the princess. Yun Ruashi lifted her delicate face, revealing not a trace of embarrassment, tension, or fear. On the contrary, her seemingly ordinary appearance exuded a radiant charm. Her skin, not particularly fair, shimmered like exquisite jade, captivating all who beheld her, evoking a longing to savor her beauty. Suddenly, word spread throughout the streets of Shanluo Kingdom about Princess Zhao Gui's life and death duel with the second Miss Yun Ruoxi, all for the sake of the esteemed Dong Haonan. In no time, people rushed to share the news, for it had been ages since such a deadly confrontation had graced the lands of Shanluo. There are indeed many well-meaning individuals. Some speculate that Princess Zhao Gui will defeat the second Miss Yun, while others engage in private wagers for amusement. Some ponder the romantic escapades of the second lady of Jingnan Wang, and others indulge in gossip about various love triangles. In summary, the populace is quite frivolous in their idleness. Upon returning to the general's residence, the second Miss Yun finds the household in a state of uproar. Lu Yan, her mother, has long since shed tears, her eyes red and swollen. With palpable agitation, she seizes the newly arrived Yun Ruoxi and exclaims, "My daughter, how could you be so foolish? Did we not agree that you would no longer harbor feelings for Jingnan Wang? Why, then, would you engage in a life-and-death duel with the princess? She is a prodigy in martial arts, having trained at the Martial Arts Academy since childhood. How can you possibly contend with her? What shall we do?" Yun Ruoxi gently grasps Lu Yan's hand, offering a serene smile. "Rest assured, mother, I have indeed moved on from Jingnan Wang. This duel bears no connection to him." After a brief pause, Yun Ruoxi continues, "If I am to achieve greatness, I must endure certain trials. Zhao Gui serves as the perfect sharpening stone for me. I am fully aware of my limits, so there is no need for you to worry excessively." While Lu Yan silently weeps, she observes her daughter, who now wears a confident smile, radiating an aura of assurance that starkly contrasts her earlier demeanor. The pride in her daughter provides Lu Yan with considerable solace. Yet, as a mother, how could she not fret over her child? Yun Xiaolu, with his muscles taut and an unmistakable expression of exasperation, interjects, "Mother, you need not be overly concerned about my sister. I have immense faith in her. Even I, a 9th-level warrior, would hardly stand a chance against her. What is there for you to worry about? You rascal, standing and speaking without a care, how benevolent your sister has been towards you. Now, as she prepares for a life-and-death duel, you remain utterly unconcerned. This is enough to drive me to despair," sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Yan's tears flowed like a breached dam as she turned to Yun Jing for solace. Lu Yan harbored an intense desire to seize that scoundrel and administer a sound thrashing, ensuring he grasped why the flowers bloomed so vividly. "Yenner, I too have faith that Ruoxi will emerge victorious. After all, she is our precious daughter, is she not? Take heart." Yun Jing gently patted Lu Yan's back, offering tender reassurance. Having witnessed Yun Ruoxi's extraordinary alchemical prowess, Yun Jing delighted in the delightful surprises his daughter often brought. Moreover, recent subtle hints from Yun Xiaolu suggested that Yun Ruoxi likely possessed remarkable hidden talents, which further bolstered Yun Jing's confidence in her. However, Yun Jing had never inquired about the nature of Yun Ruoxi's abilities. Out of respect for his daughter and consideration of her growth, he felt it appropriate to allow her to confront challenges and make her own choices. As the saying goes, the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. While he harbored some concern regarding the imminent duel with the princess, his predominant sentiment was one of trust in his daughter. He firmly believed that she would astonish all in this contest. However, Ruoxi has harbored a lifelong aversion to martial arts. How could she possibly prevail against Princess Zhao Gui? What if she were to lose her life? Lu Yan's beautiful eyes were swollen with tears, her apprehension deepening. Moreover, the princess is the emperor's most cherished offspring. Should any harm befall her, we would be unable to bear the responsibility. "Ah, mother, are you trying to torment me? You only ever worry about my elder sister. Am I not your own flesh and blood? Why have I never witnessed you fretting over me?" Yun Xiaolu groaned, burying his head between his legs. His hands clasped tightly behind his head, his body trembling as he voiced his grievances, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "You heartless wretch." Lu Yan switched to sobbing, lamenting, "How could I have given birth to such a callous being? Heartless." Yun Xiaolu's eyes widened, his lips twitching. "Mother is far too biased. There is no need to be overly concerned about the princess's side. This contest was initiated by the princess herself. Although the stakes are high, the princess seeks Ruoxi's life, while Ruoxi only wagers one of the princess's arms. By all accounts, the princess has the upper hand. The emperor will have no grounds for complaint." Yun Jing stroked his beard as he analyzed the situation. Lu Yan's tearful gaze remained unfocused, her expression still deeply concerned. "Is it truly all right?" "Indeed, mother. My younger sister is blessed with good fortune and will surely return victorious. Let us await her triumph and prepare a celebration." Yun Zimo smiled as she turned to Yun Ruashi, then gently took Lu Yan's arm, speaking with warmth and affection, showing no sign of emotional disturbance. "Precisely. Zimo's words are correct. Yinner, there is no need for such worry. Rest assured." Yun Jing tightly grasped Lu Yan's hand, transferring the warmth from his palm to her. As she gazed upon the serene faces of her children and felt the tenderness and comfort emanating from her husband, Lu Yan finally halted her tears. It was as if the chaotic state of affairs at home bore no relevance to her. Yun Ruashi sat peacefully at the dining table, a smile of barely suppressed amusement gracing her lips, relishing the profound familial affection that enveloped her, a feeling of security blossoming within her. Indeed, it was security. In both this life and the past, only familial love was a precious treasure she had never truly experienced. Yun Ruashi vowed to never betray her family in this lifetime. Should anyone dare to harm her loved ones, they would face a fate of 1,000 cuts in retribution. Yun Jing, a resolute general, though not eloquent, afforded himself ample space. Lu Yan, gentle and loving, attentive to every detail, poured all her affection into him. Yun Xiaolu, her only brother, innocent and brash, spoke without restraint, yet genuinely wished the best for her. However, the matter of Yun Zimo, 025 washing tendons, and Mero Yun Ruashi returned to her room and settled on the bed. She closed her eyes, striving to heighten her perception to the utmost, yet failed to detect any unusual condition in the air. If one were to say that this situation was not peculiar, it would truly be a form of enchantment. Reflecting on every detail since her return home, there appeared to be nothing amiss. Yet the strange sensation that abruptly surged within her mind was indeed perplexing. With a furrowed brow, Yun Ruashi pondered her confusion. Indeed, ever since she had arrived alone in this world, Yun Ruashi had come to a profound realization. In this realm, all burdens must be borne by oneself. She could rely on no one and would not depend on anyone. Her abilities alone were her refuge. Capable of slaying gods and extinguishing Buddhas, she would shatter heaven and earth. As Yun Ruashi's thoughts drifted, she sensed subtle changes coursing through her meridians, so minuscule that they were nearly imperceptible. Flecks of radiant light began to seep forth from her channels, converging in her mind before dispersing into the cosmos. Her chaotic consciousness seemed to illuminate, a beam of light, emerging from the void. The distant radiance drew nearer, as if it were both far and close, an enigma of proximity. Although her eyes remained shut, Yun Ruashi could distinctly perceive the passage of time and space, the past and the present, as well as the entirety of the world. In the ethereal moonlight, drifting clouds enveloped her, rendering the scene both vivid and illusory. Yun Ruashi widened her eyes, yearning to grasp the reality more clearly. In the distance, that beam of light gradually solidified amidst the scattered clouds, hurtling toward her with astonishing speed, drawing closer and closer. Bang! The radiant beam violently impacted Yun Ruashi's body. It felt as though her body was shattering. She was engulfed in an excruciating pain. Muscles twisted, bones fractured. The world spun violently, and Yun Ruashi felt as if she were on the verge of disintegrating into a puddle of flesh and blood. A muffled groan escaped her lips. Even her extraordinary endurance, surpassing that of ordinary individuals, struggled to withstand this bone-crushing agony. Strangely, amidst this torment, there seemed to linger a hint of intoxicating sweetness. Clenching her silver teeth, Yun Ruashi tasted the faint sweetness of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Gasping for breath, her fists tightly clenched. As she expelled a mist of blood, rather than feeling sorrow, she experienced a surprising lightness. Was this poisoning? No, that could not be. Yun Ruashi immediately dismissed such speculation. This was distinctly not the sensation of poison. It bore a resemblance to the state she encountered during her repeated assaults on the 9th level barrier. Could it be? Was she on the cusp of a breakthrough? As this thought crossed her mind, clarity surged within Yun Ruashi's consciousness. That radiant orb vividly re-emerged in her mind. The light grew increasingly bright, drawing nearer and more distinct, ultimately coalescing into a luminous pearl nestled deep within her psyche. Her body became a palace, and the resplendent pearl spun with a regal pride, as if ruling over all. With each rotation, it bestowed upon Yun Ruashi a profound realization, insights accumulating like twinkling stars, converging into her very bones. This gathering process felt interminable, as if she were enduring the torment of 18 layers of hell. The pearl continued to spin whimsically, unrestrained by any external forces. The muscles and bones of Yun Ruashi creaked in a discordant symphony against the tranquility of the night. Her blood burned and boiled within her. And as she suddenly opened her eyes, her phoenix-like gaze transformed into a crimson hue, as if seeking to pierce through the enveloping darkness. It seemed that her strength could not endure for long. Soon, her eyes closed once more, heavy with fatigue. Her body felt numb, as though her very soul was on the verge of being lost. In a daze, she lost track of time until a sudden shiver coursed through her, rousing her from her stupor. The night was as cool as water. Occasionally, the faint chirping of insects could be heard, while the entire town had succumbed to slumber. Rising to her feet, Yun Ruashi pushed open the window. A pristine, icy full moon illuminated the sky, its light not harsh, but rather chillingly serene. On that day, Yun Ruashi awakened, inheriting this corporeal form, or perhaps one might say, merging her soul with it. Enduring the unbearable agony of soul refinement had finally allowed her to truly unite with this body. Once more, Yun Ruashi shut her eyes, delving into her mind. Indeed, that pearl radiated a gentle lunar glow, spinning deep within her consciousness. With each rotation, the meridians and vital energies within her body coursed in a harmonious cycle, a sensation that filled her with unparalleled exhilaration. The immense pain she had previously endured now seemed as ephemeral as a dream. Yun Ruashi felt a sense of wonder as her consciousness meticulously scrutinized this peculiar pearl. She was certain it was an extraordinary entity. Yet, even with the wisdom gleaned from a previous life, Yun Ruashi remained perplexed as to why this peculiar bead had manifested within her body. However, with the presence of this singular bead, her senses seemed to sharpen, allowing her to discern even the shadows concealed in the darkest corners of the night with remarkable clarity. A refreshing coolness enveloped her mind as she inhaled deeply, expelling a cloud of stale air that left her feeling utterly revitalized, an indescribable sense of ease washing over her. Yet, her garments were thoroughly drenched in sweat, clinging to her skin in an uncomfortable manner. As she glanced down at her body, she was taken aback by a startling sight. A thick layer of black grime had inexplicably settled upon her skin, causing her, a woman of innate cleanliness, to furrow her brow in dismay. Although she was not a paragon of beauty, what woman does not value cleanliness? Moreover, she was a young lady of a well-to-do general's household. The state of her body, now so filthy, was utterly shocking. Suddenly, a term flickered to life in her mind: cleansing the meridians and marrow. Elation surged through Yun Ruashi as she contemplated the phenomena occurring within her. In her past life, despite her relentless and reckless pursuit of cultivation, she had never encountered such extraordinary circumstances. In this life, although she had endured inhuman suffering, a mere moment of enlightenment had yielded such a rare and invaluable reward. Of course, given Yun Ruashi's temperament, any amount of suffering was trivial as long as it contributed to her growth and strength. In her former existence, she had reached the 9th level of cultivation, yet she had never attained the ability to introspect within herself. This time, not only had she expelled countless impurities from her body, enhancing her physical resilience, but the overall improvement in her quality was beyond her wildest imagination. As she surveyed her entire skeletal structure and meridians with absolute clarity, Yun Ruashi realized that although she had not completely breached the 9th level barrier, the sudden purification of her muscles and marrow bestowed upon her far greater benefits than a direct breakthrough could offer. Lost in contemplation, a subtle smile graced her lips. Suppressing the exhilaration bubbling within her, she leapt effortlessly over the wall, her movements exhibiting newfound agility and swiftness. With narrowed eyes, Yun Ruashi gazed into the night, where the landscape shimmered under the moon's luminescence, rendering everything distinctly visible. The sound of the wind whispered softly, stirring the leaves gently, while birds nestled among the treetops, occasionally fluttering their wings. The nocturnal scenery, though less illuminated than the daylight, possessed an intoxicating allure. Beneath the moonlight, her once unremarkable visage seemed to radiate with newfound charm. As she raised her crimson lips into a beguiling smile and darted from the general's residence towards the outskirts of the city. Not far from the capital lay a dense forest, serene and profound. During her leisurely moments, Yun Ruashi would retreat into the woods, seeking solace away from the entanglements of Prince Jingnan, relishing the tranquility. This forest appeared to be a natural sanctuary, perpetually cool and refreshing. Once entered, It effectively shielded one from the clamor of the mundane world, an extraordinary phenomenon. In an inconspicuous part of the forest's depths, a small spring flowed gently, and Yun Ruashi cherished the moments when she could bathe here in solitude. Swiftly, she glided to the spring's edge, releasing her damp, tousled hair, hastily shedding her clingy garments, and dipped a delicate foot into the crystalline waters to gauge its temperature. In the shadows, a tall and handsome figure became suddenly taut, blood surging with fervor. As wicked eyes narrowed, radiating a fierce glow. Unbeknownst to Yun Ruashi, who lay quietly on a large stone in the water, a hand glided across the surface, stirring the spring water to cleanse her body of grime, while the other gently caressed her form, indulging in pure contentment. Before long, her body was cleansed, yet she lingered in the water, reluctant to rise. Her hair, like a dark waterfall, was thoroughly soaked, enhancing the delicacy and sheen of her skin post-bathing, rendering her akin to a celestial being illuminated by moonlight. The figure in the shadows wished to avert his gaze, yet within him surged a profound sense of admiration and reluctance. In a tumult of inner conflict, he clenched his fists, his arms trembling slightly, as his restrained soul seemed on the verge of igniting due to the enchanting woman bathing before him. Though he could not see her silhouette, he suddenly felt a searing gaze, startling Yun Ruashi. Who could it be? Instinctively, she submerged herself deeper into the water. Concealed within the pool, Yun Ruashi squinted, icy determination glimmering in her eyes. How long had he been there? Infuriating. In her state of exhilaration, she had made the elementary mistake of forgetting to bring clothes. As the charming figure in the spring sensed her transition from tension to chill, he smiled softly, realizing the girl had indeed become aware of his presence. Quite impressive. Her senses had heightened significantly after her rejuvenating bath. No longer concealing his form, the man emerged from the shadows, his gaze filled with an overwhelming ardor and longing. Only he understood the depths of his own restraint, knowing well the temptation to sweep her into his embrace and savor her without restraint. Once again, it was this shameless man. With a heart racing with fervor, Yun Ruashi gazed in disbelief at the elegantly emerging figure of the man. He approached with a leisurely grace from the shadows, his handsome stature exuding an air of cool detachment. Under the moonlight, his features appeared as if sculpted, strikingly defined and remarkably handsome. His chiseled brows and eyes, straight nose, and tightly pressed lips conveyed a sense of rebelliousness, yet his gaze revealed a subtle glimmer of intensity. As the man approached her with calm confidence, Yun Ruashi's eyes grew colder. Despite his languorous demeanor suggesting ease, his presence thickened the atmosphere with an increasingly perilous tension. Noticing that his gaze relentlessly followed her, Yun Ruashi clenched her silver teeth. Ordinarily, she would never allow herself to feel so vulnerable, yet her current state left her utterly bare. As he drew nearer, Yun Ruashi's expression hardened, her arms crossed defensively before her. What do you intend to do? She thought, feeling a sudden jolt in her eyelids. The man approached her with a wicked smile, lazily positioning himself at the water's edge, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he regarded her, poised to erupt. Are you not afraid? He teased. Humph. Yun Ruashi bit her lips tightly, enveloping herself more securely in her arms. Fear. That word did not exist in her vocabulary. This man was utterly shameless. Why did he always appear like a tempestuous cat, claws bared, whenever they crossed paths? The man observed Yun Ruashi, his gaze profound. Why do you insist on testing my limits each time? Yun Ruashi retorted with fury. Even as her entire body was immersed in the frigid spring water, warmth gradually enveloped her, and a flush crept upon her cheeks, leaving one to ponder whether it was shyness or indignation. To be fair, I wouldn't mind being seen in such a state by you. You, Yun Ruashi exclaimed, her voice tinged with anger. This is utterly outrageous. Is there no sense of justice in the world? How dare you toy with me? However, the man remarked with a teasing tone, but your figure is quite. His words hung in the air, an ambiguous hint of mockery lingering therein. Believe me, I could gouge out your eyes. Yun Ruashi seethed with rage. The man's sensuous lips curled into a smirk as he observed Yun Ruashi in the water, internally shaking his head at his own duplicity. Not wishing to engage in further banter, he gently suggested, hurry up and come out once you're done. Be cautious not to catch a chill. Yun Ruashi shot him a fierce glare, thinking that if she could emerge, she would have done so already, rather than endure his unwarranted lewdness. She cast a fleeting glance at her soaked clothing on the shore. Must she wear that? Yet, she was beset with conflicting emotions. After a moment of resolute determination, She steeled her heart and decided that she had no choice but to make do with the situation. The man seemed to suddenly comprehend Yun Ruashi's predicament, breaking into a radiant smile that momentarily left her breathless. He raised his hand, revealing a set of clean garments. It appeared this man was no ordinary individual, possessing such a remarkable item as a storage ring. Unbeknownst to you, I did not prepare your garments as I assumed you had emerged for a bath. As I handed the clothes to Yun Ruashi, I noticed that she continued to gaze at me with an unwavering intensity, showing no inclination to reach out and take them. Yun Ruashi regarded me with a hint of confusion. Could it be that while I was immersed in my own cleansing rituals last night, he had been covertly observing me? Touching his nose, the man smiled and placed the garments on the shore, his eyes still fixated on the graceful figure in the water. As if he had divined Yun Ruashi's thoughts, he continued, "Your breakthrough was quite sudden. I feared someone might take the opportunity to harm you. Hence my vigilant watch from the shadows." After saying this, he regarded the astonished Yun Ruashi with a cheerful demeanor. Yun Ruashi stared at him in disbelief, pondering whether he had truly been observing her all along. "Who are you, and why do you wish to assist me?" "Fool, there is no reason." With a soft smile, he looked at Yun Ruashi with overwhelming affection. "You may call me Rongzhan." "Rongzhan? I have genuinely never heard of you." Rongzhan watched as Yun Ruashi's delicate lips formed the syllables of his name, feeling a sudden rush of heat in his abdomen. This girl was undeniably captivating, yet she remained blissfully unaware of her allure. Observing Yun Ruashi's lingering confusion and astonishment, Rongzhan had no intention of providing further clarification. Suppressing a chuckle, he deftly shifted the topic. "Could it be that you are so moved that you wish to offer yourself in return?" "Bah!" A flicker of indignation crossed Yun Ruashi's face. How shameless could he be? "Hey!" With a furrowed brow, Yun Ruashi still crossed her arms, unaware that the tighter her embrace, the more it accentuated a captivating curve across her chest. Rongzhan's lips curled into a devilish smile, his gaze burning as he beheld her slender waist submerged in water, alluringly voluptuous. Noticing that Rongzhan continued to stare at her intently, Yun Ruashi felt her face flush with heat, indignantly exclaiming, "Turn away. Don't you understand that it's inappropriate to gaze?" Rongzhan, somewhat entranced, gazed at her crimson lips, envisioning a tantalizing scene of her clad in his attire, his breath quickening. "All right," he thought, feeling his voice grow hoarse as he struggled against an overwhelming surge of desire. Clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity as he turned away, his mind consumed by illicit images. The sound of splashing water broke the silence, followed by the rustling of fabric as she donned clothing. Merely picturing her in his garments brought him to the brink of despair. He forced himself not to listen or think, but all efforts seemed futile. The more he closed his eyes and held his breath, the more the noises behind him stirred his sensitive nerves. Each time, he lost control due to her presence, just as he had in the past, and still did now. It felt as though he were ensnared by her enchantment, unable and unwilling to break free. Swiftly donning the male attire, Yun Ruashi attempted to roll up the sleeves and lift the hem, tying a knot at her waist to prevent the long garment from trailing on the ground. Though she considered herself tall among women, wearing this outfit made her acutely aware of her own insignificance. The fabric of the garment was remarkably delicate, yet, no matter how comfortable the attire, the sensation of being bound in it was truly. Yun Ruashi found it peculiar and awkward, for Rongzhan's clothing was ultimately ill-suited to her figure. "Is it on properly?" she inquired. After much effort, he managed to reclaim a fragment of his rationality. Turning around to gaze at Yun Ruashi, clad in his attire, his heart swelled with ardor and contentment, joy cascading gently from within. With a tender gaze akin to flowing water, Rongzhan endeavored to regain his voice, his words laced with profound reluctance. "If it's on, you should return and rest. After all, there is another competition tomorrow." His deep, oceanic eyes ensnared Yun Ruashi's heart, causing her to furrow her brow in confusion. Unable to comprehend the source of her disquiet, a strange sentiment flowed between them. As she felt the warmth of his gaze, a tremor ran through her chest, as if something had brushed past her, gentle and soft. An inexplicable sensation threatened to burst forth within her, reminiscent of something that had lingered for ages, embedded in her very essence. Unable to contain herself, she beheld the enchanting yet enigmatic man before her. The familiar yet foreign feelings left her heart in turmoil. Was he not merely a stranger? Why, then, did her heart begin to flutter? Entangled with the Prince of Jingnan, she had never experienced such a tumult of emotions. What on earth was happening? Yun Ruashi's thoughts spiraled in a myriad of directions, her mind punctuated by countless question marks. Such queries were foreign to her, and this newfound awareness left her in a state of bewilderment. Rongzhan stood before Yun Ruashi, unwavering, his gaze fixed upon her. She felt something, indeed. A multitude of past scenes flashed rapidly in his mind, igniting his excitement. Yun Ruashi dismissed the chaotic feelings swirling in her mind, a cold smile tugging at her lips as she turned to leave. Suddenly, she was forcefully pulled back, falling into his embrace, the world spinning around her. In her moment of shock, she felt herself held tightly against him. In the next instant, her lips were captured in an unexpected, fervent kiss. Yun Ruashi was utterly stunned, her brain short-circuiting, rendering her incapable of thought. Thump, thump, thump. She heard the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling his intense warmth envelop her. This sensation was comforting, providing a sense of security, as if her drifting soul had finally found a home. It felt so familiar. She fit so perfectly in his embrace, completely ensnared by him, with not a sliver of space between them. He captured her soft, tender lips, his tongue tracing the contours of her mouth, his breath intoxicatingly fragrant, drawing her deeper into a state of bliss. Dazed by the kiss, she opened her eyes, finding herself reflected in his wicked gaze. His dark eyes deepened, savoring the sweetness at his lips. He inhaled the refreshing scent of orchids from her hair, lost in her enchanting fragrance. He had thought that surreptitiously observing her would suffice. But in reality, it was an unattainable feat. He deepened the spontaneous kiss, voraciously imbibing the sweetness of her mouth, embracing her fervently, as if to assimilate her into his very being. His fingertips glided over her velvety cheeks, and he kissed her dazed eyes with tenderness, then gently touched her petite nose. Before his ardent lips returned to her sweet mouth, her pearly earlobes flushed a deep crimson, suffusing her entire neck with warmth. He lingered on one earlobe, its softness intoxicating him. She trembled slightly. He lowered his head to breathe against her neck, sensing her predictable tension, and murmured softly, "Good heavens!" She was truly capable of being the death of him. With a mischievous smile, he gently nibbled her neck, his agile tongue tracing circles on her skin. Her large eyes shimmered with a bewildered light, her body languid and powerless, waves of heat washing over her, desiring something, yet uncertain of what. Her arms, helpless yet instinctively familiar, clung to him, as if he were her lifeline. Gazing at her alluring face and feeling her endearing reactions, the tenderness in his dark eyes intensified. His chest heaving, his heart constricting, his entire being swelling with tension. She was firmly restrained by him, a sensation that was both sensual and subtly painful. He savored her captivating allure with an overbearing passion, his emotions teetering on the brink of losing control, yearning to dissolve the centuries of longing. She, too, trembled, her body aflame as his. Her neckline slipped, exposing her skin to the cool air, and a startlement ran through her. Abruptly pushing him away, her face flushed crimson, her eyes flashing with an icy coldness. She was incredulous that she had been so enraptured in the arms of a man she had only just met, a stark contrast to her normally fierce demeanor. Damn it! Receiving her instantaneously frigid gaze, he cursed inwardly, exhaling in frustration, his brow furrowed. The lingering touch of her softness on his hands filled him with reluctance. Had he truly been too impetuous, too long deprived? With a vigorous shake of his head, he forced himself to ignore the sensations that stirred and captivated him. Annoyed with herself for being so unreservedly and uncontrollably beguiled by him, she tightened her slipping collar, concealing every trace of exposed skin, her expression hardening. But, true to her nature, she swiftly regained her composure, her face regaining its former aloofness, now tinged with a subtle detachment, only a faint blush betraying the passion that had just transpired. "Before I change my mind, you had best disappear. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do," Yun Ruashi coldly remarked. Having lost the warmth in her embrace, Rongzhan struggled to steady the tumult in his chest. Lifting his head to gaze at her with lingering affection, a smile gracing his lips. The very woman who had shared tender moments with him just moments ago now transformed into a figure of ice and snow. Such was her nature, unchanged even after all these years. Observing her demeanor, which kept him at a distance, Rongzhan could not resist teasing her further. "Why? Are you afraid of falling in love with me? How audacious! Fall in love with you? Nonsense. You are the epitome of arrogance." Yun Ruashi shot him a fierce glare. "Today, you did not see me, and I did not see you. What transpired earlier was nothing." With a deep-seated resentment, She firmly delineated the boundaries between them, practically grinding her teeth as she spoke. With him? Absolutely not. Rongzhan's brow furrowed sharply, a sense of discomfort washing over him. He greatly disliked her attempts to sever their connection. You clearly enjoyed it as well, did you not? Rongzhan adopted a playful tone, concealing his displeasure. Yun Ruashi glared at him, infuriated by his audacity. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself, masking the darkness in her eyes and suppressing her icy fury. If you do not leave, I shall, she declared, but do not expect any change in my feelings due to today's events. With that, she turned on her heel and swiftly departed. A delicate fragrance of orchids lingered in the air. Rongzhan, with an amused expression, observed Yun Ruashi, whose alluring silhouette resembled that of a poppy. A hint of mischief played at the corners of his lips. As for Yun Ruashi, she hastily departed the forest, running with such fervor that she returned to the general's residence in less than a moment. It was only upon standing on her own territory that she allowed herself to catch her breath, pouring a glass of water to quench her thirst. Cough! Yun Ruashi nearly cursed under her breath. How could she choke on a mere sip of water? After finally calming herself, she took a deep breath. But the image of Rongzhan's wickedly enchanting smile and their soul-stirring kiss lingered in her mind, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. She vigorously slapped her cheeks, as if that would alleviate her discomfort. The events of the night were utterly bewildering. She couldn't comprehend when her willpower had become so feeble, rendering her utterly incapable of self-control. Yun Ruashi removed Rongzhan's outer garment draped over her shoulders and changed into her own attire, shaking her head in an effort to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. This method seemed somewhat effective. Holding Rongzhan's garment, her expression turned cold as she carelessly tossed it into the brazier, refusing to look back. She approached her bed, seated herself cross-legged, and with a deep gaze and tightly pressed lips, quickly centered her thoughts, taking a moment to reacquaint herself with her body after the profound transformation it had undergone. In the realm of cultivation professions, there exist 4 distinct classes: summoner, warrior, mage, and alchemist, each corresponding to the powers of summoning, combat, magic, and mana. Cultivators are classified from the 1st to the 3rd level as novice, characterized by a transparent yellow hue of combat prowess. Levels 4 to 6 are deemed intermediate, radiating a bright blue, while levels 7 to 9 are considered advanced, displaying a profound, luminous purple. Upon breaking through the 9th barrier, one ascends to the sacred levels 10 to 12, where their combat power transforms into a delicate silver. The methods of cultivation for these 4 professions vary significantly, tracing their origins back to the necessity of consolidating power to breach barriers for advancement. Every individual experiences immense suffering with each ascension. The higher the level, the greater the agony endured, prolonging the process. Upon reaching the advanced stage, failure to successfully break through or to withstand the accompanying torment may lead to a perilous descent into madness, with severe cases resulting in catastrophic demise, thus increasing the challenges associated with advancing to higher levels. Naturally, each person's physical condition and experiences differ, and not everyone encounters extraordinary fortunes like the cleansing of tendons and marrow. Among tens of thousands of cultivators, perhaps only one may arise, and whether they succeed in their breakthrough hinges on their own destiny. Today, Yun Ruashi fortuitously succeeded in her marrow cleansing. However, in all honesty, the pain she endured was scarcely a fraction of what others typically experience. Should the other cultivators learn of Yun Ruashi's seemingly effortless passage through this critical threshold, they would undoubtedly gaze in disbelief, pounding their chests and lamenting their plight. The 9th level barrier remained distinctly solid, leaving Yun Ruashi with a sense of helplessness. In her past life, she had been unable to break through. Was she destined to languish in this state, even in a different environment? With summoning power, combat strength, and magical prowess all at the 9th level, it seemed an insurmountable task. Did her need to overcome the 9th level barrier require triple the combat strength of an ordinary breakthrough? Yun Ruashi felt overwhelmed, for there were no precedents of anyone mastering 3 professions simultaneously, and she had no experience to draw upon. She could only rely on her own exploration. Steeling her resolve, she allowed the flow of energy within her meridians and blood to circulate with the rhythm of the beads, meticulously examining her body, completing one cycle after another. At first glance, her physical form appeared largely unchanged, but a closer inspection revealed that her muscles were denser and her bones possessed remarkable resilience. Her current physical condition had likely reached an exceptionally high level, truly a unique advantage. With such a gifted physique for cultivation, she would undoubtedly find her efforts yielding greater results with less expenditure of energy in the future. Moreover, there was a revelation that filled Yun Ruashi with delight. Even without exerting effort to activate it, her vital energy and meridians would operate autonomously. In other words, she could condense her energy for cultivation effortlessly at any time and place, even in her dreams. As the night swiftly passed, the sun rose, and Yun Ruashi opened her eyes. She discovered that the world bathed in light seemed somewhat different from before. Upon closer inspection, she was astounded. In the distance, Yun Ruashi could discern the intricate patterns of feathers on the birds soaring above, while up close, the fine hairs on the legs of insects appeared strikingly clear under magnification. The rhythm of leaves falling at the entrance, the ripples created by fish swimming in the pond, and the vibrations of vendors' vocal cords as they called out on the streets. All these sensations permeated Yun Ruashi's consciousness with undeniable clarity. The world was undeniably vivid. Suddenly, Yun Ruashi reminisced about the moment she transcended from intermediate to advanced. It was then that she felt the world was extraordinarily real and wondrous. Now, in this bright and transcendent state, she was overwhelmed with joy. A maid brought in fresh water for washing, and as Yun Ruashi reached for the basin, a brilliant white caught her eye. Goodness, was this truly her skin? Last night, during her bath, the lighting had been dim, but now Yun Ruashi truly recognized the transformation within herself. Raising her hand, she observed her skin, which was now exquisitely fair and delicate, with a texture so fine it felt ethereal to the touch. This cleansing of sinews and marrow had genuinely revitalized her body from within. Standing before a copper mirror, Yun Ruashi gazed at her still unremarkable face, which had clearly become much fairer. Though her features may not have been conventionally attractive, they shone with brilliance, giving her an otherworldly grace. If yesterday she had seemed as dull as mud, today she appeared as radiant as the clouds. Sister, are you awake? I'll accompany you to today's competition. Just as Yun Ruashi was lost in her reverie, the cacophony of footsteps outside abruptly interrupted her, along with an irritating voice that rushed into the room. Her previously buoyant mood was instantly shattered by the audacity of that voice. She turned her face, furrowing her brows as she gazed out the door, only to see Yun Xiaolu burst in with an air of recklessness. Yun Ruashi stared wide-eyed at him, exclaiming, "Have you gone mad?" This second-generation heir seemed utterly oblivious to his surroundings. "Hee, dear sister, please do not be angry," Yun Xiaolu said, pulling a chair to sit beside her, casting a sycophantic glance her way. "Are you ready? Mother mentioned I should accompany you, just in case anything goes awry." Yun Ruashi raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Xiaolu. Just in case? Who would believe that? A shiver ran down Yun Xiaolu's spine under her scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, she was his elder sister, and just her piercing stare could strike fear. Not to mention, she was a high-level summoner. This competition was destined to be a surefire win, with odds of 1 to 100, despite his initial investment. It certainly appeared he would reap substantial rewards. Haraha. 028 Anger at the prodigal son. Yun Ruashi surveyed Yun Xiaolu from head to toe, her amusement evident as she noted his excessive self-satisfaction. Pouring a glass of water leisurely, she suddenly inquired without raising her head, "How much did you wager?" "Not much. Merely 200,000 taels in silver. If I weren't facing financial constraints lately, I could have bet even more." Yun Xiaolu inadvertently revealed his clandestine betting activities, and upon meeting Yun Ruashi's piercing gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. Sister." He hastily grasped her sleeve, unsure how to retract his earlier confession. 200,000 taels is, indeed, not a trifling amount. Yun Ruashi coldly extracted her sleeve from his grip, her tone unyielding. "Sister has been quite generous to you. Not only must I compete on stage, but I also have to earn money for you. It is no easy task." Cough, cough. "Sister, please listen to me. It was that scoundrel from the minister's family who provoked me. He has long harbored feelings for Zhao Gui and insisted that you would surely lose." Not daring to lift his gaze, Yun Xiaolu hurriedly confessed, "I couldn't bear it. Besides, things were so tense at that moment. I don't know how it happened, but blood rushed to my head, and—" "So you lost your composure when provoked. Is it? Very well." Yun Ruashi scoffed. Yun Xiaolu dared not retort, muttering under his breath, "Wasn't this all for you? 200,000 taels is not an insignificant sum. It constitutes my entire fortune. Moreover, sister, You are destined to triumph over Zhao Gui. My contest with Zhao Gui is my own affair. What about you? Believing that achieving the rank of a senior warrior absolves one from the pursuit of further excellence. Yun Roashi felt a pang of frustration as she observed her brother, a second-generation heir, languishing in the company of dubious companions, devoid of any determination. Indeed, her brother was naive and lacked profound thoughts, treating cultivation merely as a casual pastime, showing no earnest commitment. Although attaining the 9th level is commendable for a warrior, he has been excessively sheltered since birth, never encountering significant trials, let alone the harsh realities of the battlefield. Just a few days prior, he had been flustered when confronted by a beast summoned by a 5th-level summoner. Fortunately, as a high-ranking summoner herself, Yun Ruashi managed to stabilize the fire Qilin during Yun Xiaolu's battle against Yi Xian, bestowing upon him an enhancement skill that ignited his fighting spirit, allowing him to retaliate fiercely against the Yi family's young master. However, the Yi family, known for their vengeful nature, had long been estranged from the Yun family. And with their scion humiliated before the eyes of the world, they would undoubtedly harbor intense animosity towards the Yun family. Should Yun Xiaolu encounter a slightly stronger adversary from the Yi family in the future, it could very well cost him his life. Sister, I'm still young. There's no rush with cultivation. Bang! Yun Ruashi slammed her palm on the table, splashing half of the water from the cup. Yun Xiaolu, gazing at his sister with a fierce demeanor, shrank back in fear. No rush. When will you feel the urgency? Only when the Yi family stands at your door, ready to battle again. Yun Ruashi exclaimed, hands on her hips, genuinely exasperated with her brother. Yun Xiaolu, at a loss for words, realized that despite having severely reprimanded Yi Xian last time, the animosity between them had long been deep-seated. Once that despicable person recovered, he would undoubtedly have to engage in another fierce confrontation. Contemplating this, Yun Xiaolu's face flushed with embarrassment. I ask you, have you managed to refine the inner elixir you ingested that day? And no. Yun Xiaolu confessed with a woeful countenance. The recent events had been overwhelming. And he had, forgotten. Very well. You shall go nowhere. Return to your chamber and concentrate on your cultivation. You may only emerge once you have successfully refined the inner elixir. Should I discover that you have not completed the task and dare to show your face, you will face dire consequences. Yun Ruashi threatened, shaking her fist menacingly in front of Yun Xiaolu. Upon witnessing this, Yun Xiaolu felt as though he were teetering on the brink of despair. Could she truly be his sister? She was behaving like a tyrannical ancestor. However, he still needed to participate in the competition alongside her. Mother had instructed him to look after his sister, and he had a wager of 200,000 taels to reclaim. As for the competition, you need not concern yourself. I shall retrieve your wager for you. When the time comes, you may place it with me, and consider it a reward for your alchemical endeavors. Yun Ruashi continued. Sister, you cannot do this. Yun Xiaolu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though he were about to faint from the overwhelming situation. What? Do you still have objections? No. It is not. Sister has toiled immensely. No matter how much money is bestowed upon her, it is merely deserved. Oh, the pain. His flesh, it aches. He instructed the servants to prepare the horses, and young Master Yun, exuberantly supporting his sister Yun Ruashi, who was more venerable than the Empress Dowager herself, made his way towards the entrance. Along the way, he chattered incessantly, embodying the essence of an unparalleled matron, blissfully unaware of his demeanor. Upon reaching the gates of the general's residence, young Master Yun swiftly dashed outside, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Noticing everything remained as usual, he turned back, still somewhat reluctant, to face Yun Ruashi. Sister, the scene of battle is far too gruesome. Father disapproves of mother going. If I do not accompany you, will you not be left all alone, which would be rather pitiable, wouldn't it? With lingering reluctance, the young heir continued to hope that Yun Ruashi, the revered figure, would retract her decision. Yun Ruashi scrutinized young Master Yun from head to toe, even from within to without, her brows furrowing tightly, remaining silent. It seemed this fellow was still not resigned to his fate. In truth, it is merely a matter of one day. Once you return from your duel with Zhao Gui, I shall enter seclusion. I shall not venture out until I have refined my inner elixir. Although young Master Yun felt as though he were being pierced by 1,000 needles under her gaze, his eyes still sparkled with innocence. Do not doubt me. I swear by the heavens. Yun Ruashi offered no response, the slight curve of her lips gradually flattening, her voice cool. Aside from swearing, what else could he possibly wish to convey? Her simple yet profound words resonated with weight. Young Master Yun was taken aback, his gaze locking onto Yun Ruashi's eyes, which mirrored the depth of night, a chill rushing through him. He touched his nose, his voice trembling slightly. "Oh, sister, you must be careful. I won't go. I will practice." He hoped fervently that his fears were unfounded. Yun Ruashi chose not to respond, nimbly turning to mount her horse, casting a sidelong glance at the immobile second son of the Yun family, and shaking her fist. "All right, I'll return immediately." Yun Xiaolu turned and dashed away. But with a sharp intake of breath, his horse faltered, nearly collapsing under him. He strained to straighten up, finally regaining his posture. Yun Xiaolu muttered to himself, "I am the son of a distinguished general's household, well acquainted with countless people. Even when faced with the fierce old man Yun, I remained unflustered and agile. Yet today, confronting a mere woman, I nearly stumbled." However, he acknowledged that his sister's newfound aura was indeed formidable. Had he not possessed a thick skin, he would have long been consumed by her fiery presence, unable to maintain his bravado. Reflecting on this, Yun Xiaolu couldn't help but grin foolishly, though he genuinely wished to witness the duel between his elder sister and Zhao Gui. At that moment, in the capital, the streets were largely deserted, with only a few hurried passers-by glancing at Yun Ruashi as they hurried by, their expressions marked by urgency. Yun Ruashi rode at a leisurely pace towards the martial arts square, her demeanor as casual as if she were simply strolling through the marketplace, devoid of any tension or fear. Raising her hand, she concentrated her martial energy, and with a swift motion, a deep radiance blossomed from her palm. Deep purple, still deep purple, as a prodigy once esteemed in the realm of cultivation in her past life. The hue of her battle prowess at the time of her demise remained a somber and profound violet, an exceedingly dismal achievement. Since the heavens have bestowed upon her the retention of her former abilities in this life, she ought not to squander this opportunity. She is determined to ascend to the rank of Silver Saint. As for the transcendent level beyond the Saint rank, to date, no individual has emerged from any of the four nations. Only the legendary Wuji Tianzuan, who, a century ago, broke through the Saint rank and entered the realm of Tianzuan, is mentioned in whispers. After establishing Wuji Island, Wuji Tianzuan retreated, entrusting all island affairs to the elders while he himself vanished without a trace. Akin to a dragon that neither shows its head nor tail. Within a century, the esteemed elders developed Wuji Island into an unprecedented force. Aside from the inner disciples cultivating on the island, the number of outer disciples affiliated with Wuji Island across the four nations is incalculable. Among them are numerous officials from the four nations' courts, and thus, the name of Wuji Island resounded throughout the universe, leaving little room for other powers to contend. Given her current capabilities, fantasizing about the Tianzuan level seems a mere folly. It would be more pragmatic to proceed steadily, step by step. In her previous life, she focused solely on her own cultivation and comprehension, neglecting practical combat, and perhaps this was the crux of her difficulties in breaking through. Yun Ruashi slightly furrowed her brow. Lost in contemplation, and an unparalleled, innate charm emanated from her being, transcending mere appearance. It is this delicate temperament that causes passers-by to glance sideways. Even amidst the bustling city, seemingly as detached as the Tianshan snow lotus from the mundane world. Since yesterday, the duel between the legitimate daughter of the Yun family and Princess Zhao Gui has become the most fervently discussed topic in the streets. Many enthusiasts have gathered. Some subtly mock the rivalry between the two women, while others are eager to witness the long-awaited spectacle of a duel in the Shenluo kingdom, both drawn by the allure of the event. Before long, Yun Ruashi arrived on horseback at the Martial Square, situated at the northernmost part of the capital. Upon observing the square teeming with spectators, she felt a surge of astonishment. No wonder the streets were so deserted, as her contest with Zhao Gui had indeed drawn a crowd of thousands. A smirk of derision involuntarily graced Yun Ruashi's face. Surrounding the square, the clamor of voices filled the air. In the distance, banners fluttered, and a closer inspection revealed the names of several prominent gambling houses emblazoned in bold characters. The imminent clash between Princess Zhao Gui and the Yun family's legitimate daughter was unprecedentedly fervent, shrouded in suspense, with a chance for profit. You risk nothing, and everyone rejoices. Is there anyone left to place a bet? A casino attendant, it seems, had effortlessly woven together a catchy refrain, enticing the crowd to wager. In an instant, the area outside the competition was a throng of people, the calls for betting rising and falling like the tide. indicating that the citizens of the capital were indeed rather unoccupied. In the center of the plaza, Princess Zhao Gui, clad in a striking red ensemble, had been waiting for quite some time. Her exquisite face bore unmistakable signs of impatience and anger. How could Yun Ruoshi, this foolish woman, treat her, a dignified princess, with such disdain? Not only was she late, but she also made Zhao Gui endure this intolerable wait. It was simply outrageous. Princess Zhao Gui, a paragon of beauty and grace. In truth, Yun Ruoshi had little impression of this so-called genius princess's true martial prowess. Although she had frequently encountered Zhao Gui in the past, suffering her wrath, it seemed that Zhao Gui had seldom exerted her full strength in their confrontations. Thus, while Zhao Gui was indeed arrogant, she was not entirely without redeeming qualities. However, the animosity had been established, and with the recent changes in Dong Haonan's demeanor, Zhao Gui likely harbored genuine murderous intent towards her. Shaking off the memories, Yun Ruoshi maintained an air of serene composure on her delicate face. Observing the irate Zhao Gui, she felt a surge of contempt. If this was what could be deemed a genius, then the kingdom of Shenglu had truly fallen short in nurturing talent. Very well, today, she would strip this so-called genius maiden of her illustrious title. On one side of the plaza, King Jing'an, Dong Haonan, donned a magnificent robe adorned with intricate patterns. Crowned with a jade-encrusted silver tiara and cinched at the waist with a belt of black and white jade, exuding an imposing presence. Beside him sat a middle-aged man clad in a long robe of azure embellished with cloud motifs, similarly crowned with a silver tiara. The two sat quietly, attended to with utmost care by their servants. Not far from them, several elderly men with gray hair were gathered, exchanging occasional words among themselves. It appears that today, a considerable number of spectators have gathered to witness the duel. With a cold smile, Yun Ruoshi executed a graceful and effortless leap into the center of the square, resembling a butterfly gliding through a courtyard. In an instant, a wave of murmurs surged through the crowd as they eagerly watched the two contenders poised to engage in a life-and-death battle. Look, that is the so-called foolish lady of the general's residence. She is utterly unremarkable. There is simply no comparison to Princess Zhao Gui. Observing her, they concluded she possessed little strength and dared to challenge the prodigious Princess Zhao Gui. This time, her defeat seemed inevitable. Such arrogance. To compete with Princess Zhao Gui for a man. Judging by the princess's demeanor, one could surmise she had already reached the pinnacle of level 8. It seems that the girl from the Yun family has little chance of victory. Princess Zhao Gui is bound to triumph. Alas, my wager was insufficient. Yun Ruoshi's phoenix-like eyes shimmered with a subdued light as she offered a faint smile, clearly able to hear the whispers around her. Yet her expression remained devoid of any irritation. Dong Haonan, observing Yun Ruoshi's composed demeanor as she approached, felt a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. His lips curving into a slight smile. His gaze scrutinized her, yet the young master of the Yun family maintained a steadfast focus, never casting a glance towards the king of Jingnan. Is this truly the legitimate daughter of the Yun family? The young man in azure inquired, his face betraying no emotion. Dong Haonan responded with a somewhat disappointed hum. The young man in azure offered no further comment, leisurely reclining in his armchair, sipping tea while casting a sidelong glance at Yun Ruoshi, nodding slightly as he noted her intriguing presence. Several elderly gentlemen observed Yun Ruoshi's calm entrance into the arena, some stroking their beards, others deep in thought, all bearing expressions of mild astonishment. Oh, the young lady of the Yun family seems to carry an even greater air than I do, exclaimed Zhao Gui, her eyes narrowed in indignation. Your Highness jests. Perhaps you did not sleep well last night and rose too early? Yet, Ruoshi had indeed enjoyed a restful slumber, otherwise, how could she dare to compete with the illustrious princess? With an air of keen interest, Yun Ruoshi cast a smile towards Zhao Gui. Although the mirth did not quite reach her eyes, forcefully suppressing her simmering rage, Zhao Gui let out a cold snort, waving her hand dismissively. Enough of this trivial banter. Let us begin. Without a hint of modesty, she took a small step forward, her movement oddly enigmatic. Yun Ruoshi, her expression now serious, subtly shifted her stance, raising her delicate hand without revealing an ounce of martial force. Zhao Gui's toes lightly tapped the ground, pivoting with grace, charging towards Yun Ruoshi's flank. A vibrant purple aura emanating from her, reminiscent of an enchanting lotus. With a horizontal sweep of her palm, a peculiar gust of energy surged towards Yun Ruoshi's side, aiming for her ribs. As the palm, glowing with purple light, sped toward her, an anticipatory silence engulfed the martial arts plaza, which was soon shattered by a chorus of admiration. Truly, the prodigious princess Zhao Gui was exceptional, judging by the color of her martial prowess. She was nearing the pinnacle of level 8. Unfazed, Yun Ruashi gracefully maneuvered her steps, effortlessly evading Zhao Gui's oncoming assault. Zhao Gui employed her skills with remarkable ease, even in comparison to her former self. If she wished to inflict harm, it would require a substantial enhancement of her abilities. After all, she possessed a unique amalgamation of 3 professions: the precision of a summoner, the strength of a warrior, and the acumen of a mage, qualities unattainable by any singular vocation. Furthermore, following the refinement of her essence, Yun Ruashi's perceptive abilities had nearly doubled, allowing her to vividly visualize Zhao Gui's trajectory and intent of attack within the fleeting moments preceding her movements. However, Zhao Gui's agility appeared rather enigmatic. Her movements were languid and seemingly devoid of force, yet they concealed a formidable supernatural power. Should a warrior of equivalent rank become ensnared by her gusts of wind, extricating themselves would prove quite challenging. Upon entering the fray, Zhao Gui unleashed her Master's signature techniques, the Celestial Step and Purple Bee Entanglement. Yet Yun Ruashi effortlessly evaded them. Observing Yun Ruashi's composed demeanor, Zhao Gui felt a constriction in her chest. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her strength once more, executing another Purple Bee Entanglement with even greater ferocity and an increasingly unpredictable path. Indeed, the princess was a rare prodigy in martial arts. Having ascended to a high rank at the tender age of 12, she had soared to the pinnacle of level 8 within a mere 2 years. While the royal family employed various secret methods and elixirs to nurture her physique, it was her exceptional talent that had propelled her to such heights. At the tender age of 12, she entered the Martial Arts Academy, where the institution meticulously selected the most suitable martial techniques for her cultivation. It is evident now that even advanced skills such as the Celestial Step and the Purple Bee Entanglement are wielded by Zhao Gui with remarkable proficiency and commanding presence, eliciting approving nods from the elderly spectators at the sidelines. In stark contrast to the impassive demeanor of the man in blue, Dong Haonan's brow furrowed in anxiety, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. Initially, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Zhao Gui would refrain from delivering a fatal blow to Yun Ruashi. Yet, it has become apparent that such optimism was merely a figment of his imagination. What should he do? If this continues, isn't Yun Ruashi in peril? However, once the blood oath of the duel is sworn, it cannot be undone without dire consequences. Should any party retract their commitment, they would be doomed to be consumed by the heavens, leaving them without a grave. Dong Haonan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a testament to his mounting tension. Noticing the unusual behavior of the typically unflappable king of Jingnan, the man in blue couldn't help but feel astonished. Straightening his posture to observe Dong Haonan with keen interest, was this truly the same king of Jingnan who remained unperturbed amidst the chaos of countless battles? Meanwhile, Yun Ruashi remained composed, engaging in a playful skirmish with Zhao Gui, refraining from employing any of her techniques, even neglecting to utilize her advanced summoner's enhancement skills. The more Zhao Gui grappled with Yun Ruashi, the more vexed she became. Was this truly the incompetent fool she had presumed? How could she repeatedly evade her attacks? It seemed she had indeed underestimated her. Nevertheless, Zhao Gui held unwavering confidence in herself, apart from Yu Xian, the 5th-level summoner from the Yi family. She had never feared anyone. Even the 9th-level warrior Yun Xiaolu from the Yun family would not stand a chance against her in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, she has never regarded cultivation as a significant matter, only knowing how to cling to the foolish and inept brother Haonan. Zhao Gui's offensive grew increasingly fierce. With a swift movement, she leaned forward slightly, her left hand executing a feigned palm strike that obstructed Yun Ruashi's line of sight, while all her strength coalesced in her right hand. With a deft maneuver, her palm rotated, and following her left hand, her right hand surged forth, aiming directly at Yun Ruashi's face. Yun Ruashi let out a cold laugh, her body retreating as she drew her left hand back, meeting Zhao Gui's solid strike head-on with her right hand, where a deep violet hue suddenly appeared in her palm. A resounding thud echoed as their palms collided. Zhao Gui's expression was one of disbelief, her jaw clenched tightly, cold sweat pouring down her forehead, and the right sleeve of her crimson attire erupted. revealing a network of bruises that marred her fair and delicate arm. Hiss! Zhao Gui snapped back to reality, her lips trembling violently as she inhaled sharply through her clenched teeth, only then realizing the excruciating pain radiating from her right arm, which sent waves of numbness coursing through her chest. In stark contrast, Yun Ruashi stood opposite her, a serene smile gracing her face. With a gentle wave of her palm, the profound violet in her hand deepened further. As Yun Ruashi turned her hand, the surrounding air shimmered slightly, seemingly gnarled energy transforming into an intangible essence. In that moment, the martial square, crowded with thousands, fell into an eerie silence where even the sound of a delicate embroidered needle dropping could be heard. The faces of the onlookers were etched with shock, as they recalled the astonishing spectacle that had just unfolded. The colors manifesting in Miss Yun's palm were an exquisite shade of deep purple. Remarkably, she possessed the ability to condense her fighting spirit entirely within her hand, unleashing it at will. This revelation suggested that Miss Yun was indeed of the 9th tier, having reached its pinnacle. Onlookers shared similar speculations, their astonishment palpable. Not only were the elderly men with white hair taken aback, but even the man in green stared in disbelief. Dong Haonan was rendered nearly speechless by his astonishment. The Yun family, it appeared, was a hidden reservoir of talent. The expressions of those present grew solemn as the previously one-sided situation shifted dramatically. Had they not witnessed the solidified purple hue in Yun Ruashi's palm, who would dare believe that this woman, who had been relentlessly pursuing the king of Jing'an, was on the verge of breaking through to become a high-ranking warrior? It seemed that the title of Genius Maiden was far too extravagant when associated with Princess Zhao Gui. This contest indeed held considerable uncertainty. In contrast to Zhao Gui's immediate and searing pain upon taking her position, Yun Ruashi felt no discomfort whatsoever. She methodically examined her body, discovering a faint stream of energy coursing rapidly through her, invigorating her blood. Her veins tingled with a refreshing chill, providing immense comfort, while her muscles and bones underwent a subtle yet perceptible enhancement. "You have lost," she declared. Could it be that practical combat truly contributes significantly to one's personal growth? Zhao Gui gazed at Yun Ruashi, who, after injuring her, appeared lost in thought, fueling her indignation. She concentrated anew, channeling her energy to launch another assault on Yun Ruashi. Yet, Yun Ruashi remained unperturbed, standing her ground with calm resolve. Bang, bang, bang. The series of disconcerting, grim sounds echoed, accompanied by the muffled cries of pain escaping from Zhao Gui's lips, reverberating through the air. After engaging in a genuine clash with Yun Ruashi, the energy unleashed struck Zhao Gui's body, inflicting a piercing agony that contorted her delicate features. The throbbing sensation in her chest gnawed at her nerves, as the veins in her arms pulsated violently, signaling that she had indeed overexerted herself. Tilting her head slightly, Zhao Gui glanced at her right palm, which had turned crimson and appeared swollen. She could hardly fathom that following such an intense exchange, she bore the injuries while Yun Ruashi remained utterly unscathed. Damn that ugly woman, Zhao Gui thought, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood at the corner of her mouth, her eyes blazing with fury. Yun Ruashi, sensing the subtle changes within her body, closed her eyes, dismissing Zhao Gui entirely. However, this gesture pierced Zhao Gui deeply, making her feel utterly belittled by that incompetent, ugly woman. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves, questioning why the young lady of the Yun family had closed her eyes. Was she surrendering? Such a notion seemed implausible. If she were truly yielding, would she engage in combat with such confidence? The spectators at the sidelines remained utterly silent. Although the duel had only just commenced, Princess Zhao Gui found herself at a disadvantage. If this continued, the consequences would indeed be dire. The elderly onlookers, who had initially held high hopes for Zhao Gui, exchanged glances filled with concern. They had anticipated an effortless victory for her, believing this contest would serve to elevate her status within the kingdom. Little did they expect that Miss Yun from the Yun family, concealing her brilliance, would prove to be an even more extraordinary martial artist than the talented Zhao Gui herself. What could be done now? Regardless of who emerged injured, the elders felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, a blood oath had been sworn. There would be no retreat until one lay dead or the other victorious. No one could escape the retribution of breaking such a vow. The expressions on the faces of the crowd shifted, plunging the atmosphere of the arena into an eerie tension. Dong Haonan observed the unfolding scene with a gaze filled with complexity. Just how deeply had she hidden her true strength? A flicker of malice crossed Zhao Gui's face as she regarded the poised Yun Ruashi, who stood effortlessly like a lotus bathed in moonlight. Yun Ruashi, do you dare to harm me? Today, you shall meet your demise here. Yun Ruashi appeared unfazed by Zhao Gui's venomous words, remaining still like a serene figure amid chaos. With a sudden leap, Zhao Gui closed the distance with an ethereal grace, resembling a seductive serpent. A glimmer of silver flashed as she unleashed a strike aimed directly at Yun Ruashi. With her hands descending, a surge of deep purple energy erupted from the ground, creating a fierce wind that tousled Yun Ruashi's hair and amplified the intensity of her presence. With a light and agile step, she charged directly at Zhao Gui. Employing no elaborate maneuvers, her approach was straightforward and resolute. With a swift motion of her right hand, Zhao Gui summoned a fierce gust of wind, a silvery radiance swiftly slicing toward Yun Ruashi's chest. Yun Ruashi gracefully pivoted, evading the attack without ever opening her phoenix-like eyes. Observing Yun Ruashi's deft maneuver, Zhao Gui's expression turned icy. The silvery light in her hand suddenly erupted, blossoming into a resplendent flower of gunfire. From this flower emerged yet more blooms, layers of dazzling white light scattering outward, stinging the eyes of onlookers. Amidst the blinding brilliance seeped an icy chill, each beam of light concealing a lethal intent. As if foreseeing the impending assault, Yun Ruashi circled her hands, reinforcing her defenses. A transparent wall of light materialized, standing resolutely between her and Zhao Gui, repelling all the white radiance beyond its threshold. Zhao Gui's face betrayed a flicker of surprise, yet the white light surged forth once more towards Yun Ruashi. With a graceful sidestep, Yun Ruashi evaded Zhao Gui's strike with perfect timing. Her movements were precise and unhurried as she deftly maneuvered through the residual white light, seizing Zhao Gui by the throat. In a desperate bid, Zhao Gui struck out with the white light, attempting to liberate herself from Yun Ruashi's grasp. However, she found herself utterly powerless, shock coursing through her. Seizing the momentum, Yun Ruashi deftly disarmed Zhao Gui, wrenching the white light from her grasp and transforming it into a shifting silvery flower, poised directly against Zhao Gui's temple. Onlookers held their breath, eyes wide with tension, afraid to blink. The man in blue suddenly rose from his seat, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Nearby, Dong Haonan exhaled heavily, finally releasing the weight that had hung over him. You have lost. The placid tone reverberated across the martial plaza like a thunderclap. Observing the stillness at the arena's center, the surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence. Had the contest concluded so swiftly, so simply? This battle seemed almost too facile for the Yun family scion. Abruptly, a murmur arose from the throng. Yun Ruashi had emerged victorious. Princess Zhao Gui had been vanquished. Did this not imply that Princess Zhao Gui would forfeit an arm? Heavens! Yun Ruashi arched an eyebrow, gazing at the somewhat dazed Zhao Gui. With one hand, she clasped her throat, while the other held Zhao Gui's silver blade against her head, intending no undue coercion. Impossible! How could she have been bested by this incompetent woman? Zhao Gui glared daggers at Yun Ruashi, wishing she possessed 1,000 arms to tear the unsightly woman before her into shreds. Zhao Gui's heart felt as though it were being devoured by myriad ants. Resentment and fury contorted her comely features into a grotesque mask. With a fleeting glint in her eyes, Zhao Gui seized a moment of Yun Ruashi's inattention. She abruptly raised her calf, the crimson tip of her boot revealing a concealed barb, which whistled towards Yun Ruashi with a gust of fierce wind. The gale howled, carrying with it a cloying, acrid scent. Ah, the hidden blade was envenomed. The crowd was aghast. Princess Zhao Gui, defeated, would stoop to ambushing the Yun family's daughter? How utterly shameless. Yun Ruashi scoffed, having anticipated Princess Zhao Gui's stratagem. Her dark eyes narrowed, her jade-like legs swept across, striking Zhao Gui's thigh muscle squarely. With a thud, Zhao Gui's calf buckled in pain, and in that instant of lost footing, she was once more firmly restrained by Yun Ruashi. Resentment gnawed at Zhao Gui's heart as she extended another leg, a clandestine glint emanating from her boot tip. Yun Ruashi once more evaded the concealed blade, her left hand unleashing a torrent of crimson that engulfed the silver light in her grasp. A disdainful snort escaped her lips, deeming Zhao Gui's actions as courting death. Aghast, Zhao Gui found herself defenseless as a searing sensation engulfed her cheek, blood cascading down her face. A bizarre, blood-tinged piece of flesh hurtled through the air, landing within the arena. Onlookers were aghast, realizing it was none other than Zhao Gui's ear. A moment of numbness gave way to excruciating pain, magnified countless times. Zhao Gui clutched at her blood-spurting cheek, momentarily stunned before erupting in a scream. Aya! My ear! Aya! The elders and the man in azure robes at the sidelines paled, utterly dumbfounded. The vast majority of those present had failed to discern Yun Ruashi's movements, and even those who had witnessed it were powerless to intervene. The azure-robed man's countenance underwent a drastic change as he leaped from his chair, rushing forward with hasty strides. "Physician! Where is the physician?" he exclaimed, his voice fraught with anxiety. The crowd parted, and several individuals carrying medical kits rushed to the center of the plaza, towards the injured Princess Zhao Gui. The remaining elders and Dong Haonan swiftly followed suit. The situation within the arena escalated rapidly as fully armed guards, bearing long spears, surged forth, forming an impenetrable barrier around the plaza. The onlookers stood in a state of shock, none anticipating the current predicament. We exchanged glances, our breaths held in trepidation. At that moment, the martial square felt as though it were alive with tension. Dong Haonan furrowed his brows, fixating on Yun Ruashi, astonished by her ruthless demeanor. If the royal family were to hold her accountable, how could she possibly evade the repercussions? Yun Ruashi cast a peculiar glance at Dong Haonan, her expression unchanged, as dark and inscrutable as the night. Her eyes were calm and indifferent, as unfathomable as ever, as if the recent bloodshed were not of her doing. Showing no concern for her own precarious situation. Observing her nonchalance, Dong Haonan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that their fates were now left to the whims of destiny. "Uncle, ah!" Zhao Gui writhed in pain, her regal composure utterly shattered. Luo Qingcong held her thrashing body tightly, attempting to restrain her movements while signaling the physicians to act swiftly. The doctors, in a state of urgency, divided their tasks. Some staunched Zhao Gui's bleeding. Others hurriedly administered medication, while a few tended to the severed ear that lay upon the ground, gesturing to place it close to her cheek. However, it appeared that Zhao Gui's left ear was beyond salvation. "What now? Can the princess's ear be reattached?" Luo Qingcong shouted in desperation. The physicians fell silent, paralyzed by fear, none daring to utter a word. Frustration surged within Luo Qingcong as he surveyed the timid doctors, his anger boiling over. "Incompetent fools! A bunch of useless wretches!" The delicate face of Zhao Gui flushed with shades of red and black, as she sensed the precariousness of her ears. In that moment, she disregarded everything else and forcefully pushed aside the several imperial physicians who had rushed to staunch the bleeding. "Fools! My ears!" Zhao Gui screamed, her voice chilling. "If the princess loses her ears, each of you shall sever your own as atonement. Lord, spare us. Yuer, do not be afraid. Your royal uncle is here." Luo Qingcong stepped forward, embracing Zhao Gui tightly, then turned his furious gaze upon Yun Ruashi. Noticing Luo Qingcong's fierce stare, Yun Ruashi smiled lightly. "So, this is another prince of the Shenluo kingdom?" Initially, she had not paid much attention to him. Dressed in luxurious brocade and seated alongside Dong Haonan, he undoubtedly held a distinguished status. However, his identity was of little concern to her, until she realized he was none other than Emperor Luo Yuantu's younger brother, Luo Qingcong. At the time of a life-and-death duel, the emperor, who publicly professed an unparalleled affection for Princess Zhao Gui, was absent, leaving instead a prince referred to as the royal uncle. Was Emperor Luo Yuantu overly confident in his daughter's safety, or was Luo Qingcong excessively indulgent towards his niece? The situation was indeed peculiar. How intriguing. Cut off your own arm. Yun Ruashi swiftly analyzed the situation, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she gazed at Prince Luo Qingcong of the Shenluo kingdom. "What audacity! How dare you harm the princess?" Luo Qingcong's face turned nearly ashen with rage. Yun Ruashi stood tall, unperturbed by the unfolding events. In a life-and-death duel, how could there be talk of harm? You have already triumphed. Why then must you sever Zhao Gui's ear? Such an act was not stipulated in our blood oath. Luo Qingcong bellowed, his voice laced with fury. The prince only saw the ear I had severed from Zhao Gui, yet he failed to notice her initial sneak attack upon me. Did he? Yun Ruashi's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Observing Zhao Gui, who was on the brink of unconsciousness from pain, Luo Qingcong felt a surge of anguish, and disregarding his status, he shouted in wrath. But Zhao Gui did not succeed, did she? If today Ruashi had been even slightly slower in her reaction, she could have perished on the martial square, and Zhao Gui would have emerged victorious, thereby breaking the blood oath. Is that not so? Yun Ruashi lifted her chin. meeting Luo Qingsong's murderous gaze with a cold, crystalline smile. Alas, Ruashi's fate is resilient. She shall not fulfill the prince's desires. You lunatic. This is sheer nonsense. Luo Qingsong teetered on the brink of fury. How so? Have I struck a nerve, your highness? Yun Ruashi narrowed her eyes, a glint of profundity flashing in her phoenix-like gaze. It appears that the royal family is but a reflection of this. They permit themselves to ignite flames while forbidding the common folk from lighting a single candle. Before the watchful eyes of the public today, the prince displayed an unmistakable bias in favor of Princess Xiaogui while relentlessly casting blame upon Ruoxi. How could he not fear the repercussions of such glaring injustice? Yun Ruoxi maintained an extraordinary calmness, exuding an air of composure akin to a mountain unshaken by an earthquake. This poise left the onlookers astounded. The elderly gentlemen nearby, witnessing the prince's partiality, quietly harbored their discontent. Under the oath of blood, any attempt to impose injustice contravenes the natural order. Yun Ruoxi cast a glance at the contemplative elders beside her, who were likely seniors from the martial arts academy. The elders had concealed their identities until now. Thus, they were taken aback when Yun Ruoxi revealed their affiliations. Among them, the most authoritative elder stepped forward, slightly clasping his hands and stating, "Indeed, I am the old warrior Xiaoyang's son, accompanied by these gentlemen from the martial arts academy. Pray tell, what insight does Miss Yun wish to impart?" Being esteemed seniors of the academy, they were certain to provide Ruoxi with a fair resolution. Yun Ruoxi remained icy in her demeanor. Observing this, Luo Qingsong's eyes darkened with a glint of malevolence, his countenance growing even more frigid. "Miss Yun, we are well aware of the matters you have raised. I believe all present today possess an inner scale of justice." Miss Yun upheld the oath of blood and committed no transgressions during the contest, ultimately securing victory. Xiaoyangsen paused, surveying the assembly both within and outside the arena. Before continuing, Princess Zhigui's defeat in the competition led to her resorting to underhanded tactics. Thus, Miss Yun's resistance against the princess, resulting in the loss of an ear, is fundamentally the princess's fault. Yun Ruoxi observed with quiet admiration as Xiaoyang's son faced the royal family's oppressive presence without a hint of bias. This instilled in her a certain fondness for the martial arts academy. While the academy shared a profound relationship with the royal family, its own deep-rooted heritage and fair-minded conduct ensured that it would not lose its dignity due to a mere competition. Lo Qingsong simmered with resentment, gritting his teeth. How dare that old fool speak so brazenly? If it weren't for the royal family's dependence on the martial arts academy, why should I demean myself so? Princess Xiaowei, tightly embraced by Lo Qingsong, wept profusely. "No, I refuse. My ear." As a princess, Xiaowei had been the recipient of the world's affection since childhood. How could she, with her love for beauty, endure the humiliation of losing an ear? Forcefully pushing Lo Qingsong away, she pressed her hand against her bleeding earlobe, her body and face smeared with blood. "Yun Ruoxi, you wretched girl, I will haunt you even in death. I will make my father annihilate your entire family. They shall all suffer a gruesome fate." Several elderly men observed Xiaowei's madness, silently lamenting her plight. Upon hearing Xiaowei's curse, Yun Ruoxi's expression darkened, the chill in her gaze intensifying. She approached Xiaowei step by step, her movements deliberate, an icy aura emanating from her core, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it were solidifying. "All shall suffer?" Yun Ruoxi scoffed, halting a mere step away from Xiaowei, wholly disregarding Lo Qingsong's furious glare as he clutched Xiaowei tightly, and paying no mind to the soldiers gradually encroaching upon her. It seemed the princess's memory was failing her. Perhaps Ruoxi should remind her of a few things. Yun Ruoxi spoke in a tone that was devoid of any discernible emotion. "The blood oath remained unfulfilled. Even if it meant the brutal execution of my entire Yun family, the princess must first fulfill her vow, or else face divine retribution." A smile played at the corners of Yun Ruoxi's lips as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Zhao Gui. Given the princess's esteemed status, Ruoxi dared not overstep her bounds. With a languid lift of her eyes, she gazed at the clear sky above, where the sun shone brightly, yet offered no warmth. With a soft chuckle, Yun Ruoxi declared, "Henceforth, I beseech the princess to honor her oath. Sever your own arm." Indeed, the blood oath remained incomplete. Despair engulfed Zhao Gui's eyes. The onlookers collectively gasped in horror, yet silence reigned. Zhao Gui stared at Yun Ruoxi, who resembled a devil, as if she were plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. The once feeble Yun Ruoxi, whom she had scorned and avoided, now instilled a profound sense of dread within her. In the past, whenever Zhao Gui had berated or struck her, she merely shrank away, enduring without resistance. Yet today, a mere glance from Yun Ruashi was enough to instill terror deep within Zhao Gui's heart. No, this cannot be. To lose an arm, she simply could not bear it. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Yuer. Luo Qingsong's voice was laden with sorrow. The cruelty of the blood oath was known to all. Yet, should she fail to fulfill her vow, it was likely that this child would not see the dawn of the next day. Uncle, save me. I do not want this. No. Zhao Gui frantically clawed at Luo Qingsong's brocade robe, pleading desperately. She could not accept it. She was a favored daughter of heaven. Her life had only just begun. She aspired to become a saintly warrior in the future. Luo Qingsong's heart bled with rage as he cast a furious glance at Yun Ruashi. It was all because of this woman. If it weren't for her, how could his Yuer have fallen into such a tragic state? Yun Ruashi, you are doomed. Even if it means exhausting my resources, I, Luo Qingsong, will annihilate you. Uncle. Zhao Gui's anguished cry pierced the air, his face ashen, eyes filled with terror. Why was this woman so ruthless? What do you intend to do? Zhao Gui stammered, looking at the menacing Yun Ruashi, his wrist trembling as he tightly gripped Luo Qingsong's arm, his eyes wide with fear. Yun Ruashi regarded the bloodied Zhao Gui with a cold smile, her voice carrying a chilling clarity. This is the princess's weapon. Naturally, it must be returned to her. Handing over the weapon, it would be wise for the princess to complete the blood oath promptly. The heavens' punishment could descend at any moment, and I fear the princess may not withstand it. With a clang, Zhao Gui's knife was cast aside by Yun Ruashi, the blade landing at her feet, stirring up a cloud of dust. The martial square fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible as the onlookers fixated on the brutal scene, forgetting their initial purpose for being there. Luo Qingsong clenched his fists tightly, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions, his heart torn by conflict. I am so sorry. Uncle is doing this to save you, otherwise. Gently, he lowered Zhao Gui to the ground. Standing upright with a steely glare directed at Yun Ruashi, he bent to retrieve the blade at his feet, his face ashen, unable to bear the sight of Zhao Gui's terrified countenance, and with a swift motion, the blade fell. Zhao Gui felt the world spin around him. As he opened his mouth, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, succumbing to the pain. Luo Qingsong cast aside the blade, cautiously retrieving the severed arm of Zhao Gui, gently cradling her delicate form once more in his embrace. Yuer, your royal uncle shall surely heal you, he vowed. Turning to face Yun Ruashi, he declared with fierce determination, I shall remember this favor today, and I will repay it 100-fold in the future. With that, he swiftly leapt away, vanishing from sight. The old man shook his head repeatedly, his expression one of shame, mourning Zhao Gui's tragic fate and reflecting on his previous biases. All present were individuals who cherished talent, and they were captivated by this woman, whose thoughts were intricate, demeanor extraordinary, and innate gifts remarkable. Earlier, they had observed that while Yun Ruashi had not exerted her full strength during the competition, her abilities were undoubtedly exceptional, sparking thoughts of inviting her to the martial arts academy. Despite her youth, she had nearly reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, with a breakthrough imminent. However, her overwhelming killing intent posed a concern. If she were to receive guidance and discipline within the academy, her future prospects would be boundless. Though the outcome of this duel was unpredictable, one could not help but ponder whether, had Yun Ruashi been less gifted and lost the match, they would still have been able to sentence her to death without remorse. Watching Luo Qingsong carry away Zhao Gui, Yun Ruashi's lips curved slightly, forming a faint, indifferent smile before she turned and departed, her expression remaining cold and detached. Dong Haonan observed the unfolding scene with tears brimming in his eyes, a mixture of enlightenment, regret, affection, and sorrow overwhelming him, shattering all prior perceptions of Yun Ruashi. His heart ached as he contemplated approaching her. Yet he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of this enigmatic woman. Such a woman. She is willing to oppose the royal family for her own sake, her presence swiftly taking root in his heart, ensnaring him completely, making it impossible to let go. Dong Haonan watches Yun Ruashi gradually fade into the distance, his heart a tumultuous whirlpool of emotions. Yun Ruashi, unaware of Dong Haonan's peculiar sentiments, would be utterly astonished to know that her confrontation with Zhao Gui today has only deepened the bonds of affection he feels for her. If given a second chance, She would stubbornly refuse to engage in combat with Zhao Gui. In a distant corner outside the martial square, a sinister figure vanishes in an instant. Yun Ruashi spurs her horse onward, her mind flashing back to the dark, treacherous spurs Zhao Gui had used to ambush her. Their design is strikingly bizarre and ancient, with blood grooves etched along the blade, and exquisite craftsmanship evident in the way the edge is honed. The noxious aura emanating from the hidden blade is unmistakably that of the lizard's kiss, yet this venom appears to be seeping from within rather than being hastily administered. 032 Assassination. Yun Ruashi pondered intently. The lizard's kiss was an extraordinary poison. Even a mere touch could lead to a swift demise. However, this poison was exceedingly rare, and saturating the entire dark blade would require an immense quantity of its venom, taking perhaps a century or even longer to achieve. Even the royal family of Shengluo, the wealthiest in the realm, would find it nearly impossible. It could not be classified as an immortal artifact, yet it did not seem to resemble mere inferior divine items either. Could it perhaps be a divine instrument? If it were indeed a divine instrument, how could it be so casually adorned by Zhao Gui? And if it were not a divine instrument, what could account for its unmistakable divine qualities? Yun Ruashi found herself ensnared in confusion, contemplating as she proceeded. Suddenly, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed. The air ahead grew thick and viscous, a faint metallic scent wafting through. An aura of murderous intent. Yun Ruashi closed her eyes, expanding her consciousness, effortlessly discerning the concealed breaths of several assassins lying in wait not far ahead. With a cold smirk, she urged her steed onward, continuing her advance. In the shadowy alleyway, a group of cloaked figures lay in wait, blending seamlessly into the darkness cast by the walls and trees, almost imperceptible unless one scrutinized with keen eyes. They resembled wolves poised to pounce on their prey. Yun Ruashi curled her lips in a sardonic smile. It was truly absurd that a handful of 7th-tier assassins dared to emerge for a kill. To take a life, one must possess the means. If they lacked such, it would be best for them to avoid provoking her. As the hidden assassins observed Yun Ruashi's steady approach, they exchanged knowing glances. She was their target. Yun Ruashi pressed her lips together, maintaining her composure as she guided her horse forward, unwittingly advancing into the trap they had laid out for her. Suddenly, several figures clad in black leapt out from the side, while a few others encircled her from behind. And in an instant, Yun Ruashi found herself surrounded. To her astonishment, there were as many as 10 assassins in this group. Their quality was commendable, their movements synchronized, their roles clearly defined, and their training impeccable, truly a formidable display. The dark-clad figures spoke little, drawing their blades in unison as they lunged toward Yun Ruashi. With a cold glimmer in her eyes, she observed the flying blades, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. In an instant, she gathered her energy and leapt upward. Simultaneously, with a flick of her wrist, a deep violet energy erupted downward, crashing into the ranks of her foes. A brilliant flash of white light surged forth, accompanied by the sharp clang of blades striking the hilts of several oncoming assassins. The hilts shattered into fragments. The leader of the black-clad men faltered, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Yet, he had little time to ponder, as a fierce gust of energy surged towards him. The black-clad leader executed a swift roll, discarding the shattered hilt, and charged at Yun Ruashi again, while simultaneously drawing a jet-black soft sword from his sleeve. The sound of metal ringing sharply in the air. The remaining assassins mirrored his actions, and soon, a dazzling display of black and white swordplay descended upon Yun Ruashi. Unfazed, she maintained her composure, her movements fluid and precise. With a ghostly step, she followed suit, her violet energy sweeping through, shattering the intertwining sword lights of the assailants. The overwhelming force of her energy shattered their offensive. With a series of thunderous crashes, the foremost black-clad assailants crumpled to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Some were merely stunned, while others fell unconscious. With a sharp whistle from the leader, the remaining cloaked figures turned and vanished into the shadows, deftly revealing their compact crossbows, unleashing a flurry of bolts towards Yun Ruashi. Her cold gaze flickered, and with a ghostly movement, she weaved through the air, instantly creating multiple illusory forms that confounded her assailants. The crossbow bolts, now devoid of a target, failed to find their mark, yet the assassins remained undeterred. As long as Yun Ruashi's silhouette was discernible, their bolts would be aimed in that direction. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into a cacophony of blades and fierce energy swirling like a vortex. Yun Ruashi, unperturbed, continued to execute her ghostly maneuvers, evading capture and leaving the assassins utterly disoriented. She seized the moment as the crossbowman drew closer, and with a silent command, she flicked her wrist, producing an ominous sound. In that instant, purple-black flames ignited upon the bodies of the armed assassins. A collective gasp echoed through the air, controlling the eerie flames with her mind. Yun Ruashi waved her hand again, and the fire erupted, consuming several of the assassins whole. Their anguished cries reverberated, a chilling symphony of despair. Before the leader could react, several of his subordinates had been entirely devoured by the strange purple-black fire, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Yun Ruashi regarded the unfolding scene with an air of indifference, her gaze piercing the leader of the assassins. As their eyes locked, a pang of fear gripped him. He silently cursed his miscalculation. Feeling the chilling aura of her murderous intent, the head assassin dared not proceed recklessly. With a subtle signal, the remaining survivors quickly regrouped around him, leaving only 4, including the leader, to confront Yun Ruashi, poised for their next move. The leader clenched the black mysterious dagger tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. How infuriating! His squad was renowned within the organization, effortlessly handling even the most challenging tasks. Yet this time, it seemed they were destined to fail. He could hardly fathom that the mission dossier had clearly stated the target was merely a manageable warrior, only to have it transform into a summoner unexpectedly. Otherwise, how could she possibly unleash the summoner's skill, Dying Fire? The leader simmered in silent vexation, while the other cloaked figures remained as silent as the grave, their gazes fixed intently on Yun Ruashi. In the stillness of the dark alley, not a whisper of movement could be heard. It felt as though even the winds within a Tenjong radius had ceased their flow. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the silence. "I do not wish to kill you." Yun Ruashi regarded the frightened assassins before her with a cold smile. "If you disclose the identity of the mastermind behind this, everyone may leave unharmed." "Humph, dream on." The black-clad leader, though outmatched, still adhered to the basic tenets of his profession. He responded swiftly. Yet Yun Ruashi's gaze remained profound as she surveyed the cluster of assassins. In an instant, with a flicker before the cloaked figures could react, and accompanied by a swirl of purple mist, Yun Ruashi had appeared beside them. Seizing one of their black soft swords, she moved in a fluid motion, effortlessly slashing the throats of 3 individuals. Blood gushed forth in an instant, so rapid that the victims scarcely comprehended their demise. Remarkably, not a single drop of blood marred Yun Ruashi's own attire. Earlier today, during the duel with Zhao Gui, Yun Ruashi scarcely employed any summoner skills. Instead, she fought entirely as a warrior. It was not that she deliberately concealed her abilities. Rather, her singular prowess as a warrior was more than sufficient to contend with Zhao Gui. Although the latter was a peak level 8, he was but one individual, and thus, not particularly daunting. However, when faced with a dozen well-trained assassins, whose strategies were intricately devised and replete with contingencies, Yun Ruashi swiftly revealed her summoner capabilities, efficiently dispatching the majority of the assassins and leaving only 2 alive. "Since it is so, none of you shall escape." She sought only answers. In 9 level, the leader's eyes widened in disbelief. It was only then that he comprehended the true extent of his opponent's strength. A level 9 warrior coupled with a level 9 summoner. How could this be? How did he end up with such a lamentably dire assignment? Yun Ruashi turned her gaze coldly toward the last remaining assassin. In the next instant, she had firmly seized the assassin leader. The black soft sword emitted a sinister clang, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike, carving a crimson line across the leader's throat. A warm sensation surged in the leader's throat, and the acrid scent of blood invaded his nostrils. It was not as painful as he had anticipated. The leader appeared momentarily dazed. Had his windpipe been severed? Or was it not? "I believe that if I were in your position, I would undoubtedly reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, one must discern the gravity of professional ethics when weighed against the value of life. This distinction should be abundantly clear to you." Yun Ruashi gazed at the assassin's terrified eyes with a smile. The assassin leader felt his body weaken, contemplating the bitter choice of biting down on the poison concealed within his teeth. Yet, he hesitated, unwilling to accept such a fate. For he had a wife and children to support that could not afford to lose him. As an assassin, his greatest failure lay in having a family, a bond from which no one could easily escape. Perhaps revealing the instigator of this mission could grant him a chance at survival, allowing him to retire from this perilous life and take his beloved ones to a distant shore where they might find solace. However, the thought of succumbing to the poison loomed heavily in his mind, leading him to a tumultuous internal struggle. To be threatened by a target as a professional killer seemed to spell the end of his career. Indeed, he had long grown weary of this life lived on the edge of a blade. A change in vocation could be a commendable choice. Alas, with a resigned sigh, the assassin leader relaxed his stance, allowing his shoulders, which had been braced against Yun Ruashi, to droop. With his head bowed, he murmured, "She is merely a girl of around 15. Yun Ruashi's delicate brows furrowed, her expression growing colder. A girl? What is her name? She did not leave a name. In an instant, Yun Ruashi mentally catalogued all the girls she knew who might be connected to this situation. Who could it be? She inched closer, fixating intently on the leader's face. Is there more? The assassin gazed into the suddenly magnified, frigid eyes of Yun Ruaxi, a deep-seated fear enveloping him. No. It's gone? Ah, yes, I once noticed a plum blossom-shaped birthmark on her wrist. It is she. You neglect the path to paradise, yet unwittingly tread towards hell. It seems that for some, the days of ease have become too comfortable. Their end is nigh. Yun Ruaxi released her grip on the assassin, her demeanor serene, betraying no signs of disturbance. Despite the assassin's trepidation, he stammered, "Can I leave?" A frosty glare met him, as Yun Ruaxi dismissed him without a glance. "You may go." Upon hearing this, the leader's heart soared with joy. He turned and fled. However, after merely 2 strides, a sudden rush of wind enveloped him from behind. He was unable to evade it. With a muffled groan, a dark blade pierced directly into his back, his body weakening as he collapsed to the ground. What? The assassin dared to glance back at Yun Ruaxi in his final moments. "There is no reason," she replied coldly, advancing toward him. In that moment, time and space seemed to crystallize into a frozen stillness, with even the air becoming solidified. Drawing forth the assassin's dark blade, she exerted a subtle force upon her wrist, plunging the hilt into the body of the leader once more. This time, the totality of 11 assassins lay lifeless, utterly beyond revival. Yun Ruashi gazed upon the ground, where blood flowed like a river, her countenance as cold as the scene before her. For as long as she could remember, her disposition had harbored a shadowy essence. Life and death, along with the acts of slaughter, were to her merely commonplace occurrences. Even confronted with such a grim tableau, her heart remained untroubled. At times, she herself could not comprehend the reasons behind this detachment. Discarding the blood-soaked blade, she turned around, only to discover that the steed she had arrived on had long since fled, leaving her with no choice but to return home on foot. Upon her return to the general's estate, she found the gates wide open, which struck her as somewhat surprising. As she entered the courtyard, the resonant laughter of Yun Jing echoed from the hall, causing her temples to throb. Contemplating whether to circumvent the hall and head directly to her quarters, she was suddenly met with the exuberant figure of Yun Xiaolu, who bounded out from the hall, arms flailing and shouting, "Sister! Elder sister! You are simply a celestial being descended upon us. Incredible!" Yun Ruashi halted, her brow knitting in distaste. Unfazed by her expression, Yun Xiaolu seized her arm, exclaiming, "Sister, I heard you triumphed over Zhao Gui. Huh, I knew you would prevail. Now let us see what those rascals have to say." Yun Ruashi gently pushed aside the head of the boisterous young master, pulling her arm away, disinterested in this exceedingly excitable fool. Observing the current situation of the Yun family, it was evident that old man Yun would not relent, prompting Yun Ruashi to decide to take the side path directly back to her small courtyard, preferring to avoid unnecessary troubles. Sister, have you exchanged my silver? With a principal of 200,000, the payout is 1 to 100. That amounts to 20 million taels of silver. Ah, we are rich. Forget it, Yun Ruashi casually remarked, turning to leave. Yun Xiaolu, with his eyes gleaming with greed, exclaimed, "Forgot? No worries. Your younger brother will run errands for you and retrieve the money. Rest assured, not a single coin will be lost." Hee. Meanwhile, Yun Jing and Lu Yin had exited the hall and were hastening towards Yun Ruashi. "Ruashi, your mother was so worried. Are you hurt? Why did you take so long to return? You must be exhausted. Come back and rest." Lu Yin exclaimed, grasping Yun Ruashi's hand and scrutinizing her from head to toe, leaving no strand of hair unchecked, fearing any possible injury to her daughter. "Mother, I am perfectly fine. Do not worry." Yun Ruashi spoke softly, comforting Lu Yin with a gentle demeanor. Truly no injuries? Lu Yin, still unconvinced, continued to pull Yun Ruashi closer, examining her with great care. Seeing that Yun Ruashi indeed showed no signs of distress, Lu Yin finally released her hold, relieved. It's good. It's good. Mother was terribly afraid you would get hurt. Yun Ruashi smiled helplessly, her heart brimming with warmth. Having a mother who cares is truly a blessing. I never anticipated that my daughter Yunjing could surpass the prodigy Zhao Gui. Truly, the ancestors of the Yun family are showing their divine favor. Haha. It has been a long time since our family has had so many joyous events. Ruashi, quickly return with your father and share the details of today's events. Filled with excitement, Yunjing grasped Yun Ruashi's hand and headed towards the grand hall. What's the rush? Can't you see Ruashi is exhausted? Lu Yin, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Yunjing, scolded fiercely, we haven't settled our accounts yet. She is my only precious daughter. And today, she faced a life and death duel. As her father, not only did you fail to support her, but you also prevented me from going. Is there such cruelty in a parent? My dear, please listen. It's not that I wish to put pressure on our daughter. Besides, I have full confidence in her exceptional abilities. I anticipated her victory over Zhao Gui. I didn't let you go because I feared your anxiety might hinder her performance. I don't care. Regardless, you will kneel in the woodshed tonight. Lu Yan's anger remained unabated, showing no leniency towards Yunjing. My lady, please don't be this way. Yunjing bent over, attempting to appease Lu Yin by tugging at her sleeve. Get away, dear wife. Who could have imagined that this formidable general, Yunjing, who commands the battlefield and the court, is indeed a man deeply afraid of his wife? Just then, Lu Yin seized one of Yunjing's ears and declared, Come, we shall return and settle our accounts. Please spare me, my lady. Will you dare to defy me again? Ruashi, please help persuade your mother. Yunjing looked at Yun Ruashi, eagerly seeking her assistance. I'm tired. Yun Ruashi did not look back. She simply turned and walked away. Leaning languidly against a chaise longue in the courtyard, she casually picked up a book to peruse. In truth, since her transmigration, she had never taken the time to truly understand this world. Although her previous and current lives shared striking similarities, there were subtle differences worth her contemplation. For instance, in her era, divine artifacts were commonplace, making it exceedingly easy for her, as a summoner, to enhance her own level or that of her summoned beasts. Yet upon arriving in this world, Yun Ruashi discovered that divine artifacts were far less accessible. Even when they could be found, their quality and characteristics differed significantly from those of her previous age. The divine artifacts here were of superior quality and more enigmatic, such as the spurs she had seen today, which belonged to Zhao Gui. She sensed that if she wished to utilize divine artifacts to augment her strength in the future, she would need to exercise greater caution. Of course, most divine artifacts were fashioned into weapons or armor, with a few transformed into decorative items. Regardless of their form, whether one could see or obtain them depended entirely on one's fortune. Closing the book, Yun Ruashi shut her eyes, basking in the afternoon sun on the chaise longue. Miss, Shixiang Studio has recently introduced some unique delicacies, and Master Chen has sent someone to inquire if you would like to go taste them. Xiao Chui said cheerfully as she entered. Ever since the young lady had awakened, she had repeatedly accomplished astonishing feats, and Xiao Chui found herself genuinely enamored with her. In the past, the young lady's greatest delight was the delicacies from Shixiang Zai. Whenever Shixiang Zai unveiled a new offering, she would eagerly rush over to be the first to present the freshly made pastries to Prince Jingnan, only to have them unceremoniously rejected, leaving the little maid, Chui, seething with indignation. Consequently, when Shixiang Zai introduced new items, she was reluctant to inform Yun Ruashi in advance. However, the young lady has undergone a remarkable transformation, and Chui now serves her with even greater dedication and loyalty. Recently, when Manager Chen sent someone over, Chui hurriedly delivered the message, all for the sake of Yun Ruashi. Ah, Shixiang Zai, Yun Ruashi mused, recalling her frequent visits and the delightful treats that truly tantalized the palate. Yet, this Yun Ruashi is not the same as before. She does not place much importance on fleeting pleasures, especially when it comes to sweets. Nevertheless, since the renowned Shixiang Zai has launched new products, it would be worthwhile to bring some back for a taste. Did Manager Chen mention what new items have been introduced? Indeed, the staff over there has delivered the new menu. Here, miss, take a look. Chui swiftly handed over the exquisite notice to Yun Ruashi. Yun Ruashi accepted the note and gently opened it. The neatly inscribed name of Shixiang Zai adorned the top, followed by a clear illustration of the new pastry offerings, which were remarkably refined. This notice was specially crafted for the esteemed patrons of prominent families, showcasing the thoughtful and meticulous attention to detail. A testament to why Shixiang's eye has managed to maintain its esteemed position amidst the bustling commercial landscape of the capital. Yun Ruoshi perused the delicate pastries one by one, then raised her head to speak to Xiaotsui. How about this? Xiaotsui, please make a trip to the fragrant pavilion and bring back some of the new pastries. Also, select a few that are particularly exquisite in flavor. My mother has a fondness for desserts. After a moment's contemplation, she added, oh, and do not forget to bring back an extra portion of the Blue Beauty Snow Kiss. The young master enjoys it. Xiaotsui's delight grew with each word. The young lady was truly filial. Yes, miss, I shall go at once, she replied eagerly. And since you adore the almond rice pudding from there, make sure to bring back a serving for yourself as well. With that, Yun Ruoshi closed her eyes to continue her rest. Thank you, miss. Upon hearing that there would be something for her, Xiaotsui's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are simply too kind. Grateful for the generosity, she skipped out of the courtyard. The weather was warm, with a gentle breeze that made the day pleasantly drowsy. Yun Ruoshi reclined in her chair, lost in thought. That individual indeed possessed remarkable composure. Despite her ostentatious return home, there was not a whisper of movement from her. Just then, she sensed a graceful figure approaching from outside the courtyard. Finally arrived. From a distance, Yun Zimo's voice echoed before her presence. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Having defeated Princess Zhaogui, you have brought honor to the Yun family. Yun Zimo sauntered into Yun Ruoshi's courtyard, her expression quite distinctive. Opening her eyes, Yun Ruoshi wore a hint of mockery on her face. Sister, what brings you to my humble abode? You hardly seem like a mere idle visitor. A fleeting expression of grievance crossed Yun Zimo's face. Sister, I came specifically to see you today, she said with a playful tone. Do you not welcome me? Yun Ruoshi chuckled softly, clarifying that it was not a matter of unwelcoming her sister, but rather that she had never realized how much her sister cared for her. With a gentle smile, Yun Zimo picked up a small chair beside Yun Ruoshi's lounge chair and sat down closely, taking her sister's hand. Though we are sisters born of the same father, we have scarcely spent time together, she lamented with a look of helplessness. Yun Zimo continued, You know, I am but a humble concubine's daughter. Since our mother passed away, I have watched as the matriarch lavished affection upon you and our brother. It is a bittersweet sight, and I cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow in my heart. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she quickly turned away, as if unwilling for Yun Ruoshi to witness her weeping. Hastily wiping away the tears, her demeanor tinged with profound sadness. The weasel pays New Year's greetings to the chicken. Yun Ruoshi remained silent, allowing Yun Zimo to grasp her hand. Her gaze is filled with icy resolve. There is something peculiar about this woman today. Frankly, sister feels quite envious of you, dear sister. It seems Yun Zimo has summoned considerable resolve, uttering a statement that even Yun Ruoshi finds astonishing. If only I had a mother, I would not be so deprived of affection. Yun Zimo begins to weep, retrieving a handkerchief from her sleeve to dab her tears. Yun Ruoshi finds this amusing. What role is this person playing? Is it the weasel paying New Year's greetings? What exactly does sister wish to convey? Clearing her throat, Yun Ruoshi decides she no longer wishes to witness Yun Zimo's performance. In truth, during these past few days since you awakened, sister has been contemplating that since we share the same father, even with different mothers, we should be closer and support one another. Don't you agree, dear sister? Yun Zimo lifts her delicate face, gazing at Yun Ruoshi with hopeful eyes. This woman is truly insufferable, and Yun Ruoshi feels a tinge of impatience. Responding in a bland tone, indeed. Sister truly regrets that when you confessed to King Jingnan, I should have stopped you, otherwise. Yun Ruoshi struggles to suppress the urge to explode, forcing down her rising irritation, and even she cannot believe her remarkable patience. Completely disregarding Yun Ruoshi's restrained demeanor, Yun Zimo continues her theatrics. Upon returning from this competition, the world trembles. Sister had no idea of your hidden resilience, and to think you are a 9th-level warrior. Just like Brother Xiaolu, while I appear to be utterly useless, what on earth does she intend to achieve? Is it possible that she possesses no self-awareness whatsoever? Oh, how embarrassing for me to be ridiculed by my younger sister. It has been an eternity since I last shared my innermost thoughts with anyone, and I fear I have acted rashly in front of her. Ruoshi, please do not find me bothersome. I genuinely wish to cultivate a closer bond with you. As she spoke, Yun Zimo seemed to suddenly recall something important and hastily retrieved an exquisite brocade box from her sleeve. Some time ago, she had acquired a pair of ornate hairpins, and upon opening the box, she revealed them delicately draped in a silk cloth. Considering that her sister seldom adorns herself with hair ornaments, and given that the elegance of these pins perfectly complemented her sister's demeanor, she had decided to present them to her. With great care, Yun Zimo unveiled the silk cloth, revealing 2 intricately crafted hairpins. The jade pins shimmered with a luminescent glow, each adorned with delicately carved golden flowers and a butterfly, creating a splendid sight. Nestled among the floral motifs were several lustrous white pearls, and alongside the floral arrangement hung a slightly larger pearl, rendering the entire piece a harmonious masterpiece. The craftsmanship was exceptional, indicating that these were no ordinary trinkets. She selected one of the pins and presented it to Yun Ruashi, inadvertently revealing the distinct plum blossom birthmark on her left hand. "Sister, do observe this pair of hairpins. They are carved as twin flowers, symbolizing the deep bond of sisterhood." Both pins were identical, and she offered one to her sister as a token of her affection. Yun Ruashi gazed at the plum blossom mark on Yun Zimo's hand, her eyes reflecting an air of cool contemplation. Just moments ago, she was involved in a plot to take a life, and now she is so graciously bestowing hairpins. What a curious turn of events. Could it be that Yun Zimo has already sensed that I am aware of her true nature? Surely not, given the current circumstances. It appears that Yun Zimo remains unaware of the assassin's breach of contract. Her recent gesture of goodwill likely stems from the realization that her strength is not as feeble as she had anticipated, and the assassin's failure has served as a timely reminder for her to reassess her self-perception. Thus, the scene of her gifting a hairpin unfolds. Yun Ruashi smiled gently as she accepted the jade hairpin, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, sister. This hairpin is exceedingly delicate, and I find it quite to my liking." Observing her sister's delight, Yun Zimo felt a surge of joy and suggested, "How about I assist you in adorning it in your hair?" "That sounds wonderful," Yun Ruashi replied, slightly bowing her head and tilting her face to indicate her desire for Yun Zimo to place the jade hairpin in her hair. Yun Zimo deftly inserted the hairpin, leaning back to admire her handiwork, a radiant smile illuminating her face. The translucent jade accentuated her sister's fair complexion, creating a harmonious aesthetic. "Once again, I must thank you for your kind intentions," Yun Ruashi exclaimed, gently caressing the hairpin nestled in her hair. The jade felt remarkably pleasant to the touch, and to the casual observer, it appeared as an utterly ordinary object. Yun Zimo then picked up another jade hairpin, using her left hand to support the hair while her right hand skillfully placed the pin within. "Now, we are truly united as sisters," she declared, her face alight with excitement as she gazed affectionately at Yun Ruashi, their bond seemingly unblemished by any past discord. As twilight approached, Yun Zimo noted, "It is getting late, and you must be weary from my prolonged visit. I shall not impose any further and will take my leave now." Yun Zimo rose gracefully, gently smoothing the fine wrinkles of her attire, her expression radiating warmth as she gazed at Yun Ruashi. "If you find yourself with a moment to spare, dear sister, do come visit me. We sisters need not engage in anything extravagant. A simple conversation would suffice. I believe our father would also take joy in our sisterly affection." "Indeed, sister speaks wisely," Yun Ruashi replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, concealing any further thoughts she may have harbored. Yun Zimo scrutinized her sister's expression with earnestness, reassured by her own composed demeanor. Surely, she harbored no ulterior motives. Even if doubts occasionally crept in, the matter at hand was undoubtedly sound. As long as she remained patient, there was no need to fret over other concerns. The legitimate daughter of the Yun family had firmly established her position. With that, Yun Zimo prepared to take her leave. "Sister, do remember your promise to visit often," she said, elegantly waving her handkerchief, embodying grace and virtue. With genuine sincerity, she bid farewell to Yun Ruashi, glancing back wistfully as she departed the courtyard. Observing Yun Zimo's theatrical exit, a flicker of derision crossed Yun Ruashi's face. Removing the luminous jade hairpin from her hair, she held it delicately in her hand, examining it closely. The icy jade pin was exquisitely cool to the touch, its surface smooth and warm like water, with an inner gleam of emerald light. Raising the pin to the sunlight, she noticed the jade emanated a breath that flowed like drifting clouds. The quality of the jade was exceptional, a nurturing ice jade that posed no harm, only benefit. At first glance, The hairpin appeared unremarkable, yet the behavior of the one who gifted it was peculiar. Even if the jade pin held no secrets of its own, it surely concealed deeper implications, suggesting that matters were far from simple. Yun Ruashi's lips curled into a cold, disdainful arc, her expression distant and frosty, her countenance darkening slightly, as if clothed in a deep garment of snow now shrouded in a layer of frost. If one harbors a deep-seated hatred, how could they suddenly change their nature? This ruse might deceive the genuine Yun Ruashi, but when employed here, it is riddled with flaws. With a sharp sound, Yun Ruashi cast her hairpin into the pond within the courtyard, and bubbles erupted at the spot where it fell. A breeze stirred, bringing a chill. Rising to her feet, Yun Ruashi gazed at the place where the pin had plunged, pondering deeply. With a flick of her wrist, a surge of purple mystic light burst forth. And with a swift motion, the jade hairpin emerged from the water, landing once more in Yun Ruashi's grasp. A radiant smile illuminated the courtyard. As she mused upon the tempest this mere hairpin could summon. Raising her gaze to the sun, she noted that time was slipping away. As the sun dipped below the mountains, yet still no sign of Xiao Cui returning from the Shaanxi pavilion emerged, a flicker of confusion crossed Yun Ruashi's mind. Typically, Xiao Cui was prompt and efficient, not one to dawdle. Why, then, was she so delayed today? Although Xiao Cui had previously displayed a somewhat indifferent demeanor towards her, it was evident to anyone that the girl harbored no ill intentions, merely disapproving of Yun Ruashi's previous disregard for matters. Especially after Yun Ruashi's awakening. Having spent day and night in close proximity to Xiao Cui, she had come to perceive the girl's unwavering loyalty. Although Yun Ruashi was decisive and fierce in her actions, she would undoubtedly reciprocate genuine kindness with sincerity. As the daylight waned, Yun Ruashi felt a twinge of concern, contemplating whether to instruct the servants to venture out in search of someone. Just then, she heard the faint sound of footsteps in the courtyard, and her heart settled as she realized it was Xiao Cui returning. "Miss, I'm back," came Xiao Cui's voice, delicate as a whisper, apologizing for keeping her waiting. She entered and immediately sought forgiveness. Yun Ruashi raised her gaze, and upon seeing Xiao Cui, her heart filled with astonishment. Xiao Cui appeared disheveled, her once neatly arranged hair in disarray, her clothing in tatters. There were visible scrapes and bruises on her face, and a faint trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. Her emerald garment was sullied, and the hem of her skirt had frayed into strips, revealing glimpses of her skin marred by crimson wounds. Yun Ruashi's expression turned icy, her voice laced with chill. "Who possesses such audacity to harm my maid? What has transpired?" "Mississippi." Xiao Cui's head hung low, her words faltering as she struggled to articulate what had happened. Observing Xiao Cui's distress, Yun Ruashi summoned her strength. A gust of wind surged forth, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud that severed the connection between the inside and the outside world. She grasped Xiao Cui's hand gently, offering reassurance, urging her to share her ordeal without fear. Feeling the door close, Xiao Cui sensed the warmth of her mistress's compassion envelop her, and her heart swelled with gratitude. Tears streamed down her face before she could utter a word, and through her sobs, she stammered, "Miss, it's nothing, truly." Yun Ruashi furrowed her brows. "How can it be nothing when you bear such injuries? If your life were to be lost, would that not be a grave matter?" I was instructed by the young lady to procure some delicacies from the fragrant pavilion. Following her directive, I hastily gathered the provisions and, noticing the late hour, made my way back to the residence. However, upon exiting the doors of the fragrant pavilion, I unexpectedly encountered the second young master of the Yi family, Yi Kun, who, inebriated, obstructed my path and attempted to make advances, insisting that I accompany him. As I recounted this, tears of grievance streamed down my cheeks. How could I possibly yield to him? Therefore, I invoked the name of the General's residence. Yet the second young master of the Yi family became even more insistent, asserting that since I was associated with the Yun family, he had the right to demand some compensation on behalf of his brother. He further proclaimed his status as a young master of the Yi family, suggesting that it would be a privilege for me to serve as his concubine, claiming that whether I served in the General's residence or elsewhere, it would be of no difference. As I spoke, tears continued to flow, my voice trembling with despair. Once again, it is the Yi family. As Yun Ruashi listened to Xiao Cui's account, her expression grew increasingly frigid, and even Xiao Cui was affected by the icy atmosphere enveloping the room, trembling with fear. The Yi family, yet again. Xiao Zui was aware that he was a son of the Yi family and dared not offend him. Thus, she sought to circumvent the confrontation. However, the second young master of the Yi family forcibly obstructed the maidservant's path, insisting on relentless entanglement. The maidservant resisted his attempts to take her away, which incited his wrath, leading him to order his servants to mercilessly beat her. As Xiao Zui lifted her garment, revealing a series of ghastly purple bruises, the sight was truly shocking. The onlookers in the street, upon recognizing the young master of the Yi family, dared not intervene. The maidservant was subdued by the household servants of the Yi residence. Yun Ruashi slammed her hand on the table, filled with fury. Her brows knitted tightly. She took a moment to steady her breath before asking, "How did you manage to escape?" Xiao Zui sniffled, lowering her garment. The maidservant had been desperately seeking an opportunity to free herself. But she never anticipated that the second young master of the Yi family would command his servants to escort her to the Yi residence. She thought her chances of escape were utterly hopeless. However, out of nowhere, a young gentleman appeared, standing before the carriage of the Yi family's young master. Without uttering a word, he swiftly dealt with the Yi family's lackeys. Even the young master himself was not spared. "Oh, a young gentleman?" Yun Ruashi expressed her astonishment. To dare interfere with the affairs of the Yi family and to confront their young master demonstrated an extraordinary audacity, especially for the sake of a seemingly inconspicuous maidservant. It seemed that this individual either lacked awareness of the gravity of the situation or was utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Had she encountered this gentleman before? The unmerited favor bestowed upon her left Yun Ruashi feeling somewhat disgruntled, even though this person had rescued her maidservant. "No, never seen before." Xiao Zui pondered for a moment and confidently stated that the young man did not appear to be acquainted with the people of Shangluo Kingdom, and he looked travel-worn, as if he were a wayfarer. Yun Ruashi refrained from interjecting, signaling Xiao Zui to continue, while she herself pursed her lips in contemplation. This individual indeed possessed an intriguing aura. After the young master of the Yi family and his attendant were rendered unconscious by that young man, the maid had inquired about his name and origin. She resolved to express her gratitude to him for saving her life on another occasion. However, that young man seemed excessively aloof, barely glancing at her before turning to leave. In her urgency, she followed him for a while, but she could not match his pace. Remembering that her mistress was awaiting her return, she hurried back. Xiao Zui's head hung lower and lower, having completely lost track of the food box from Shixiangzai amidst these events. She felt a deep sense of guilt for not fulfilling her mistress's instructions and lamented not bringing back the delicacies. "Mistress, please punish me." Yun Ruashi understood that although Xiao Zui felt wronged, it was not a grave matter. Her heart lightened instantly, for the reputation of a young lady is indeed of great significance. With a smile, she cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Zui and remarked, "What time is it? Yet you still dwell on punishment? Am I so capricious as to impose penalties on you?" Nonetheless, the grace shown by that young man, even if she could not repay it, would remain etched in her memory. "Mississippi." Xiao Zui lifted her gaze to meet Yun Ruashi's. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head once more. "What a demeanor is this? Could it be that a valiant hero has captured your heart, my dear maid?" Witnessing Xiao Zui's sudden blush, Yun Ruashi found the situation quite amusing. "Miss, I do not." Xiao Chui's eyes widened in shock, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although the young gentleman appeared weary and rushed, his extraordinary appearance and refined demeanor were beyond the reach of someone like her, a mere servant. Sighing, Xiao Chui fell into a daze once more. Yun Ruashi observed the deepening blush on Xiao Chui's face and chose not to tease her further. However, the insult inflicted upon the Yun family by the Yi family today could not simply be overlooked. "You've endured enough distress today. There's no need for you to serve tonight. Here, take this," she said, producing a small black pill and handing it to Xiao Chui. Upon seeing the radiant pill in Yun Ruashi's hand, Xiao Chui recognized it as the rejuvenation pill that her mistress had previously given to the young master. Alarmed, she hurriedly shook her head. "Mississippi, this is... I am but a lowly servant. How can I accept such a precious gift from you?" Yun Ruashi frowned. "It is merely a rejuvenation pill. What is precious or not? After enduring such injustice, should I allow you to serve while bearing wounds? Moreover, your recent troubles with the second young master of the Yi family are likely related to the previous incident with Yi Xian." Her eyes narrowed, knowing the Yi family's vendetta. It was evident that they had long been keeping a watchful eye on the Yun family. Xiao Chui's humiliation was not merely a coincidence. Thus, It was imperative for her to pay a visit to the Yi family, if she did not claim some form of recompense. How could she justify the weighty offense they had inflicted? Mississippi. Xiao Chui gazed at Yun Ruashi's icy countenance, feeling a swell of concern. While this resolute mistress provided her with comfort, it also filled her with deeper apprehension. It's nothing. Take this medicine, go freshen up, and rest early. Yun Ruashi waved her hand, signaling Xiao Chui to leave. Unable to decline, Xiao Chui accepted the pill, nodded, and said, "Yes, Mississippi. I shall take my leave now." Yun Ruashi reclined gracefully on the soft couch, adorned in a simple, unembellished robe of muted colors, devoid of any excessive adornments. Her hair, elegantly tied with a plain woven ribbon, accentuated the deep hue of her locks. Her skin glimmered like jade, and her visage, though unremarkable, possessed an understated charm. Her features, untouched by cosmetic artifice, bore an extraordinary aura in their simplicity. In her hands, she cradled a book, yet it lay unopened for quite some time, as if she were lost in thought. Her starry eyes sparkled with a myriad of twinkling lights, giving her an ethereal presence. The night was as cool as water. After a prolonged silence, Yun Ruashi suddenly stirred, changing into a sleek, dark outfit. She slipped out of the door with the stealth of a cat. "Where are you headed, sister?" a voice softly inquired as a nimble figure emerged from the shadows. This troublesome second son truly was relentless. Furrowing her brow, Yun Ruashi cast an exasperated glare at Yun Xiaolu, who was similarly attired in nocturnal garb. "Sister, are you going to the Yi family?" Yun Xiaolu asked, deliberately lowering his voice and leaning closer to Yun Ruashi with feigned eagerness. "How did you know?" Yun Ruashi, observing the excitement gleaming in Yun Xiaolu's eyes, could not feign surprise. Yun Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with revelation, just as I thought. "Hee. If you know, then make way." Yun Ruashi offered Yun Xiaolu no favorable expression. "Sister, please take me with you. I promise I won't be a nuisance." Yun Xiaolu exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Why are you everywhere?" Sister, just listen to me. I've already refined that inner pill we had last time. I feel as though I've nearly touched the 9th level's barrier. I estimate I will break through very soon," Yun Xiaolu said, his excitement palpable. Later that evening, I happened to catch a glimpse of Xiao Chui, prompting my inquiry. "Damn those Yu family scoundrels. Given your temperament, sister, you are likely to seek trouble with the Yi family. I, too, wish to test my skills. Sister, please take me with you." Yun Xiaolu rubbed his hands together, his face reflecting indignation. "Very well," Yun Ruashi replied, her tone unchanged. "What? I can't believe Yun Ruashi so readily agreed to my request." Yun Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback. "Did I hear that correctly? I mean, take me to the Yi family." His voice slightly shifted in pitch, disbelief creeping in. Could it be true? His elder sister had not scolded him? Was the sun rising in the west? Yun Xiaolu gazed upwards in confusion. "Huh, where's the sun? I said fine." Yun Ruashi's voice remained calm and composed. I'm still doubting my ears," Yun Xiaolu murmured. "If you have second thoughts now, I will go alone." Yun Ruashi feigned departure. "How could that be? I want to go. Take me with you," Yun Xiaolu declared resolutely. Without further banter, Yun Ruashi gathered her energy and vanished into the night, prompting Yun Xiaolu to hurriedly follow in her footsteps. The child possesses a pure disposition and, through his own cultivation, has ascended to the impressive height of level 9. However, being overly protected by the Yun family has resulted in insufficient practical experience, which significantly hinders his progress. The upcoming visit to the Yi family is not perilous. It coincides perfectly with his recent successful refinement of the inner elixir, providing an excellent opportunity for growth. As Yun Ruashi contemplated this, she cast a glance back at the spirited and determined Yun Xiaolu, a smile gracing her lips and her mood elevated. Before long, they arrived at the residence of the Yi family, located at the southernmost part of the capital. Despite Yun Jing, a general himself, having a residence of considerable scale, both in design and construction, crafted with great effort by skilled artisans. Standing before the Yi family's entrance left Yun Ruashi with a sense of stark contrast. The Yun estate seemed insignificant beside the grandeur of the Yi household. Yi Xian and Yi Kun's father, General Yi Duo, although a general and subordinate to Yun Jing, wields considerable influence in the court, commanding respect and authority. This prominence is largely attributed to his sister, Yi Wanxiao, who is a favored consort of the emperor, establishing a close connection between the Yi family and the imperial lineage, making it impossible for them to remain unassuming. For a considerable period, the Shangluo kingdom has seen a scarcity of summoners. What parents do not yearn for their progeny to become a summoner, thus elevating their status as extraordinary beings deserving of special regard? Yi Xian, the eldest of the Yi family, is among the few naturally awakened summoners. Previously, the Yi family had kept Yi Xian's identity as a summoner a closely guarded secret, aiming to minimize envy and threats. Had they revealed his identity prematurely, it is likely that he would have been eliminated by rival factions before reaching adulthood. It was only when Yi Xian reached the esteemed rank of a level 5 summoner that he revealed his prowess to the world, swiftly rising to fame. The entire Shangluo Empire, from the royal family to the common folk, held great expectations for Yi Xian's future, which in turn emboldened the Yi family further. Moreover, the Yi family appeared to possess considerable clandestine forces aiding them, particularly with the assistance of a high-ranking summoner who procured a growing level 9 magical beast, the Fire Qilin. For Yi Xian, this acquisition not only paved the way for Yi Xian's future endeavors, but also significantly enhanced the Yi family's stature. It is noteworthy that while magical beasts abound in this world, exceptional ones are as rare as a phoenix's feather, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain. Furthermore, growing magical beasts are esteemed as wise entities, capable of assisting their masters in consolidating their martial prowess and advancing alongside their master's ascension. In order to nurture the growth of the Fire Qilin, if this evolving magical beast is acquired through a contract formation, it becomes one with its master, sharing both body and fate, and establishing an even deeper connection of thought. It will never betray its master. In essence, this contracted magical beast becomes an integral part of its master's life. However, given that magical beasts possess a lifespan that far exceeds that of humans, when their master meets their demise, the contract automatically dissolves, allowing the beast to experience significant enhancement. Yet, such evolving magical beasts are exceedingly rare, endowed with intelligence and a proud temperament. Even though they may enter into a contract with a summoner, the sacrifice demanded of them is merely a fleeting span of a few decades. Unless driven by particularly compelling reasons, few are the evolving magical beasts willing to bond with humans. The Fire Qilin of the Yi family finds itself ensnared by a peculiar spell, compelling it to submit to Yi Xian. While the Fire Qilin can be utilized by Yi Xian, a spell is fundamentally different from a contractual bond. Not only is the Fire Qilin unable to merge with Yi Xian's being, but should the caster encounter misfortune or the spell's potency wane or be eradicated, Yi Xian would inevitably suffer the backlash of this enchantment. As a 9th-level summoner, Yun Ruashi possesses the means to dissolve this unusual spell. However, should she earn the Fire Qilin's recognition and secure it as her magical companion, the rewards would be bountiful. Thus, her visit to the Yi family serves a dual purpose: to avenge Xiao Chui and, more importantly, to pursue the rare 9th-level evolving magical beast, the Fire Qilin. This is the illusion mirror. Shortly, you will ignite it within the Yi residence, locate Yi Xian and Yi Kun, and proceed as you see fit. Yun Ruashi produced a flat, round aromatic block resembling a bronze mirror and handed it to Yun Xiaolu. Upon receiving the enchanted mirror, Yun Xiaolu was astonished. Was this truly the fabled mirror of illusion, the intoxicating fragrance that existed solely in legends? He raised it to his nose, poised to inhale. Yet, he reminded himself not to indulge in such foolishness. With a sheepish smile that betrayed no embarrassment, he acknowledged her jest, realizing that he was already well aware of the rumors surrounding this enchanted mirror. It was said to be the most extraordinary fragrance in the world, exceedingly rare. Unlike ordinary intoxicants, when ignited, it emitted no flame, instead releasing a faint fruity aroma with an astonishingly rapid effect. Even the mightiest warriors would find themselves succumbing to drowsiness upon inhaling its scent. However, the ingredients required for such a fragrance were exceptionally scarce and demanded the expertise of a high-ranking alchemist for its creation, rendering it prohibitively expensive. Nevertheless, its rarity meant that it was often more valuable than gold. Yun Ruashi so casually presented such a substantial piece to him that Yun Xiaolu felt as though his heart were bleeding. Bestowing such a treasure upon the Yi family seemed a sheer waste. How many of their members could be subdued with it? Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that, as his sister was a high-ranking alchemist, such wonders must be commonplace for her. Would he not then have the ability to command the winds and summon the rains at will? The more he contemplated this, the more he reveled in the thought, his handsome face betraying a rather mischievous glimmer. Yun Ruashi then procured a small white pill and handed it to the rather foolish-looking Yun Xiaolu, disregarding his bewildered expression. "Consume this," she instructed, "and the mirror's effect shall not touch you in the slightest." With a foolish chuckle, Yun Xiaolu swallowed the elixir, and the two gracefully leaped over the wall into the Yi residence, avoiding the patrolling servants. Yun Ruashi and Yun Xiaolu made their way to a secluded courtyard on the edge of the Yi estate. Despite the late hour, the courtyard was illuminated as brightly as day, with lanterns casting their glow everywhere. Such extravagant display was hardly befitting of an ordinary military family. It seemed that with the support of the noble consort Yi, the Yi family must have received considerable benefits from numerous officials, both within and outside the court. As Yun Xiaolu proceeded, he lit the illusion mirror incense, which was as precious as gold. Even when ignited, it emitted no discernible flame. Instead, a faint, silken smoke wafted into the night, blending with the air and releasing a subtle, delightful fruit fragrance. As the air flowed, the first to inhale the fragrant smoke were the patrolling guards of the Yi house. In an instant, without any forewarning, the patrolling guards seemed to succumb to an overwhelming fatigue, gradually drifting into a deep slumber, all in silence. Yun Xiaolu marveled inwardly. The illusion mirror was indeed extraordinary, and his gaze towards Yun Ruashi grew even more reverent. The two continued along the narrow path of the courtyard, and wherever they went, they left the members of the Yi family entranced by Yun Ruashi's presence. Though they had captivated many in the Yi household, the siblings remained vigilant, carefully concealing their movements in the shadows. However, for two individuals of their caliber, both at level 9, this task was merely a trifle. As Yun Ruashi and Yun Xiaolu stealthily advanced, igniting the incense and incapacitating those they encountered, it wasn't long before a significant portion of the Yi household had succumbed to their charm. The Leaf residence sprawls across a vast expanse, and traversing from the entrance to the inner courtyard consumed nearly half an hour for the two. The winding paths and corridors elicited exasperation from them. Who in their right mind would transform their home into a labyrinth? The peculiar tastes of the Leaf family are truly unparalleled. After a considerable time, Yun Xiaolu found his enthusiasm waning. It was rather disheartening not to have encountered the master of the house thus far, for navigating the Leaf estate was undeniably vexing. At long last, after countless twists and turns, they finally entered an inner courtyard. Upon stepping inside, distant sounds of unrestrained laughter and playful banter between a man and two women reached their ears. Yun Ruashi frowned, the sounds unmistakably. Turning to glance at Yun Xiaolu, she noted his sudden excitement upon hearing the commotion from within. With a mischievous spark in his eye, he crouched low, stifling his breath as he crept along the wall towards the source of the sounds. Dipping his pinky in saliva, he deftly punctured a small hole in the window. Peering through it, inside, a man and two women lay bare upon the bed, engaged in a rather scandalous game that would surely be deemed shameful by outsiders. Yun Ruashi's expression hardened, her discomfort palpable as she drew a deep breath, leaning against a pillar of the corridor to quietly observe the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaolu, seemingly well-versed in such matters, maintained his composure while surveying the chaotic room, his eyebrows raised and a sly grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon recognizing the occupants within, his excitement surged anew. This was indeed Yi Kun's chamber, and they had fortuitously stumbled upon a rather opportune moment. The cacophony within the room filled her with an overwhelming sense of revulsion, prompting her to cast a fierce glare at Yun Xiaolu, who was leaning against the window of the Yeguang residence. Sensing the intense scrutiny from the Buddha Lord, Yun Xiaolu lifted his gaze to Yun Ruashi, offering a broad smile, gesturing to indicate that he would take action shortly. At that moment, his expression bore a distinctly sinister quality. In this world, one must inevitably get their feet wet. "My dear, how truly beautiful you are." Yeguang lingered around the woman, and she responded in kind, fully aware that the young master favored her in this manner. Only by adequately serving the young master could she hope to become his concubine, and with diligent effort, perhaps ascend to the status of a secondary wife, or even the esteemed lady of the house. Regardless of the outcome, she resolutely refused to remain as humble as before. Alas, had she managed to ensnare that young girl from the Yun family, the young master would surely have her obedient within days. Ha! Yeguang laughed unabashedly. Meanwhile, Yun Ruashi leaned against the corridor, her veins pulsating with anger, teetering on the brink of explosion. Insult. This was an egregious affront to her dignity. Yun Ruashi nearly erupted, wishing to rend Yeguang into 1,000 pieces. Yun Xiaolu, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, raised the illusion mirror, intending to indulge in a few more glimpses. Little did he anticipate that the raucous individuals inside would audaciously attempt to encroach upon the Buddha Lord of the Yun family, brazenly voicing their intentions within earshot. Who could possibly meet their demise if not you? Lighting the illusion mirror, Yun Xiaolu silently directed the wisps of azure smoke it emitted into the room. In the midst of revelry, Yi Kun was suddenly enveloped by a delicate, sweet fragrance that wafted through the air. He inhaled deeply, savoring the pleasant aroma, and was about to inquire of the maid beneath him when his gaze became clouded. The two other women in the room had succumbed to unconsciousness long before Yi Kun drifted into slumber. The transition from the fragrant haze to the trio's deep sleep transpired in mere moments. Observing the three now deeply entranced, Yun Ruashi sprang from the pillar and approached the door, only to discover it barred from within. With deft hands, she produced a diminutive dagger, skillfully inserting it into the crack of the door and deftly maneuvering it to release the latch. Yun Xiaolu revealed an exceptionally wicked and audacious grin, silently trailing behind Yun Ruashi into Yi Kun's chamber. Despite her face being obscured, the overwhelming stench within the room made Yun Ruashi hesitant to draw breath. Frowning in disgust, she beheld the several pale bodies sprawled upon the bed, her stomach churning at the sight. If only she had taken a pill to suppress her senses before entering. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaolu rolled up his sleeves, brimming with excitement and fervor. How dare you? You think you can indulge in such debauchery? Today, I shall put an end to your antics. He raged, incensed at the affront to his family's honor. Concealing the illusion mirror, he unsheathed his dagger with a resounding clatter and, lowering his voice, asked, "Sister, shall we dispose of him?" Just as he prepared to strike, Yun Ruashi, her icy gaze fixed, raised her left hand. A surge of violet energy erupted into the air, forcefully sending Yun Xiaolu sprawling aside. The energy struck Yi Kun with formidable intensity. With a resounding thud, Yi Kun's face was struck forcefully by the energy unleashed from Yun Ruashi's palm. The pallor of indulgence on his visage was instantly marred by the vivid crimson imprint of 5 fingers, the tremendous force causing his head to tilt slightly upwards, suggesting a potential awakening. The enchantment of the illusionary mirror typically ensnares one in slumber, yet when confronted with a powerful external impact, its effect dissipates. Yun Ruashi was aware that under the influence of her recent might, Yi Kun would soon regain consciousness. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Focusing her internal energy at her fingertips, a series of violet beams surged forth, striking Yi Kun directly. With swift precision, she sealed several vital pressure points around his body, the overwhelming force causing him to convulse violently before he finally opened his eyes. Yi Kun let out a muffled groan. Upon awakening, he was struck by the shocking realization that intruders had breached his chamber. He attempted to scream, but no sound escaped his lips, and any effort to move felt as futile as a dying dog ensnared in a quagmire. Panic surged within him as he beheld the 2 figures clad in dark attire before him, their faces obscured, disbelief etched across his features, and his eyes brimming with a desperate plea for mercy. Uncertain of their identities or intentions, he could distinctly sense the chilling aura of imminent danger emanating from the dark-clad figures. With a flick of her wrist, Yun Ruashi's energy morphed into a sharp blade of light, her form remaining motionless, her eyes gleaming with a feral hunger for blood. Thunder roared in the night sky, and a flash of lightning illuminated Yun Ruashi's masked visage, rendering it even more sinister as torrential rain began to pour. In that fleeting moment of illumination, a wave of icy dread washed over Yi Kun's heart. He trembled internally, gazing at Yun Ruashi's deathly visage, uncertain of when he had provoked this harbinger of doom. His body stiffened, his expression one of sheer terror, eyes wide with dread, as despair and fear surged within him. The violet energy in Yun Ruashi's palm surged towards Yi Kun, instantly morphing into several tangible blades of light. With a series of swift, fluid motions, the blades precisely pierced Yi Kun's body. In an instant, a torrent of crimson erupted from him, and upon closer inspection, one could see that both his arms and thighs had been severed cleanly, without a trace of hesitation. Beside them, Yun Xiaolu watched in horror as Yun Ruashi deftly dismembered Yi Kun, his heart shaken and disbelief mounting. Was this truly his inept and oblivious sister? Even after her awakening and drastic change in temperament, how could she have become so utterly unrecognizable? Yi Kun was on the brink of unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Yet, This was precisely what Yun Ruashi desired. She would not grant him a swift death. That would be far too merciful. Instead, she intended for him to remain conscious, to bear witness to his own dismemberment, enduring unimaginable agony until the final breath claimed him. During her duel with Zhao Gui, Yun Ruashi had not yet learned to directly transform her inner energy into blades for attack. It was only after the contest concluded that she came to a profound realization. While external weapons bore undeniable sharpness and could exert considerable pressure, the weapons forged from her own energy were intricately intertwined with herself and her surroundings, manifesting only in the heat of battle, thus rendering them all the more elusive. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Ruashi had no intention of employing the energy blade, yet she resolutely utilized this vile creature as a whetstone, sharpening her resolve with fervor. This was the fate that befell those who provoked her. Yi Kun seemed unable to endure the excruciating torment. The excessive blood loss and overwhelming fear caused him to faint once more. However, Yun Ruashi had no intention of relenting. A delicate blade of light shot forth, the purplish gleam piercing into Yi Kun's collarbone, blood gushing forth. At this moment, Yi Kun was left with no option but to await his demise. Yun Xiaolu believed that Yi Kun was doomed, for the blade had struck perilously close to his throat. Yet, in reality, it merely grazed his collarbone, sparing his windpipe. Yi Kun twitched, awakening from his unconscious state, fearfully gazing at the cloaked figure before him. Having been sealed at several crucial points, he was utterly powerless, almost resigned to his fate. In this despairing moment, he felt utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, a murderous intent surged within Yun Ruashi, her expression chillingly cold. Upon witnessing Yi Kun regain consciousness, a derisive smile curled upon her lips. Did you consider the consequences of your cruelty when you tormented others? Today, I, Yun Ruashi, act as an agent of justice. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent women would fall victim to your vile hands in the future. Your time has come. With a swift motion, another blade of light was unleashed. With a sharp crack, it sliced through Yi Kun's loathsome anatomy, the blade erupting with force as the severed remnants turned to dust. Yi Kun was engulfed in a torrent of fear and anguish, trembling uncontrollably, rendered mute and immobile to the point of nearly biting off his own tongue. Such a cruel fate was unlike anything he had ever witnessed or heard of in his lifetime. Yun Ruashi, observing the terror etched upon Yi Kun's face, resolved that even in death, he would not be granted an easy escape. He was destined to be eternally childless, severed from lineage across countless lifetimes. Let the journey commence, Yun Ruashi declared, her eyes glinting with icy determination as she unleashed two more violet blades. The eerie sounds they emitted caused Yun Xiaolu's heart to skip a beat. As for Yi Kun, his throat shattered and his heart obliterated. He let out not even a whimper before succumbing to death, his lifeless body collapsing atop the two naked women, who had long since descended into slumber. How pitiful it was that this filthy wretch departed this world without ever grasping the identity of his nemesis or the reasons for his demise. The room was thick with the stench of blood, and upon witnessing Yi Kun's gruesome end, Yun Xiaolu felt a surge of nausea, nearly retching. In stark contrast, Yun Ruashi appeared unfazed, her demeanor as composed as if a mountain had crumbled before her without altering her countenance. Even in the face of greater carnage, she seemed utterly indifferent. Yun Ruashi recognized that such visceral experiences might be overwhelming for the young heir. Yet she understood that bloodshed of this magnitude would be far from rare in the future. Thus, it was beneficial for him to witness it sooner rather than later. Grasping Yun Xiaolu's hand, she noticed it was clammy with cold sweat and promptly transferred some of her internal energy to him, while deftly retrieving a refreshing pill from her sleeve and placing it in his mouth. After a few breaths, the oppressive sensation upon Yun Xiaolu's chest began to dissipate, no longer akin to the weight of a massive boulder pressing down upon him. Yun Ruashi exited Yi Kun's room without uttering a word, and Yun Xiaolu took a deep breath, hastily following her. Outside, a tempest raged, the torrential rain instantly dissipating the metallic scent of blood that clung to their bodies. This inclement weather, however, was diminishing the potency of the illusion mirror. Yun Ruashi inhaled deeply, discerning the lingering fragrance of the illusion mirror in the air. It seemed that this essence would not endure for long. At present, locating the fire qilin was of utmost importance. As for Yi Xian, you may live a few more days. Yun Ruashi hastened her search within the Yi residence, while Yun Xiaolu noticed that the Buddha seemed to be seeking something. Choosing not to inquire further, and actively assisted Yun Ruashi. all the while observing their surroundings and igniting the illusion mirror. The downpour intensified, splashing water upon the ground, enveloping the world in a misty haze, rendering everything momentarily ethereal, as if the world had suddenly fallen silent. The aura of the fire Qilin was firmly etched in Yun Ruashi's memory. Closing her eyes, she opened her spiritual awareness, devoid of the storm's interference. Everything around her appeared even clearer than before. Following her instinct, she moved forward, and Yun Xiaolu watched in astonishment, pondering whether the Buddha was indeed in search of that fire Qilin. Contemplating this, he gazed intently at Yun Ruashi, hoping to discern some clue from her demeanor, yet found her expression as serene as cold jade, betraying no signs of deviation. With a silent sigh, he trailed closely behind her. Thus, they traversed several courtyards and passed through a distinctive corridor, eventually arriving at a secluded courtyard. Sensing the increasingly potent aura of the fire Qilin deep within her soul, Yun Ruashi was convinced that this was the place where the Yi family kept the fire Qilin under control. The fire Qilin is indeed a remarkable creature. As I journeyed here, I discovered that upon reaching the sanctuary of the fire Qilin, it was astonishingly unguarded. I am left to ponder what schemes the Yi family may be harboring. Upon entering the courtyard, Yun Ruashi abruptly halted, her brow furrowed in contemplation. From the moment I traversed the corridor, it felt as though I was on the verge of entering a peculiar spatial array. This formation appeared deceptively simple, yet it exuded an air of strangeness, unlike any conventional array. The method employed in this illusionary formation seemed to resonate with the enchantments woven into the very essence of the fire Qilin. The torrential rain continued unabated, with thunder rumbling ominously overhead, and the atmosphere charged with an extraordinary and potent electric force. However, within this secluded courtyard, the rhythm of the raindrops fell in a remarkably orderly manner, rich in cadence, standing in stark contrast to the chaotic deluge that ravaged other areas. In the midst of a profound realization, Yun Ruashi urgently gestured for Yun Xiaolu to halt. She meticulously scrutinized her surroundings, immersing herself in contemplation, imprinting every detail of the courtyard into her memory without overlooking a single nuance. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her mind. Indeed, she recalled encountering this formation in a tome concerning array techniques in her previous life. It was known as the Rain Dragon, primarily designed for confinement and obstruction. In her past existence, the Rain Dragon was scarcely employed, its knowledge virtually lost to time, and Yun Ruashi had stumbled upon the pages documenting this array purely by serendipity. In this lifetime, it was likely an unparalleled rarity. This formation absorbed the ethereal energies of the surrounding world directly into its core, delineating the interior space from the external environment. As a water-type array, it effectively countered the thunder-fire attributes of the fire Qilin. Furthermore, the fire Qilin bore a curse, clearly linked to the individual who established this formation, rendering it utterly ensnared within its confines. Thus, even if the fire Qilin were to be extricated from the array by Yi Xian, it would remain bound by the blood imprint of the curse, resonating with the array, ensuring that it would perpetually carry the weight of the Rain Dragon, regardless of time or place. Moreover, a notable characteristic of the Rain Dragon formation was that the greater the fire Qilin's strength, the more potent the array's restraining properties became, intensifying the force of confinement projected outward. Conversely, should its power diminish, so too would the array's efficacy. Observing the current situation, it appeared that the fire Qilin's condition had not improved significantly since their last encounter. Otherwise, the array would not appear so feeble. However, this formation is far from the harmless illusion it may seem. Should an unsuspecting individual attempt to breach its boundaries to steal the fire Qilin, the array would swiftly harness the powers of heaven and earth, transforming them into icy needles that assail the intruder from all directions. Wherever there is moisture in the air, an attack is imminent, leaving no sanctuary for the trespasser. Indeed, this array possesses extraordinary characteristics, which elucidates why the Yi family has not established defenses here. It is not merely the exotic nature of the fire Qilin that poses a challenge. Ordinary individuals are utterly powerless against it, as only summoners can command such beings. Thus, it is likely that only summoners would harbor intentions toward this extraordinary creature. Furthermore, summoners are exceedingly rare in this world. Even if some foolhardy souls were to attempt theft, they would undoubtedly falter before the might of the Rain Dragon, as the spatial formation would surely lead to their obliteration. Moreover, Any would-be thieves would inevitably strive to amass their martial prowess upon entering the formation. Based on their experience, once ensnared within a spatial array, they would instinctively channel all their energy to defend themselves, leaving no exception. However, the rain dragon formation specifically targets the spiritual energy present in the air, directing it towards the locus of energy accumulation. Should they truly attempt to concentrate all their martial capabilities, they would unwittingly transform into a moving target, meeting their demise in an instant. Yun Ruashi's lips curled into a smile, a blend of excitement and understanding gracing her features. The architect of this array must have possessed a keen intellect to devise such a method to ensnare the fire Qilin, both repelling external threats and ensuring internal security. The Yi family's arrangement, paradoxically, serves to benefit themselves. Turning to Yun Xiaolu, Yun Ruashi lowered her voice and instructed, eliminate all martial energy, leaving not a trace within. Do not attempt to gather any power. Instead, calm your breath to the state of slumber and follow my lead. Yun Xiaolu was taken aback. Pondering the strangeness of the situation, how could one possibly seek to eradicate all forms of martial prowess? What was this peculiar circumstance? Yet, despite his usual carefree demeanor, the second-generation heir understood the gravity of the matter at hand. Since the Buddha had issued such instructions, there must be a profound reason behind them. He followed suit, convinced that adhering to her guidance could yield no adverse consequences. In an inexplicable turn of events, he found himself developing an unwavering trust in the Buddha, as if she were a celestial being. With a nod, Yun Xiaolu dispelled all his martial energy, transforming himself into an ordinary individual devoid of any combat prowess. He followed Yun Ruashi, moving left and right in an extraordinary manner, advancing towards the room at the center of the courtyard. The torrential rain soaked the two siblings completely, yet they appeared utterly unfazed by the thunderstorm. Their forms seemed to merge with the downpour, indistinguishable from the rain itself. Despite the peculiar ambience, an odd sensation stirred within Yun Ruashi's heart, reminiscent of cultivation, gathering all one's energy and then completely emptying it. What was this unique feeling? However, the very atmosphere that enveloped her rendered it impossible to thoroughly investigate the insights she had just begun to grasp. At this moment, the matter of the fire Qilin took precedence above all else. Guided by the arcane methods detailed in the extraordinary tomes of her past life, Yun Ruashi meticulously dispersed all martial force, cautiously leading Yun Xiaolu around the inconspicuous nodes of the rain dragon formation, making their way towards the chamber designated for the fire Qilin. Taking the final step, reaching the door of the house in the center of the courtyard, Yun Ruashi suddenly felt a refreshing sensation as the faint pressure that had enveloped her was abruptly dispelled. A sense of exhilaration surged within her. The barrier had been broken. Pushing open the grand door, the two entered the interior, where a wave of intense, burning heat greeted them. The room was exceedingly vast and devoid of any other furnishings. The fire Qilin lay prostrate in the middle of the room, its eyes closed. It was entirely crimson, with a flicker of flames subtly radiating from its body. Though it appeared to be exhausted, the flames were not particularly fierce. Nevertheless, even this thin layer of fire made the air feel intensely oppressive. Its deer-like form loomed large as a small mountain, covered in scales, with two magnificent horns adorning its head, exuding the innate majesty befitting the king of terrestrial beasts. Upon sensing the disturbance, the fire Qilin sprang to its feet, its flames flickering in response to the distortion of the air. It squinted slightly, taking a few steps to scrutinize the two newcomers, an air of surprise blossoming within. Observing the Qilin's reaction, Yun Ruashi offered a faint smile. Suddenly, it seemed to recall something, its mouth curling into a grin, its demeanor shifting to one of ferocity. "Ah, it's you. We meet again." The creature recognized the woman among the two, the very same one it had encountered on the street. Its face contorted into an even more grotesque smile. Astonished that she had managed to survive and reach this place. Evidently, she possessed some remarkable abilities. The 5-day deadline had arrived. And how could Ruashi dare to breach her promise? Yun Ruashi removed her veil, took a couple of steps forward, and stood calmly in the center of the room. Her demeanor relaxed as she faced the fire Qilin. With a serene tone, she spoke softly. Yun Xiaolu, however, followed closely behind his sister, his expression one of caution. Indeed, she had come for this formidable creature. The last time they had encountered it on the street, he had felt immense pressure, merely restrained by Yi Xian, and now, facing this colossal being up close, the shock was even more profound. "Humph, I previously underestimated you," the fire Qilin scoffed, its countenance still arrogant, eyes filled with disdain. If not for that villain's treachery, how could such insignificant humans attract its attention? At that moment, as Ruashi entered, she finally understood why Junxia had appeared so wronged. Trailing behind Yixian, it was because he was ensnared by this rain dragon array. No wonder. Even though Ruashi possessed a gentle temperament, she couldn't help but feel indignant on Junxia's behalf. Yun Ruashi, with her innate sensitivity, perceived the fire Qielin's contempt and hostility towards her, yet her tone remained unruffled. The rain dragon array? The fire Qielin pondered, intrigued. Are you suggesting this formation is called the rain dragon? It mused internally, recognizing that, at first glance, the very name of this array seemed designed to counter its kind. The rain dragon array was remarkably peculiar. From within, it appeared utterly flawless. Having consumed nearly all of its time in an effort to decipher it, only to find no solution. Yet, these two individuals had entered the array without sustaining any harm and with effortless ease. With this realization, the fire Qielin regarded the newcomers with increased seriousness. Indeed, it is the rain dragon. Yun Ruashi nodded slightly, a gentle curve forming at the corner of her lips. I have attempted to decipher this rain dragon formation, and it is nearly insurmountable. The fire Qielin furrowed its brow, its fierce visage softening momentarily. Hee. Yun Ruashi chuckled lightly. This formation is indeed beyond comprehension. How then did you manage to breach it? The fire Qielin's expression was one of disbelief. To be precise, it was not Yun Ruashi who dismantled the formation. Rather, she exploited certain flaws and vulnerabilities within it to navigate through, thereby gaining entry. So, the fire Qielin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Seemingly attuned to the fire Qielin's thoughts, Yun Ruashi slightly turned her body, shaking her head, yet her gaze remained firmly fixed upon the fire Qielin. Unfortunately, this method allows for entry but not exit. I fear that you shall be disappointed. Upon hearing this, the fire Qielin was instantly engulfed in despair. The flicker of hope ignited within it extinguished in an instant. So, it appears that I remain trapped. Your ability to candidly reveal the truth speaks volumes of your integrity, the fire Qielin remarked, a hint of bitterness in its voice. Hee, your highness flatters me. If my opponent is forthright, then I shall reciprocate in kind. Yun Ruashi lifted her delicate face, her eyes as clear as water. Although the fire Qielin was a creature of great intellect, it could not suppress a flicker of pleasure at Yun Ruashi's veiled praise. Indeed, the Qielin clan is inherently proud yet conducts itself with integrity. Had it been otherwise, how could I have found myself in such a predicament? What Yun Ruashi did not comprehend was how one of the 9th level's prowess could so easily fall victim to a curse, ensnared within this rain dragon formation. Yun Ruashi's demeanor was entirely unpretentious as she posed the question directly. The fire Qielin's expression revealed a fleeting pain, and its gaze held a hint of melancholy. Yet, as if struck by a sudden insight, the fire Qielin spoke. Since you have managed to exploit this formation's flaw to enter, you must be well versed in its intricacies. It paused momentarily, its fiery visage blushing with a tinge of embarrassment. Then, might you assist me in escaping from this formation? Yun Ruashi gently brushed her rain-soaked hair aside, her tone remarkably light. Since the two of us have been able to enter, it stands to reason that we possess a means to lead you out. Upon hearing this, the fire Qielin's flames surged with renewed vigor, its eyes sparkling with hope. If that is the case, could you, esteemed one, guide me to freedom? I shall forever etch your immense kindness and grace into my memory. 039 is merely a temptation. Heh! Yun Ruashi chuckled softly, having just displayed an imposing demeanor, but upon learning that she could take it out, her address shifted to one of reverence. Even a magical beast exhibits the trait of human humility and deference. The fire Qielin remained silent, its expression somewhat awkward. Clearing its throat, it ventured, could it be that a revered one has certain conditions? With your intellect, you must certainly understand that humans seldom act without benefit. Yun Ruashi continued to smile affirmatively at the fire Qielin. Li Zhu's expression shifted, as if a thought had struck him. Assisting you in your predicament is undoubtedly feasible. Yet I have a condition. Yun Ruashi pressed on, enticing him further. What condition? Li Zhu felt a surge of anxiety. Let us speak plainly. Become my contracted magical beast. Yun Ruashi's declaration rang with clarity. The fire Qielin erupted in flames, and without hesitation, it gritted its teeth and retorted, preposterous. Anticipating this response, Yun Ruashi remained unperturbed. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Casting a glance at the furious Li Zhu, she continued with a smile. I imagine you have already endeavored to extricate yourself from this formation. Pray tell, how does the backlash of the rain dragon formation feel? Humph. Li Zhu glared fiercely at Yun Ruashi. Very well. It is indeed quite excruciating. Even a creature of such renowned defense as the world's foremost sacred beast would surely feel the pain to the marrow, wouldn't he it? As Li Zhu recalled the intense agony he endured while resisting the rain dragon formation, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Since your majesty has already experienced the essence of this formation, the intricacies of it need not be elaborated upon by Ruashi. When your abilities are diminished, the rain dragon formation appears to be only slightly superior to you. However, as your strength amplifies, the jade dragon formation will likewise intensify, effectively restraining your capabilities with unwavering precision. Yun Ruashi articulated this truth, reminiscent of witnessing the fire Qilin shatter a formation. Li Zhu remained silent, her brow furrowed and nostrils flaring with indignation. Were it not for the pressing desire to break the formation, it is likely that with your prowess, you would have long since regained your true power. Yun Ruashi turned away, refusing to gaze upon Li Zhu's expression at this moment. She was resolute in her determination to capture the fire Qilin. If Ruashi were to refrain from aiding your escape, it would seem that your majesty would be eternally bound to Yixian. Yun Ruashi regarded Li Zhu with unwavering conviction, pondering whether it was truly worth serving one so fierce as Yixian, especially considering that Yixian's aptitude was rather mediocre, having achieved merely the level of a level 5 summoner after decades of effort. It seemed that after decades in Yixian's shadow, your majesty's own prowess would find it increasingly difficult to advance even a fraction. Li Zhu's heart ached, filled with sorrow and indignation. In all her centuries, she had never endured such humiliation. Indeed, while she was ensnared by the formidable formation and bound as Yixian's contracted beast, the fleeting decades felt to her merely like the blink of an eye. Yet, what she could scarcely bear was the disparity in levels between herself and the one who revised their contract, being controlled solely by the rain dragon formation. Even the most ordinary of magical beasts possesses an air of pride, how much more so for one that reigns as the king of land-dwelling beasts. However, at this moment, should you choose to accompany me, I assure you, you shall not be wronged. Yun Ruashi's eyes sparkled like stars. And not to mention my identity as a level 9 summoner would surely do you no disservice, I also bear another title. Li Zhu, upon hearing this, felt a stir of surprise within. Another title? I, too, am a level 9 alchemist. With a serene expression, Yun Ruashi revealed her additional vocation. Observing Li Zhu's eyes widen in disbelief, as anticipated, she understood that the Qilin possesses an extraordinarily unique constitution, making the ascent beyond certain barriers exceedingly difficult. Except for a certain ancestor of the Qilin clan, not a single one has advanced to become an ancient divine beast in nearly 10 millennia. Yet, if a saint-level alchemist could concoct a rare elixir to assist in the ascension, the chances of breaking through those barriers would significantly increase. However, alchemists are exceedingly rare in this world. Mid-level and high-level alchemists are nearly extinct, let alone saint-level alchemists. Despite the Qilin clan's long and arduous search, they have found nothing. If this individual before me truly is a high-level alchemist, Li Zhu was rendered nearly speechless, his gaze fixed upon Yun Ruashi with a fervent and restless intensity. This individual is, astonishingly, a 9th-level alchemist. How is that even possible? Alchemists are rarer than summoners on this vast continent. Even a low-level alchemist can command great influence anywhere. Yet, here stands a girl who appears to be merely in her teens, possessing the prowess of both a 9th-level summoner and a 9th-level alchemist. Surely, I must be dreaming. Doubtful. Yun Ruashi believes she has touched the most delicate nerve of the fire Qilin, Li Zhu, with just a little more effort. Junxia, the king of terrestrial beasts and a descendant of the 4 ancient sacred beasts, undoubtedly possesses a broad perspective. Born of the fire element, Junxia is certainly adept at manipulating flames. One wonders if he recognizes this fire. Yun Ruashi gazes at Li Zhu, who is staring at her in disbelief. Lost in thought, with a flicker of her mind, her fair hand reaches forward, and a strange flame surges from her palm. Its form elusive and its hue oscillating between red and blue, its warmth neither scalding nor cool. Though it is a diminutive flicker, it radiates an astonishing brilliance and dominance. The compressed flames, though small in size, promise immense power. This temperature, this aura, this fragrance. In an instant, the fire Qilin's eyes widen in astonishment. The fire qilin in the room emanates a deep crimson glow, yet in comparison to the light in Yun Ruashi's hand, its flames are utterly insignificant. The two are worlds apart. For what Yun Ruashi has conjured is none other than the King of Flames, the Samadhi True Fire. As a member of the Qilin clan, Li Zhu was utterly astonished. In his recollection, even the Qilin clan could not casually compress the Samadhi True Fire. Such a feat was only achievable during extraordinary moments or when one's life was at stake. Breaking the blood curse of the Qilin to harness the power of heaven and earth, thereby unleashing the Samadhi True Fire from within to manifest as a formidable force. This secret technique was a life-preserving method that the Qilin clan was forbidden to divulge. Casually expelling the Samadhi True Fire from one's body was something Li Zhu believed even he, as an exceptional member of the Qilin clan, could not accomplish. Among humans, only a 9th-level alchemist could possibly wield the Samadhi True Fire at will. Yet, these legendary alchemists could merely utilize the Samadhi True Fire to refine elixirs. The idea of compressing and expelling the fire was simply inconceivable. However, witnessing Yun Ruashi effortlessly condense the Samadhi True Fire from her consciousness into a tangible form sent a chill down Li Zhu's spine, making him acutely aware of her formidable prowess. A 9th-level practitioner, one who could compress the Samadhi True Fire. Had she not just admitted to being a 9th-level alchemist, he might have categorized her as a saintly figure, or even a divine-level alchemist. Furthermore, her youth suggested an immeasurable potential ahead. Following her lead, Li Zhu could hardly contain his elation. It was well known that the role of an alchemist held far greater allure for the Qilin clan than that of an ordinary summoner. If his kin were to learn that he could accompany such an extraordinary alchemist, they would surely be consumed by envy and admiration. To treat her as an esteemed guest is only to be expected. It is even conceivable that she could be revered by her kin. Furthermore, should one forge a pact with this woman, one's fate would be forever altered. Yun Ruashi observed the myriad flickers of excitement in Li Zhu's eyes, and her heart comprehended the implications. With this thought, Li Zhu's legs gave way, and her immense form collapsed at Yun Ruashi's feet, her voice quivering as she implored, "O exalted one, please, grant me your mercy and dispel this malevolent curse. I vow my life to you, to serve as your devoted servant, never to betray." The second heir of the Yun family stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. What was this situation? Just moments ago, the fire Qilin had been bristling with hostility. Yet after a mere admonition from the Buddha, it became as docile as a loyal hound. This was utterly bewildering, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Yun Ruashi looked down at Li Zhu, who knelt submissively before her, a smile playing on her lips. With a swift motion, she extinguished the flames in her hand and stepped forward, gently placing her hand upon the Qilin's neck. She said with a gentle laugh, "You may accompany me, but servitude is unnecessary. From this day forth, we shall be partners in this contract. You shall be in me, and I in you. In terms of life, we are equals. I value your pride and abilities as a Qilin. Should your powers prove inadequate, unworthy of my treatment, I shall dissolve our pact and allow you to return." Although it is understood that the relationship between a summoner and a magical beast is meant to be one of equality, it is evident to all that within this ostensibly equal bond, the summoners will ultimately prevail. How could any magical beast ever truly be equal in such a dynamic? Almost all magical beasts, once they become companions of a summoner, are utilized either as pets or as instruments of combat. Moreover, the fate of these magical creatures is rarely fortunate. They often lose their lives in service to their masters, seldom living to see their master's demise. A summoner is permitted to summon only one creature at a time, yet upon the death of this summoned beast, they may forge new contracts with other magical creatures without limitation on the number of summons. Even in the case of shared life and death, the demise of one summoned creature does not impose dire consequences upon the summoner. At worst, it results in a decline in their cultivation, leaving their life secure. This very reality is why magical beasts are often resistant to forming contractual relationships with summoners. Upon hearing this, Li Zhu's astonishment was palpable. If a contract were to be established with this woman, it would not only signify salvation for Liuhua, but also reveal that she is indeed an anomaly. Having reached this point, Ruashi still had one more thing to say. Yun Ruashi spoke, "Please, esteemed one, continue." The fire Qilin inadvertently conveyed a tone of reverence in its words. However, at this juncture, Ruashi could not employ the contract array to establish an agreement with June. Yun Ruashi candidly expressed her thoughts. Would you be willing to accompany me? The Fire Qilin expressed surprise. A level 9 summoner was unable to utilize the contract array? What could be the reason behind this? Indeed, as Juanxiao presumed, despite Ruashi having reached the pinnacle of a level 9 summoner, she was incapable of establishing her own contract array. The reason for this was something Ruashi herself found hard to fathom, yet it was undeniably true. Ruashi paused momentarily. At this juncture, she was unconcerned about revealing her vulnerability to Li Zhu. For what Li Zhu valued was not her prowess as a level 9 summoner. Even if she were not a level 9 summoner, her identity as a level 9 alchemist would undoubtedly compel Li Zhu to remain by her side. Thus, upon discerning Li Zhu's intentions, Ruashi laid bare her trump card without reservation. Indeed, this was the case. The Fire Qilin, Li Zhu, pondered briefly and deemed the matter inconsequential. Raising his gaze to fixate on Ruashi with an expression of indifference, Ruashi quietly nodded. Hence, she could only forge a blood pact with Juanxia, a course of action that seemed unfair to Juanxia and somewhat dismissive. Should Juanxia find this difficult to accept, he could express his thoughts directly to Ruashi. She harbored no desire for a blood pact to lead to Juanxia's betrayal. Such an outcome was one neither of them wished to witness. However, Ruashi assured that when the day came for her to solidify the contract array, she would certainly dissolve the blood oath and establish a new contract array, allowing for a genuinely equitable relationship with Juanxia. With that being said, would you be willing to accompany me? Upon hearing this, the Fire Qilin became instantly animated. His eyes aflame with fervor. What harm could there be in a blood contract? The Kirin clan is not composed of treacherous souls. Once we have sincerely recognized a companion, we shall remain unwaveringly loyal, even at the cost of our lives. Such words from a revered figure merely belittle the dignity of our clan. Without waiting for Yun Ruashi's response, Li Zhu, the Fire Kirin, raised his forehooves and traced an arc of dark radiance in the air, solemnly proclaiming, by the witness of heaven and earth, I, Li Zhu, in the name of the ancient divine beasts of the Kirin clan, vow to become a lifelong contract partner to this esteemed individual, steadfast and unyielding. Should I violate this oath, I shall forever be barred from ascending to the realm of divine beasts, my flesh shattered and bones broken, my soul condemned to the depths of perdition, eternally denied rebirth. Yun Ruashi pressed her lips tightly together, acknowledging the Kirin's profound sense of duty. Indeed, this sentiment rings true. To possess such a remarkable creature is a blessing for me. Yun Ruashi. In an instant, the dark radiance coalesced into a fiery red talisman, dispersing into the air like countless red stars, vanishing from sight. Could a revered figure truly be convinced by Li Zhu? The Fire Kirin's face was etched with sincerity and urgency. How could Ruashi not believe? This opportunity to forge a pact with such a being is indeed a stroke of fortune. Yun Ruashi gazed earnestly at Li Zhu, her heart swelling with relief and excitement. Yet her words remained gentle and serene. Time is of the essence. The torrential rain outside suggests that the effects of the illusion mirror I brought may soon dissipate. This place is not suitable for the contract. I shall now lift the curse that afflicts you, and we can devise our plans elsewhere. Very well. Li Zhu nodded vigorously, eager to comply. How shall I assist you, esteemed one? I shall channel my inner energy to remove the dark curse from within you. At that moment, regardless of what you see or hear in your consciousness, do not trust it, and certainly do not allow it to control you. One must maintain a clear and tranquil mind. Otherwise, should one fall victim to a sinister curse, not only will you be shattered beyond repair, but I too may find it difficult to escape unscathed. This is the sole requirement. Yun Ruashi's expression was grave. A chill breeze swept in from the courtyard. Despite the belt tightly cinched at her waist, the hem of her fitted attire fluttered in the wind, giving her an ethereal quality that exuded an astonishingly formidable aura. The Fire Qilin gazed at Yun Ruashi, feeling a burgeoning sense of admiration and respect. Such demeanor is indeed rare in this world, and it filled him with greater confidence regarding his own future. Rest assured, esteemed one, if I cannot achieve this, then I, Li Zhu, am unworthy to accompany you, declared the Fire Qilin resolutely. Then, I shall commence the dispelling of the curse for you, Yun Ruashi said, producing a pale blue Dan pill and handing it to Li Zhu. This is the Clear Mind pill. Consuming it will aid you in steadfastly guarding your spirit. It is not a matter of distrust. I merely wish to ensure absolute certainty. Without a moment's hesitation, the Fire Qilin swallowed the Clear Mind pill. Yun Ruashi nodded. a glimmer of approval shining in her eyes. Very well, we shall begin. Xiaolu, assist me in safeguarding the process. Yun Xiaolu, bewildered by how effortlessly Yun Ruoshi had convinced the fire Qilin to become her contractual partner, felt an endless stream of admiration akin to the waters of the Yellow River. Suddenly called upon by Yun Ruoshi, he snapped back to attention, focusing intently. Oh, understood. Yun Ruoshi stood beside the fire Qilin, raising her hand to gather energy. Diligently adjusting her breath, she compressed the three-flame true fire that had coalesced within her body into a tangible form, resting it delicately upon her palm. With gentle movements, she cautiously placed this extraordinary flame into the brain of the fire Qilin. In an instant, the Qilin's mind was pierced as if by needles, releasing a torrent of bizarre visions, including all its memories, flooding forth like a burst dam. The massive creature endured immense agony, trembling incessantly, yet it adhered to Yun Ruoshi's command, safeguarding its spiritual platform. The clarity pill it had previously consumed transformed into a refreshing aura, enveloping the spiritual platform surrounding its soul, distinguishing chaos from clarity. The fire Qilin suffered greatly, its soul being pulled by two opposing forces, the tremors from its essence causing it to shudder uncontrollably. However, as a descendant of the king of sacred beasts, it bore this unimaginable torment with remarkable resilience, earning a silent nod of approval from Yun Ruoshi, who commanded the three-flame, true fire. The flames intensified, scorching the Qilin's soul, growing fiercer with each moment. As the spirit of the fire Qilin gradually became clearer, a strand of dark gray filaments began to detach from its essence, striving to resist the peculiar heat. Yun Xiaolu watched anxiously from the side. Though he did not comprehend the intricacies of his sister's actions, the cautious expression on Yun Ruoshi's face and the fire Qilin's stoic suffering indicated the perilous nature of this process. He held his breath, simultaneously observing Yun Ruoshi's movements with tension while extending his consciousness outward to probe the surroundings of the house. Under the influence of the Samadhi true fire, the black silk twisted and tugged, desperately attempting to ensnare the soul of the fire Qilin. Yet, how could the King of Flames allow such a delectable morsel to escape so easily? The flames surged fiercely toward the black tendrils, rushing forth with a whoosh to firmly ensnare them. Naturally, the black silk was unwilling to be extinguished by this blaze. It writhed and struggled, clutching desperately at the coalescing soul of the fire Qilin, using it as a shield while evading the flames with all its might. Remarkably, the Samadhi true fire seemed to directly separate the fire Qilin's soul from its range of attack, launching an all-out assault on the location of the black silk. Methodically encroaching upon it, the black silk, filled with dread, darted about, emitting sharp, piercing shrieks, as the sound of the fire Qilin resonated painfully within its soul. The Samadhi true fire remained unyielding, advancing relentlessly until it cornered the black silk against the fire Qilin's soul. Sensing the black silk's despair, the flames intensified, and with a swift whoosh, consumed the remaining strands entirely in a matter of moments. When the Samadhi true fire finally devoured the last vestige of the black silk, a resounding crash echoed within Zhu's mind, reminiscent of shattering glass, as his soul seemed to break free from some restraint, soaring forth with a wild cry. The trembling fire Qilin, having exhausted its strength, let out a deep breath, collapsing onto the ground in utter exhaustion, its four legs giving way at last. Freed from the shackles of the forbidden spell, the fire Qilin felt an exhilarating lightness envelop its being, its spiritual power surging triumphantly, and its eyes gleamed with a brilliance that starkly contrasted with its prior languor. It was a success. After a brief moment of recovery, the fire Qilin rose from the ground, feeling an extraordinary sense of comfort, its soul clearer than before the insidious curse had been cast upon it. Yet unbeknownst to it, the soul, tempered by the three calamities true fire, had undergone a metamorphosis, bestowing upon it ineffable advantages in its future cultivation journey. As Yun Ruoshi dismantled the dark curse within the fire Qilin's soul, she keenly perceived the surrounding spiritual energy intensifying abruptly, the constraints of the space vanishing as if in tandem with the dissolution of the curse. Most likely the rain dragon array had also evaporated. A knowing smile graced Yun Ruoshi's lips as she inquired of Li Zhu, "Do you still possess the strength to walk?" With a chuckle, she added, "It is merely a momentary weakness. You have already recovered." Gazing confidently at Yun Ruoshi, Li Zhu's spirit soared even higher. "Very well, we must not delay. The illusion mirror may soon lose its efficacy. Let us depart swiftly." "Agreed," responded both the human and the beast with alacrity. amidst the torrential downpour. Yun Ruashi guided Yun Xiaolu and Li Zhu, and in an instant, they vacated the Yi residence. The night's deluge had cleansed the capital, leaving it remarkably fresh and pristine. The air imbued with the invigorating scent of damp earth, uplifting the spirits of all who breathed it in. Within the grand courtyard of the Yun family, Yun Ruashi stood gracefully beneath a blossoming begonia, her slender figure clad in immaculate white attire that flowed like the wind and snow, untouched by dirt. A serene smile adorned her otherwise unassuming face. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the delicate strands of Yun Ruashi's hair to dance playfully in the wind, adding a touch of charming mischief to her slightly flushed cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy as her graceful hand brushed away the unruly locks, tucking them behind her ear, while a smile graced her lips, betraying her delightful mood. Before her stood Yun Xiaolu, equally adorned with a beaming expression, facing Yun Ruashi. Though it was still morning and the sunlight was not overly intense, his face radiated with a vibrant array of colors, enhancing the youthful elegance that marked his features with a hint of gallantry. Yet, the nature of a second-generation heir was ever apparent, as his serious demeanor transformed into a comically ingratiating smirk within mere moments, his once imposing figure collapsing into that of a flamboyant young scion. 041 The Reforged Covenant Array Sister. You truly endured much yesterday. Yun Xiaolu chuckled softly, scratching his head and cautiously glancing around before approaching Yun Ruashi, whispering in a subdued tone, Sister, where have you put that fellow? I can't seem to find him anywhere. Yun Ruashi was already disturbed by his presence early in the morning. Her previously bright mood was instantly clouded. She turned away without even glancing at the second master, thinking, what fellow? Yun Xiaolu's eyes widened. Sister, are you not? Yesterday, it was clear that. Yun Ruashi gently pinched a budding begonia flower, noting that it had bloomed rather early this year, yet it still appeared quite vibrant. Making some begonia cakes would indeed be delightful. Casting another glance at Yun Xiaolu, she wondered what had transpired yesterday. It rained heavily throughout the night, and she had slept soundly from dusk till dawn, leaving her brother worried for her. Yun Xiaolu's face twitched. The family's Buddha-like figure was rather peculiar, but he was not one to forget his wit and humor. He looked at Yun Ruashi, abandoning any pretense, and stated earnestly, Sister, news has spread outside that the Yi residence was burglarized yesterday, losing the fire Qilin. Yi Xian was injured, Yi Kun was found dead in his home, and the head of the Yi family is in a rage. Even the noble consort Yi rushed back to the Yi residence the moment the royal city opened this morning. The affairs of the Yi family are of no concern to you, Yun Ruashi replied, tending to her plants without even sparing a glance at Yun Xiaolu. Yun Xiaolu's lips quivered slightly as he contemplated the extraordinary nature of this woman. Amidst the chaos that had erupted at the Yi residence, she remained seemingly unfazed. Sister, what I truly wish to know is, where have you concealed the fire Qilin? Furthermore, we did not have an encounter with Yi Xian yesterday, so how did he sustain such grievous injuries? Yun Xiaolu, rarely composed, regarded Yun Ruaxi with a steady gaze. As a participant in Yun Ruaxi's endeavor, he still felt a lingering unease, yet as a scion of the Yun family, confronting such bloody scenes was inevitable. Although he returned home feeling as though a thorn was lodged in his throat, the discomfort eventually subsided, and he found little reason for lamentation. However, the capital was already rife with trepidation, with the Yi family deploying all available resources, both overt and covert, to apprehend the perpetrator. Despite their current lack of leads, one could not dismiss the possibility of the Yi family uncovering something. What then would become of Sister? What fate awaited the Yun family? Yun Ruaxi observed Yun Xiaolu's grave expression and recognized his concern for her, prompting a knowing smile. You need not worry about the fire Qilin. As a high-ranking summoner, I possess numerous methods to keep it concealed, ensuring that the Yun family remains unharmed. Upon hearing Yun Ruaxi's words, Yun Xiaolu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, with her formidable skills, could one truly fear the Yi family? As for Yi Xian, Yun Ruaxi mused for a moment, while removing the curse from Li Zhu. I sensed the constraints within his body shattering. To control the fire Qilin, such restraints were likely embedded within Yi Xian himself. Once the restrictions shatter, the first to suffer the backlash will undoubtedly be him. It seems that those assisting the Yi family in restraining the fire Qilin did not foresee such repercussions. Did those who cast the spells not anticipate these outcomes? Yun Xiaolu still found it somewhat perplexing. With a light chuckle, Yun Ruashi gazed at Yun Xiaolu, attributing their over-reliance on the combination of dark spells and the rain dragon formation to their predicament. Yet, humanity is often inclined this way. Dark spells form the foundation of the rain dragon formation, which in turn safeguards the dark spells. The two elements resonate with one another, creating an exceedingly covert form of security. Possessing such a trump card, anyone would feel an overwhelming sense of confidence. Very well, since enlightenment is sought, I shall divulge everything to you. What will happen if Yi Xian suffers the backlash? Yun Xiaolu continued to inquire. The dark spell of the fire Qilin is inscribed within the soul. Correspondingly, Yi Xian's restrictions must also pertain to the soul. The consequences of a soul's backlash. In mild cases, the soul may be damaged, making further progress nearly impossible. In severe cases, the soul could perish, leading to a state akin to that of the living dead. However, it seems that Imperial concubine Yi has brought a rather enigmatic elder from the palace, and early on, the Yi family hinted that Yi Xian might be saved. Oh, is that so? Yun Ruashi expressed mild surprise. Did the Yi family not directly seek out the one who cast the spell for Yi Xian's treatment? Or could this mysterious elder be the one who cast the spell? How intriguing. The best outcome would be for Yi Xian to overcome this trial. Even if he manages to restore his soul's power as much as possible, it is likely that he will find it exceedingly difficult to break through to the 5th level for the rest of his life. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, every effort must be made to try. In the kingdom of Shaluo, summoners are indeed a rare sight, and the ruler must undoubtedly hold Yi Xian in high regard. However, I find myself curious about the mysterious old man you mentioned. As for that, I am not entirely certain either. Yun Ruashi gazed skyward, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. If this person truly possesses the ability to heal Yi Xian's soul through backlash, then this kingdom of Shangluo must conceal many hidden talents. Sister, in these tumultuous times, it would be wise to keep that Li Zhu under wraps. Exercising caution is never misplaced. Yun Xiaolu gazed steadily at Yun Ruashi. This young man, having undergone certain experiences, has matured somewhat in temperament. A smile graced Yun Ruashi's lips, and she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. By the way, do you not need to attend the academy today? Sister, are you confused or what? The instructors at the academy have been preoccupied with the advancement assessments lately. As students of exceptional talent, we have been specially permitted to return home for self-cultivation. Otherwise, how could I possibly endure your incessant nagging at home? I am, after all, a genius in martial arts, with aspirations to ascend to Wujideo and become a disciple on the inner island. It had completely slipped my mind that the annual advancement assessment of the Martial Arts Academy coincides with the enrollment of new students. And there are only a few days left. Oh, I wouldn't dare to call you plump, yet here you are, panting. A slight smirk played on Yun Ruashi's lips. Sister, you underestimate me far too much. The second-generation heir forced a rather unappealing smile. That night, Yun Ruashi sat calmly in her chamber, quietly gathering the energy around her. The beads of energy within her body rotated, week after week. The vital energy in meridians pulsated with a vibrant rhythm, diligently gathering the ethereal forces of heaven and earth. After the profound cleansing of sinews and marrow, her body experienced a remarkable enhancement. Although she had not been able to engage in rigorous training over the past few days, Yun Ruashi discerned subtle, yet perceptible changes within herself. These alterations, though minute, were undeniable. Moreover, she contemplated revisiting another experience, completely dissipating the internal energy within her, allowing her breath to return to stillness. Whenever Yun Ruashi undertook this practice, she observed that the pearls of energy within her, while seemingly unchanged at the surface, had slightly contracted in volume. This contraction enabled them to absorb the celestial energies more rapidly, consequently accelerating their rotation. Correspondingly, the flow of her meridians and blood witnessed a significant increase in velocity. This process effectively compelled her internal pearls to engage in self-cultivation. However, it was a source of frustration for Yun Ruashi that she could not perpetually sustain the state of dissipating energy to drive the pearls. Only through the continuous accumulation of energy for training, followed by its complete release, could the pearls engage in more effective self-cultivation. The relentless switching between training modes caused the late hours of the night to slip by swiftly. Previously, without the experience of sinew and marrow cleansing, she had attempted to activate the contract formation, yet it met with the same fate as in her past lives, ultimately culminating in failure. However, now, having undergone the cleansing process, her bones and meridians had become more refined, and even her soul's power had seen a slight enhancement. She pondered whether, if she were to attempt to activate the contract formation once more, success might finally be within her grasp. Furthermore, the fire Qilin acquired last night should ideally be merged with oneself through the contract array at the earliest opportunity. Should another failure occur, I would be compelled to resort to a lesser blood pact for binding it. With this thought in mind, Yunruashi attentively sensed the fire Qilin within her. She observed it peacefully slumbering within the heart of her Samadhi true fire, its entire being relaxed, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Last night, Yunruashi had utilized the Samadhi true fire to extricate the dark curse from Li Zhu's body, unexpectedly enhancing Li Zhu's own soul's power in the process. Li Zhu, with its vivid crimson form and imposing stature, had posed a dilemma for Yunruashi upon their return to the general's residence alongside the Yun siblings. After all, it was well known throughout the capital that the eldest son of the Yi family had acquired a Qilin. If it were to appear openly at the Yun family estate, would that not brand them as criminals? After much contemplation, Yunruashi suddenly realized that since Li Zhu was inherently of the fire element, its affinity with the Samadhi true fire would be heightened after undergoing the purifying process. If she could place Li Zhu within the heart of her Samadhi true fire, the prevailing issue would be easily resolved. Indeed, as Yunruashi had anticipated, Li Zhu seemed remarkably content within the heart of the Samadhi true fire. Moreover, the Samadhi true fire possessed the inherent capability to refine substances, gradually eliminating the impurities from Li Zhu's body. Upon discovering this, Li Zhu was more than willing to temporarily reside within the heart of the Samadhi true fire, as such an opportunity was truly rare. This woman could offer him gifts of extraordinary value. At this moment, even if Yunruashi chose not to enter into a contract with it, it would not leave indiscriminately. Yunruashi descended from her bed, stepped outdoors, contemplated briefly, and then swiftly departed from the general's residence. After traversing a considerable distance, she arrived at a secluded grove outside the capital of the Shenluo kingdom, seeking a place of utmost concealment and tranquility to attempt once more to activate the contract formation. Taking a deep breath, she allowed the grains of energy within her body to rotate to their fullest extent, elevating her condition to its zenith. Silently, she sketched the runes of the contract formation in her heart, simultaneously sensing the various elements around her converging towards her with remarkable intensity. At this moment, the gathering of elements was more profound than in any of her previous attempts to initiate the contract formation. Every pore of her body was inhaling, as her refined physique and meridians became instantly immersed in the elemental power, gradually merging with it. 042 The relentless apparition, indeed. It is precisely this sensation of harmony and tranquility. Yunruashi did not dare to be careless. Whenever she reached such a juncture, an unsettling occurrence would ensue. Bang! The essence within her once again fluctuated. Had she failed again? Yunruashi gazed at the dissipating elemental power enveloping her, biting her lip tightly. Her fists clenched in frustration. Huh! An abrupt voice echoed. Emerging from the shadows was a figure clad in a dark robe, his visage resembling jade, features profound, with a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Yunruashi felt a stir in her heart, her brows knitting together as she lifted her gaze towards the source of the voice. Lo and behold, it was Rongzhan again. Why does this fellow persistently haunt me? Yunruashi felt a surge of exasperation, memories of that night flooding her mind with overwhelming intensity. Despite her tumultuous thoughts, she simmered with indignation, her delicate fists tightening further, her brows furrowing in ire. What brings you here again? Are you deliberately here to witness my disgrace? Rongzhan awkwardly rubbed his nose, observing the fuming girl before him, secretly amused. I assure you, this time I did not intend to follow you. Then how is it that you find yourself here? Yunruashi clenched her teeth, dark energy coalescing in her palm, a deep purple glow erupting from her hand. Unless he provides a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to conclude matters here and now. As Yunruashi's anger became palpable, Rongzhan remained unperturbed, gazing at her with a composed smile. He had merely chanced upon this location, sensing the elemental force converging nearby, and had come to investigate, only to find her here. Chanced upon? She retorted incredulously. In the dead of night, you casually traverse this dense forest? Your excuse lacks credibility. With such a flimsy justification, who would believe him? Seeing Yunruashi's blatant skepticism, Rongzhan maintained his poise. Has your contract formation once again faltered? This man truly was her nemesis, always managing to bring up the most sensitive topics. Each encounter seemed to push her to the brink of explosion. With a swift motion, Yun Ruashi raised her hand and unleashed a blade of air, creating a ripple in the atmosphere. Rong Zhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he tenderly regarded her, not flinching in the slightest. With a mere flick of his hand, he seized the air blade she had conjured, causing it to vanish in an instant. Inwardly, Rong Zhan commended her progress. After only a few days of absence, she had adeptly learned to manipulate the air blades. Truly impressive. Yun Ruashi, taken aback, pondered just how profound his strength truly was. A surge of determination ignited within her, and as she silently resolved to fight back, a crimson hue began to seep from her forehead, soon illuminating her entire face. Rong Zhan, observing the faint glow emanating from her, felt his gaze soften further. Excellent. The discipline had intensified. With renewed vigor, Yun Ruashi waved her hand, launching a series of deep violet air blades towards Rong Zhan. Their speed and power significantly enhanced compared to before. Indeed, the effect of enhanced punishment is the ability to instantaneously amplify one's attack power severfold. This effect will escalate with the elevation of Yun Ruashi's own level and skill proficiency. In the depths of the forest under the night sky, the surroundings were illuminated by the deep violet radiance emanating from Yun Ruashi's palm, casting splendid hues upon the shadows of the trees. Rong Zhan remained unchanged in posture. With a mere wave of his hand, several blades of energy, each possessing multiplied force, vanished into thin air, akin to the previous one. Yun Ruashi felt a surge of dismay, realizing that despite the profound enhancement of her physique following the refinement of her essence and her combined combat prowess as a level 9 warrior and a level 9 summoner, she could not budge the individual before her in the slightest. A sense of frustration began to seep into her heart. What should I do? Child, given your current cultivation, being able to unleash such energy blades is already commendable, Rong Zhan remarked with a gentle smile, manipulating the last energy blade Yun Ruashi had released. Toying with it as the deep violet glow danced within his grasp, an extraordinary sight indeed. However, defeating me remains an impossibility. Though Yun Ruashi was astonished that Rong Zhan could casually toy with her energy blade, she felt a profound unwillingness within. With a cold glance, she thought, if I could activate the contract array and summon a beast to confront you, nothing would be impossible. Were it not for the last moment's failure in activating my contract array, I would not merely possess the hollow title of a high-level summoner. Oh, is that so? Rong Zhan chuckled. That sounds rather intriguing. Yun Ruashi ground her teeth in frustration, her temper flaring. Despite having witnessed her activate the contract array twice, he still dares to speak in such a manner, which infuriates her. However, my dear, it seems there's an issue with your contract array. Yun Ruashi glared fiercely at Rong Zhan. This man always had a way of driving her to the brink of exasperation. If mere glances could be lethal, Rong Zhan would have succumbed 10 times over. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What if I could assist you in activating your contract array? Rong Zhan gazed at Yun Ruashi with a serene smile, his expression calm and composed. What? Yun Ruashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Rong Zhan continued to smile gently, his gaze filled with affection, stating, I can help you activate your contract array. Yun Ruashi's thoughts spiraled in confusion. He can assist me? On what grounds? Is it not a universal truth that the contract array relies solely on one's own summoning power for activation? How could one depend on another? Moreover, although Rong Zhan's prowess is unfathomable, he cannot possibly be a summoner. If he were not a summoner, how could he be so certain about aiding me in completing the contract array? What is his true origin? What is his realm? Additionally, why would he extend his help? What ulterior motives might he harbor? Yun Ruashi's expression shifted dramatically as she struggled to comprehend the current situation. Observing her furrowed brow and puzzled demeanor, Rong Zhan maintained his cheerful smile. Why do you doubt me? Yun Ruashi inquired, lowering his gaze to the violet energy blade emanating from Yun Ruashi's grasp. Rong Zhan felt a stirring in his heart and could not help but sigh softly. There is no particular reason. Rong Zhan smiled faintly, stepping forward with a serene demeanor, his gaze fixed upon the woman before him. Her face bore an expression of icy tranquility, though not breathtakingly beautiful. She exuded an inherent aura of quiet elegance akin to that of pristine snow. This evening, Rong Zhan had ventured into the woods as usual in search of rare artifacts. Yet he was taken aback when the elemental forces in the forest suddenly converged towards this very spot. Following the flow of elemental energy, he arrived here only to discover Yun Ruashi's presence. However, before he could revel in the joy of seeing her, he witnessed her unsuccessful attempt to activate the summoning array. Observing the disappointment etched on Yun Ruashi's delicate features tugged at his heartstrings. "Are you a summoner?" Yun Ruashi inquired, her fierce aura dissipating as she stood with her hands clasped behind her back. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Offering a gentle smile without confirming or denying her question, his heart stirred by the recollection of their previous encounter. Yun Ruashi was taken aback. "Could he also be a summoner? Can you truly assist me?" she asked, her voice laden with skepticism, struggling to comprehend what could possibly compel Rongzhan to extend his help. Nodding slightly, Rongzhan's gaze remained steadfastly on Yun Ruashi, intent on capturing every nuance of her expression, treasuring every aspect of her being. "In this world, aside from myself, it seems no one else can aid you. Are you so confident? But why?" "My dear, today, the word you have uttered most frequently is why." His desire to assist her required no justification. Yun Ruashi furrowed her brow, finding it exceedingly difficult to grasp the situation at hand. The two had merely crossed paths a handful of times during their last encounter. While undergoing a transformation, he inadvertently found himself indebted to her. Now, did he truly desire to defeat her? If she were to assist him in completing the array of the contract, wouldn't it be splendid for them to engage in a contest thereafter? Was he perhaps afraid that even with the array completed, he would still not be her equal? Rongzhan's voice, gentle and undisturbed, carried a hint of amusement. Cloud Roashi felt her ears flush with heat. Her previously relaxed nerves suddenly tensed. Indeed, she was determined to conquer him, was she not? A peculiar sensation stirred within her, yet her singular focus remained, to swiftly enhance her own strength. In this world, power spoke volumes. Only through genuine empowerment could she safeguard those she cherished. Naturally, this included besting him. "Very well. If that is the case, I would appreciate your assistance in initiating the contract array." Cloud Roashi regarded Rongzhan intently, her decision made with resolute conviction. "However, I, Cloud Roashi, shall not accept your kindness without reciprocation. Today's endeavor shall be exchanged for a condition. At any moment, you may present a request to me, save for matters of great malice. As long as it is within my capability, I shall not refuse." This girl's so obstinate. Rongzhan felt a surge of joy. A condition, was it? Quite agreeable, indeed. "Very well, it is settled then," he replied with unwavering cheerfulness. "I shall ponder how to utilize this condition when next we meet." Yun Ruashi nodded gently, gazing at the moonlight deepening in the sky. Time had grown late, and she turned to Rongzhan, inquiring how he intended to assist her. "My dear, continue to harness your energy. The rest shall be entrusted to me," Rongzhan replied with his characteristic calmness, suddenly recalling something. "Focus your mind and do not allow distractions." Yun Ruashi cast a glance at Rongzhan, raising her hands to begin gathering energy, a task she needed no reminder for. The pearls of energy within her body stirred, causing her meridians and blood to circulate with heightened vigor. Even her bones emitted faint creaks and pops. With her eyes closed in introspection, she meticulously examined her physical state. There were no issues. The subtle airflow generated by the rotating pearls was facilitating the movement of her meridians and blood vessels, placing her body in an optimal state of operation. Her thoughts ebbed and flowed in harmony with the rotation of the pearls, gradually merging with the rhythm of her circulation. Yes, this was the moment. Yun Ruashi employed her will to once again sketch the array of the contract within her heart. Strands of purple light emerged, as the intricate symbols of the contract array began to take form. In the midst of the air, the elements swiftly converged towards Yun Ruashi, coalescing before her into glimmers of light that permeated her being, flowing through her veins until they amalgamated within the intricate runes. The elemental power intensified, gradually filling the runes with a brilliance akin to starlight, forming a small cyclone around Yun Ruashi, as if she were the very nucleus of a miniature universe. The elements of heaven and earth continued to gather towards her, until her entire body was suffused with this arcane energy. Yun Ruashi felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloping her, her consciousness flowing like water, devoid of any apprehension regarding the potential failure of the contract formation. With her eyes tightly shut, she endeavored to maintain this delicate equilibrium. Rongzhan gazed upon the balanced microcosm before him, recognizing that the moment had indeed arrived. With his left hand, he summoned a radiant energy blade, raising his other hand to swiftly slice at his right wrist. In an instant, blood surged forth. As he discarded the energy blade, his left hand turned, redirecting the crimson torrent that erupted from his wrist transforming it into a scarlet tempest that howled before him. Yongzhan remained unfazed, amplifying the flow of blood while simultaneously wielding his will over the sanguine storm. The pressure at the center of the tempest diminished, causing the blood coursing around its periphery to compress and gradually converge towards the very heart of the vortex. The blood mass shrank increasingly until it ultimately crystallized into a darkly glowing crimson orb. At this moment, Rongzhan's complexion was pallid, his lips quivering slightly, as nearly half of his lifeblood had ebbed away. For an ordinary person, the loss of even a third of their blood would likely result in shock. Yet he persevered, disregarding the tormenting palpitations within, until the crimson droplets of blood had fully congealed. With a flick of his hand, the blood droplets suddenly soared towards Yun Ruashi, swirling momentarily in her vicinity before piercing into her chest. She felt an abrupt warmth enveloping the previously cool world, as the freshly formed array of the contract within her began to pulse with vibrant red light, its intensity surging in waves. The runes, infused with elemental power, transformed from mere starlit brilliance to a deep crimson hue, gradually dimming before erupting once more in a dazzling display that rendered it nearly unviewable. Ultimately, they coalesced into a formless essence. The runes of the contract array underwent a metamorphosis, the cryptic ancient script slowly morphing into colorless dark patterns. Upon closer inspection, they revealed the totems of the 4 ancient divine beasts. These images manifested within Yun Ruashi's soul, subtly yet profoundly engraved there, her body serving as the vessel, imprinted indelibly upon her very essence. After a while, as the radiant light gradually dimmed and finally converged back into Yun Ruashi's being, she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze sparkled with electric intensity, emitting a piercing brilliance that momentarily caused the surrounding air to thicken. Yun Ruashi peered into the depths of the forest, sensing the trembling souls of the creatures within. A knowing smile graced her lips as she placed her hand upon her chest. It was accomplished. She felt the powerful elemental energy surging within her body, an indescribable strangeness enveloping her heart. Is this the complete array of the contract? Yun Ruashi took a moment to steady herself, sensing the genuine flow of qi coursing through her, and a slight easing in her heart prompted a moment of reflection. So, this is the contract array? After enduring countless years and experiences, it has finally coalesced into existence. She was acutely aware of the hardships she had endured in her pursuit of cultivation. Upon contemplation, those agonies seemed so ethereal, as fleeting as a wisp of smoke. Almost unreal. Yet, this contract array, indelibly imprinted within her soul, felt astonishingly surreal. Shaking her head, Yun Ruashi cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. A profound sense of fulfillment and confidence blossomed within her, radiating joy from her very core. The contract array. The contract array. From this moment forth, she would be a true summoner. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, illuminating her features. In her exhilaration, she turned to look at Rongzhan, only to be taken aback by the sight. Rongzhan appeared utterly weakened, his complexion pale, the once resplendent features of his handsome face now dulled, and his tall, robust frame seemed to bend slightly. His fists were clenched tightly, as though he were enduring immense suffering. Yun Ruashi snapped back to reality, momentarily stunned. You. Rongzhan managed to force a rather unsightly smile, his weakness unmistakable. You have succeeded. Congratulations. He was undoubtedly aware that assisting her would lead him into such a frail predicament, and that recovery would be exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. Yun Ruashi hesitated momentarily, struggling to raise her hand as she approached Rongzhan, intending to offer her support. Initially, she had presumed that given Rongzhan's profound and inscrutable prowess, aiding her in consolidating the contract formation would be a remarkably straightforward endeavor. After all, his cultivation was so deep that he would not engage in endeavors lacking certainty. However, it now appeared that the circumstances were perhaps not as she had anticipated, revealing her underestimation of the contract formation. If even he found it so taxing, it was no wonder that countless summoners devoted their lives without ever truly mastering the contract formation. She had not foreseen that he would expend such considerable effort on her behalf. Upon this realization, Yun Ruashi felt a pang of compassion. Are you all right? She inquired, her voice slightly trembling as her small hand gently steadied Rongzhan's faltering form. Regardless of their prior conditions, she felt a lingering sense of indebtedness towards him. Sensing the warmth of her touch, Rongzhan felt an unusual stir within his heart. as memories of tender moments from a few days prior replayed in his mind. If expending this life force could yield such gentle treatment from her in this moment, then sacrificing this life would indeed be worthwhile. Noticing a fleeting look of distraction in Rongzhan's eyes, Yun Ruashi instinctively took a step back, her expression gazing at him. It's nothing. Suddenly deprived of that sweet warmth, Rongzhan could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He managed a faint smile, suppressing his fatigue. Since your contract's array has been completed, I shall not linger any longer. There are matters that require my attention, alas. It seems we shall not engage in a spirited battle today. He wished to jest, yet at that moment, he found himself devoid of any remaining strength. To engage in battle? With his current state, he would not allow himself to disgrace his dignity by participating. Yun Ruashi furrowed her brow and shot him a fierce glare. If you wish to battle, I shall not refuse. However, I am loath to be accused of taking advantage of your vulnerability. We will certainly have our confrontation. But there is no rush. Yet, if you are eager to court death, I would be more than happy to send you on your way now. A laugh escaped him, only to be abruptly interrupted by a sudden cough that left him momentarily breathless. He clenched his jaw and frowned slightly. This girl was always so audacious. Yet, what he adored most was witnessing her commanding presence, reminiscent of an enraged cat. If she were to feel guilty for his assistance, it would only serve to discomfort him. If you seek my life, I would not mind. Rongzhan shook his head with a wry smile, then straightened his posture, unwilling to reveal too much weakness before her. Mustering his spirit, he turned and waved his hand without looking back at Yun Ruashi. Very well, then. I shall take my leave. Yun Ruashi let out a soft huff, her expression remaining unchanged and icy, seemingly unconcerned about Rongzhan's departure. Suddenly, Rongzhan halted his steps, as if recalling something of significance. He turned and remarked, although your contract formation is complete, it appears to remain in a rudimentary state. In time, it shall evolve. Rudimentary? Yun Ruashi furrowed her brow in confusion, unable to grasp the concept. She had never heard of a contract formation being capable of growth. As she opened her mouth to inquire further, the words caught in her throat. Rongzhan turned and walked away, sensing that he was on the verge of collapse. His departing figure stood tall, though it bore an air of exhaustion, yet exuded a remarkable composure. Beneath that tranquility, however, lay an indescribable desolation. Yun Ruashi pressed her lips together, feeling uneasy about his demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, she realized it was merely an exchange of equivalence. She still owed him a condition, thus making it balanced. Taking a deep breath, the hesitation in her eyes flickered and vanished, replaced by a serene expression. Her plain visage, bathed in the moonlight, gradually grew ethereal, her countenance resembling clouds and mist, shrouded in ambiguity. Rongzhan ventured deeper into the woods, a wave of despair washing over him as the night grew increasingly profound. With a hint of vulnerability in his phoenix-like eyes, he murmured, "When shall I regain you, my dear girl?" In the distance, a nimble figure raced toward him, drawing closer with urgency. "Heavenly Sovereign," came a frantic voice. Rongzhan turned at the sound to see Xinghai, whose strained body immediately succumbed to worry as she rushed to his side, catching him just before he faltered. His keen eyes immediately caught sight of the deep wound on Rongzhan's wrist. What could have happened? Heavenly Sovereign, what has befallen you? Who has harmed you? Xinghai's face contorted with fury. How audacious of someone to inflict injury upon the Heavenly Sovereign. It is but a minor injury, Rongzhan murmured, collapsing weakly into Xinghai's embrace, his eyes tightly shut. As he relaxed, he gasped for breath, the substantial loss of blood rendering him exceedingly feeble. Xinghai held Rongzhan close, meticulously examining the wound, a sense of perplexity enveloping him. The body of the Heavenly Sovereign could not be harmed by mere mortals. And even if wounded, with his unparalleled magical prowess, he would heal instantaneously. Yet, the nature of this injury was indeed peculiar. Could it be that the Heavenly Sovereign had employed his life force? Heavenly Sovereign, I shall assist you in leaving at once. Xinghai's brow furrowed in determination. Whoever had dared to injure the Heavenly Sovereign deserved nothing less than death. Rongzhan nodded in agreement. Yes, but I am concerned. What have you discovered regarding her whereabouts? After parting ways with the Heavenly Sovereign last night, I have been searching through this dense forest. There appeared to be traces of her activity near the distant mountains. He paused, his expression tightening. However, your injuries necessitate rest, Heavenly Sovereign. We should return first. There is no urgency regarding that matter. We can investigate further once you have recovered. In the dimming twilight, the two figures vanished amidst the jagged shadows of the trees. With a flicker of the mystical flames, the fiery creature, Li Zhu, was liberated from the heart of the blaze. Now endowed with the contract array, the pressing matter was to establish a pact with Li Zhu without delay. "Master," Li Zhu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as the crimson aura around her intensified. "There is no need for such formalities. I have stated that our relationship is one of equals, not that of a master and servant." Yun Ruashi replied in a gentle tone. "Indeed, that is what you say, yet in my heart, you remain my master," Li Zhu declared cheerfully, shaking her massive head. "Very well, let it be as you wish." Yun Ruashi ceased her protest, recognizing the inherent differences between the nature of magical beasts and humans. Once a bond is forged, it is steadfast. Li Zhu had already sensed that her master had successfully activated the contract array, a fact that stirred her enthusiasm. Yun Ruashi placed a hand upon her chest, acknowledging that the contract array was indeed a treasure of unparalleled significance, its aura astonishing. Not only could she perceive the souls of magical beasts through it, but conversely, if she did not deliberately conceal its presence, creatures from several kilometers away could sense its existence as well. This serendipitous activation of the contract array had surpassed her expectations, as she had anticipated a long wait to unlock it. However, that was no longer necessary. The blood curse she had previously prepared would now serve no purpose. Yun Ruashi gazed at the fire Qilin, and Li Zhu also did not anticipate that the contract with her master would be established so swiftly. "So, master, when shall we commence?" The fire Qilin was evidently eager, having already received numerous favors from Yun Ruashi prior to their agreement. Under the bond of mutual fate, it anticipated even greater rewards, which only heightened Li Zhu's excitement. Yun Ruashi assessed her physical condition, finding it to be exceptionally optimal. Given this, she concluded that there was no better time than the present to initiate the bond. Very well. The fire Qilin promptly steadied itself, its gaze intensely fixed upon Yun Ruashi. She brought her 10 fingers together, channeling her spiritual essence as beads of energy spiraled energetically. A surge of power coalesced within the ancient markings on her body, and in an instant, the totemic shadows of the primordial divine beast began to undulate, as if animated by life itself. The air thickened, emitting a faint howling sound, while an overwhelming aura emanated from Yun Ruashi, causing all the magical beasts within the dense forest to tremble in confusion, unable to comprehend the source of such formidable pressure. Not far away, Rongzhan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked toward the source of the gathered energy. "Is it about to begin? What sort of magical beast could compel you to seek a contract with it? Yet, does it truly deserve you?" As the dawn light broke forth, the contract formation suddenly activated, casting a radiant circle of 5-colored runes around Yun Ruashi, their brilliance rivaling that of the moonlight. Chanting the words of the contract, the 5-colored runes coalesced into a ring, soaring into the air and projecting their luminous glow upon the fire Qilin. The surrounding air refracted, bursting forth into myriad beams of radiant light. Li Zhu was enveloped in an ethereal radiance, his entire being ablaze with warmth, yet he felt an exquisite comfort, as if his very soul were being caressed. The runes flowed like a gentle stream, cascading into his form through a myriad of colorful halos. After a considerable duration, when the final rune fully melded with his essence, Li Zhu abruptly widened his eyes. He distinctly sensed his soul being seamlessly affixed to the contract array. Suddenly, the vibrant circular light emanating from the array surged magnificently, and the once massive Li Zhu, standing before Yun Ruashi, was drawn into the luminous ring, vanishing into her being. His form transformed into specks of crimson brilliance, completely imprinting upon the ancient sacred beast, the Qilin, inscribed within the array. Simultaneously, Yun Ruashi's limbs resonated with the array, glowing with a sanguine luminescence. However, Li Zhu felt an inexplicable tranquility, as if this fate were his rightful destiny. As an innate awakened summoner, Yun Ruashi had certainly studied every aspect of the contract array. When she successfully solidified her own array, she detected no anomalies. Yet now, having forged a pact with the fire Qilin and incorporated it within herself, she realized that her acquired knowledge could not elucidate why the contract array within her was so unique. The ancient texts concerning summoners had never documented any projection of sacred beasts within the contract array. Within her array, aside from the concealed form of the Qilin in the due west, the remaining directions, east, south, and west, were adorned with the totems of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, respectively. This left Yun Ruashi utterly astonished. Could there be some hidden intricacies within this matter? Upon returning to the Yun residence, Yun Ruashi chose to rest in her chamber. The half-day passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yun Ruashi was utterly unable to fathom the profound mysteries of the contract formation. She merely felt that her sole recourse was to ceaselessly enhance her strength. She firmly believed that once she transcended her current limitations and reached a certain level, all these enigmas would be unveiled to her. In the afternoon, the weather turned pleasantly warm, with a refreshing climate that inspired a sense of languor. After lunch, Xiao Chui attended to Yun Ruashi as she reclined beneath the flowering crabapple tree in the courtyard. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it the delightful fragrance of the blossoms, creating an invigorating atmosphere. Mississippi. Xiao Chui hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, Yun Ruashi, her eyes half closed and expression impassive, responded. The second young master of the Yi family is said to be dead. I have heard, Yun Ruashi replied. Reclining further in her chair, her eyes now shut. The memory of the day she dealt with Yi Kun resurfaced, and her countenance grew increasingly cold, as if encased in ice. His death might indeed be a small mercy for him. Had time not been pressing, she possessed ample means to deal with him. I wonder if it was the miss who sought him out. There was truly no need for you to take such risks for a servant. Xiao Chui clutched her handkerchief tightly, her heart pounding with concern. It seemed the miss was burdened with an ever-growing weight of thoughts, and Xiao Chui was genuinely worried. Casting a glance at Xiao Chui, Yun Ruashi once again closed her eyes. This girl was indeed overly concerned. The troubles that the Yi family brought upon themselves are indeed of their own making. Even I must light incense for those who dealt with them. I wonder who performed such a noble deed anonymously. I would truly like to make the acquaintance of this righteous individual. Yun Ruashi languidly waved her handkerchief, responding with a tone of indifference. Surely it wasn't the young lady who did it? How wonderful. I was worried it might have been you. Xiao Chui's expression brightened as her earlier melancholy vanished, her words becoming brisk. The young lady has always been gentle. How could she commit such a heinous act? After a pause, Xiao Chui glanced around and leaned closer to Yun Ruashi's ear, whispering, I heard that the young master of the Yi family met a dreadful end. And at the time of his demise, he was accompanied by 2 naked maidservants. The master of the Yi family was infuriated and ordered those 2 maidservants to be fed to the wolves. A thin, cold smile tugged at the corners of Yun Ruashi's lips. His death was indeed quite flamboyant. Merely thinking about it brings a sense of deserved retribution. Xiao Chui exclaimed with indignation. Let him be dead. It serves as a form of release for you, Yun Ruashi said, closing her eyes and lapsing into silence. Oh, and the eldest son of the Yi family is gravely injured. It is said that the sovereign has issued orders to summon a master from Wijideo to treat him. Perhaps he may regain his strength. Indeed, Yun Ruashi remained frosty in her demeanor. The 2 conversed intermittently when suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, accompanied by a booming voice that echoed like a tiger's roar. Daughter, haha, are you there? Yun Jing called out as he approached, eager to enter the small courtyard. The intrusive sound of his voice caused Yun Ruashi to rub her forehead in exasperation. Truly, it is impossible to find peace. Yun Jingfei strode into Yun Ruashi's courtyard and noticed his daughter resting under a tree alongside her maid. He hurried over, taking 2 steps at a time. Father, what is it? Yun Ruashi inquired, her eyes closed, her voice cool and unyielding. Yun Jing was undeterred by the impatience evident on his daughter's face. After all, she was meant to gaze imperiously upon the world, even in the presence of her own father. Cough, cough. I bring delightful news, Yun Jing exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. His eyes darted around, searching for the benches that had previously been there. Upon noticing the general's searching demeanor, Xiao Cui quickly understood and rushed back inside to fetch a 8 Immortals chair for Yun Jing. After presenting her respects, she withdrew. Yun Jing lifted his robe and unceremoniously settled into the chair, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Yun Ruashi. Although his daughter was not as strikingly beautiful as some young ladies, her grace was unparalleled in the kingdom of Shengluo. Today, during court, the emperor mentioned the competition between my son and Zhao Gui, Yun Jing said, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had rushed here without pause after court, feeling the strain on his aging body. Yun Ruashi replied nonchalantly, still keeping her eyes closed as she rested. She began to comprehend the origins of the second-generation heir's rather peculiar disposition. At that moment, your father was extremely anxious, fearing the emperor might hold my son accountable. However, not only did the emperor not cast blame, but he was actually quite pleased and lavished praise upon my son. As he recounted this, a look of sheer pride spread across Yun Jing's face, reminiscent of the second-generation heir's own expression. Yun Ruoshi gently inclined her body, unable to bear the sight of Yun Jing's aged visage. She lowered her eyelashes, delicately taking a handkerchief to softly dab at her nostrils. The emperor, indeed a sovereign of exceptional caliber, had caused her to feel a twinge of anxiety in recent days. Was not Zhao Gui his own flesh and blood? What parents, upon witnessing their child gravely injured, would extol the virtues of the perpetrator with such noble airs? Such an anomaly surely harbors sinister undercurrents. This matter is exceedingly peculiar. My child need not feel trepidation. Have I not already declared that my child stands upon the grounds of righteousness? To exchange a life for Zhao Gui's arm is, in truth, a loss for my child. Should the emperor truly forsake reason and seek to penalize my offspring, our Yun family is no coward. We shall confront him with unwavering resolve. Is this truly considered good news? Yun Ruoshi remarked with a subtle smile, observing the imposing demeanor of Yun Jing, which warmed her heart. She found herself inclined to believe this assertion. Indeed, our sovereign is an exceptionally enlightened ruler, a rare gem for the kingdom of Shigluo, who not only refrained from reproaching my son, but also extended apologies on behalf of Zhao Gui. He remarked that Zhao Gui had been spoiled, lamenting the use of hidden weapons in a match that resulted in an injury, though fortunately, it did not harm you. Yun Jing, stroking his beard, was evidently pleased with the emperor's sentiments. Can it truly be so? The emperor also stated that he would summon my son to the palace on another day to offer his apologies in person. He expressed to his ministers that my son is a remarkable heroine of Shangluo, praising her extensively. The more Yun Jing spoke, the more prideful he became. As if the emperor's commendations were directed at him personally, his demeanor light and buoyant, akin to a man on the verge of ascension. And then what? Yun Ruoshi's cool gaze narrowed. There is no one then. Yun Jing immediately shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Ruoshi regarded Yun Jing's flushed face, then lowered her gaze. What does the emperor desire of me? It appeared that the emperor harbored intentions of drawing her closer. If that were the case, his behavior was not unwarranted. However, was the matter concerning Zhao Gui truly so easily resolved? Presenting herself merely as a lowly ninth-tier warrior, did the emperor's actions hold such significance? Her brother, Xiaolu, had also attained the ninth-tier rank long ago, yet the emperor had scarcely acknowledged him, let alone sought to cultivate a relationship. This seemed exceedingly peculiar. What is it he wishes for? Yun Jing stammered, clearly perplexed. Oh? Yun Ruoshi's expression darkened slightly as she continued. Did he not propose any conditions? No, not only were no conditions mentioned, but my son was also granted the privilege of entering the martial academy without any assessment. Moreover, it was stated that with my son's qualifications, he could directly participate in the advancement competition. Yun Ruoshi smiled faintly. Is this truly the good news from her father? Indeed. Yun Jing scratched his head, clearing his throat, as it seemed his daughter displayed little interest in this matter. While it was acceptable for Ruoshi to join the martial academy without examination, the notion of participating directly in the advancement assessment without engaging in study was troubling. Did the emperor not fear the outcry of the martial artists, accusing him of injustice? Yun Ruoshi's tone was as cool as a gentle breeze. This was also contemplated by her father, who expressed his thoughts to the emperor. Consequently, the emperor declared that all martial artists joining the Holy Martial Academy this year could directly apply for advancement. Furthermore, they could challenge third-year students and even members of the renowned rankings. Yun Jing nodded, raising his fist in salute, his expression filled with deep respect, his words brimming with ambition. The emperor, in his love for talent, was indeed welcoming the worthy in such a manner. This year, the enrollment at the Martial Academy would surely be overwhelming, and in the future, our Shangluo kingdom would undoubtedly dominate the four nations. Yun father was passionate and spirited, while Yun Ruoshi seemed unaffected by his enthusiasm. The daughter had no intention of participating directly in the advancement assessment. Did they expect her to walk the path laid out by others? That is impossible. Amir Emperor, I, Yun Ruoshi, have not truly held you in regard. What does the daughter wish to pursue? Yun father was uncertain of Yun Ruoshi's intentions, yet regardless of her choices, as long as she was happy, she could follow her own desires. The Martial Arts Academy, enduring through the ages, continues to cultivate a plethora of exceptionally talented individuals for the empire, undoubtedly implying that its pedagogy is of remarkable quality. Casting a glance at the blossoming crabapple trees, Yun Ruashi rose to her feet, her gaze fixed upon the vibrant scenery. Exuding confidence and tranquility, she aspired to pursue her studies diligently at the academy, for beyond martial skills, the institution offered numerous invaluable teachings unattainable elsewhere. Father, what do you think? Yunjing observed Yun Ruashi beneath the boughs of the crabapple, her radiant visage glowing more brilliantly than the flowers themselves. He nodded appreciatively. My daughter, at such a tender age, possesses this remarkable ambition, unpretentious and steady. It truly fills me with pride. By the way, father, I have heard that a master from Wujideo has recently been dispatched to our nation. Yun Ruashi deftly shifted the topic, her interest piqued by Wujideo. Indeed, my child, I have heard of it as well. Originally, the Saint of Tianni was to linger a few more days, but alas, the emperor, concerned for the young man of the Yi family, insisted that the saint attend to his ailments. The saint observed that Yi Xian's soul was wounded and declared that only by returning to Wujideo could he hope for a cure. Thus, last night, the saint took Yi Xian back to Wujideo. It is truly vexing. Yun Jing lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. If Wujideo intervenes in Yi Xian's treatment, there is a considerable chance he may recover. Can soul power be restored? From Yun Ruashi's experience, it seemed that once the soul was injured, recovery was exceedingly difficult. Logically, it should not be possible, yet Wujideo is an extraordinary entity. Perhaps they truly possess the means to effect a cure. Yun Jing gazed at Yun Ruashi, pondering why his son had developed an interest in Wujideo. Recently, he had often heard people speak of it, merely inquiring out of curiosity. Yun Ruashi responded with a hint of indifference. Yun Jing burst into laughter, declaring that if his son truly desired it, the opportunity to become an Inner Island disciple of Wujideo would undoubtedly belong to him. Oh, Inner Island disciples, you say? Yun Ruashi mused, picking a begonia blossom and inhaling its fragrance, before gracefully making her way to a chaise lounge, her movements as gentle as willow branches swaying in the breeze. Although Outer Island disciples were held in high esteem across various nations, those fortunate enough to enter the Inner Island for cultivation were surely the elite among the populace. The very essence of Wujideo was shrouded in mystery. Nearly all Inner Island disciples who practiced there eventually ascended to the status of sage. Moreover, their close ties with the Inner Island granted them access to numerous secrets and techniques of cultivation, prompting many to vie fervently for a chance to study within its confines. For those unable to gain entry, the only option was to practice under the guise of Outer Island disciples at the various outposts across the nations. Yunjing's expression reflected a deep yearning for Wujideo. Father never ventured to Wujideo for cultivation, yet he remains a 12th level battle sage. It seems that Wujideo holds no particular distinction. He mused, even individuals of exceptional talent on Wujideo can only attain the status of sage, failing to reach that of a venerable being. Such achievements hardly warrant attention. Wujideo is greatly overrated. Yun Ruashi set the begonia down, twirling it delicately between her fingers, and raised her gaze to meet Yun Jing's, her expression frigid. Even if she were to secure such an opportunity, she would disdain entering. Not entirely as my daughter suggests. Yun Jing gazed at Yun Ruashi, shaking his head. Although the majority of the disciples on the Inner Island have nearly reached the pinnacle of sainthood, has my son not heard the saying that ascending to the realm of the celestial sovereign is as arduous as ascending to the heavens? Indeed, that is the case. Yun Ruashi nodded, acknowledging that breaking through to the level of sovereign is indeed a formidable challenge. My son has underestimated the difficulty of transcending to the sovereign level. Advancing to the rank of celestial sovereign requires rare opportunities and profound insights in the fleeting span of a few decades. Those fortunate enough to encounter such circumstances are exceedingly scarce. In the millennium of Wuji Island, there has been but a single celestial sovereign, Wuji. Yunjing paused, stroking his beard, and continued, great opportunities and fortuitous encounters are serendipitous, not to be sought after. However, it is a fact that Wuji Island has indeed produced a figure of such caliber. It is said that when the celestial sovereign of Wuji broke through barriers to attain his status, the location where he resisted the heavenly punishment and endured the thunder tribulation was remarkably unique. Practicing there grants one special insights, which is precisely why so many strive to gain entry into the Inner Island of Wuji. So, Does this mean that all those disciples on the inner island merely linger around the ruins, awaiting their so-called great opportunity? Yun Ruashi scoffed. Certainly not. Otherwise, wouldn't the remnants of the celestial sovereign be crushed underfoot? Yun Jing chuckled. Not all disciples of the inner island can stand before the ruins to comprehend their essence. Only the most exceptional among them can do so. It seems that must be the case. Indeed. Yun Jing nodded thoughtfully. After these disciples of the inner island attain the status of top-tier saints, they may traverse the lands of various nations until they discern signs of a breakthrough. At which point they can return to Wuji Island and delve into the relics of the Supreme Being of Wuji for further enlightenment. However, aside from the Supreme Being of Wuji, no other Supreme Beings have emerged from Wuji Island to this day, which raises a curious question. Yun Ruashi expressed her doubts, pondering whether entry into Wuji Island was entirely unrelated to the potential for transcending from saint to Supreme Being. Indeed, this is rather peculiar. Yet it must be one of the mysteries inherent to Wuji Island. My father is not a disciple of the inner island, thus he remains oblivious to these matters. Yun Jing furrowed his brow tightly, his words laden with a sense of lamentation, reflecting on the fact that his father had never breached the barrier to transcendence. Is it truly that arduous to break through to the realm of the Supreme Being? Yun Ruashi frowned. Then what do you think? Why has father remained stagnant at the saint level for decades, making no progress? Yun Jing regarded Yun Ruashi, recognizing the depth of her character, yet acknowledging her youth and the simplicity with which she perceives many matters. I have no hope of advancing to the status of Supreme Being in this lifetime, but Ruashi, your prospects remain bright. Regardless, I still hope you can enter Wuji Island for contemplation. I will undoubtedly journey to Wuji Island, but to become a disciple of the inner island. Yun Ruashi hesitated, revealing her lack of interest in the identity of an inner island disciple. Noticing a flicker of disappointment on Yun Jing's face, she restrained her impending words and instead remarked, everyone desires to enter the inner island, yet the slots are undoubtedly limited. If they were so easily attainable, wouldn't Wuji Island be overcrowded? Why does father believe I can secure a spot as an inner disciple of the Isle of Wuji? It is undoubtedly due to the Martial Arts Academy. Yun Jing exclaimed with an air of certainty. The Martial Arts Academy? Previously, Yun Ruashi had devoted all her experiences to pursuing the Prince of Jing'an, resolutely refusing to enter the academy to train in martial arts. Thus, she remained entirely ignorant of the foremost institution in the kingdom of Shengluo. Does my child not know that the top-ranked individual on the academy's leaderboard can directly enter the Isle of Wuji and become an inner disciple? Yun Jing was astonished. Such a widely known fact was utterly foreign to his daughter. It is all the fault of that Prince of Jing'an. He has wasted so much of my daughter's time. It is truly vexing. However, now that his daughter has matured, it is not too late. He chuckled to himself. With this thought, a bloom of excitement and satisfaction blossomed upon Yun Jing's face. How could my daughter be anything less than exceptional? 046 WJDO and SHNGW Academy. Is it accurate to say that there exists an intricate relationship between SHNGW Academy and WJDO? YN X harbored certain conjectures regarding the state of affairs across the realm. The influence of WJDO is indeed extraordinary, as evidenced by the fervent desire of practitioners from all corners of the world striving to gain entrance into its domain. It stands to reason that the four nations must inherently rely upon WJDO for their very existence. Furthermore, the head of SHNGW Academy hails from the inner sanctum of WJDO, and the remaining elders are disciples from the outer islands. In truth, which nation among the four does not lean on WJDO to stabilize its foundations? Hence, the connection between them is undeniably profound. YNJ patiently elucidated these matters to YN X. Now that his daughter had undergone a complete awakening and sought knowledge, he, YNJ, would undoubtedly share all that he knew. The remarkable demeanor exhibited by his daughter in recent days suggested that she was destined for great endeavors. With such a daughter, the old man YN felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Indeed, the influence of WJDO permeates the four nations, proving to be a force that ordinary individuals cannot contend with. Yet, YN X pondered what other peculiarities WJDO might possess. In this vein of thought, she inquired further, what, then, is the Fengyan list? The Fengyan list is a ranking established by the Academy to encourage students to strive for excellence. It is updated every 3 years, during which time students of any grade may participate without restriction. Those ranked lower may challenge those ranked higher. Upon the conclusion of the 3-year period, the individual holding the top position shall be granted entry into the inner island of WJDO. Yuan Jing was well-versed in the intricacies of the Fengyan list. Had he, in his youth, also competed in the rankings during his time at SHNGW Academy? Yuan Ruashi smiled, pondering how her father's formidable strength could possibly refrain from challenging the illustrious rankings. Indeed, when discussing the SHNGW Academy and the renowned leaderboard, Yuan Jing's enthusiasm seemed inexhaustible, as those were the most thrilling years of his life. With such prowess, he ought to have claimed the top spot, shouldn't he? Observing Yuan Jing's cheerful demeanor brought joy to Yuan Ruashi as well. Naturally, Yuan Jing's expression radiated pride. Yet, a thought struck Yuan Ruashi. Why hadn't her father ventured to Wujid Island? Given his exceptional talent, he ought to have qualified as an inner island disciple. So why was he not even an outer island disciple? The moment the question crossed her mind, Yuan Jing's countenance shifted to one of acute embarrassment, his face flushing a deep red. Once, he had consistently held the top rank, but in the following year, an obscure young girl had unexpectedly arrived at the academy, challenging him directly, resulting in his defeat. Her father had actually been defeated? Yuan Ruashi found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, there are always greater mountains beyond the hills, and this seemed to hold true. Suddenly, she recalled Rongzhan, whose strength was indeed unfathomable, leaving her to wonder how many more formidable individuals lay beyond him. Is it any wonder that her father had not ascended to Wujid Island? Yuan Jing's expression was laden with regret, whether for failing to reach Wujid Island or for that enchanting figure etched in his memory. Yet, such is life. Where there is loss, there is also gain. With a smile, Yuan Ruashi inquired, did father not challenge her again? Of course he did. Regrettably, one cannot surpass others. Each time, defeat ensues, and one must resign oneself to the second place. 2 years have swiftly elapsed, and ultimately, it is still that young girl who ventures to Wujid Island. Though tinged with regret, Yuan Jing seems to have suddenly embraced a sense of liberation. Does father harbor resentment towards that girl? Yuan Ruashi inquires unexpectedly. Father's expression just now was somewhat peculiar, but how is that woman relevant? Observing Yuan Jing's demeanor, she scrutinizes carefully. Yuan Jing's countenance bears a hint of bitterness. At that time, she was still a naive young girl, unaware of her. If only she had not been so adamant about going to Wujid Island, perhaps, would she have fared better? Had she already brushed against that barrier? Father? Noticing her father's momentary daze, Yuan Ruashi's voice timely interrupts Yuan Jing's reverie. Of course not. Yuan Jing hastily retorts, I, Yuan Jing, can accept defeat. What is there to resent? Moreover, it is precisely because I did not go to Wujid Island that I encountered your mother, leading to the birth of you siblings. I must express my gratitude to her. Haha, in comparison to those accolades, I would much prefer our family to be together. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ruashi smiles serenely, realizing that her father has indeed let go, whether it be of Wujid Island or that woman. Watching the begonia flowers dance in the wind within the courtyard, Yuan Jing appears somewhat lost in thought. The scenes from memory, though vividly clear, feel ephemeral, like fleeting clouds. Departing signifies a complete farewell, and she has long severed her attachments. Yet, the sudden recollection brings a tinge of melancholy to her heart. After all, that was her first love. But had she not been so heartless in leaving, how could she have ever met Lu Yin? How can one savor the warmth of love and the joys of family throughout a lifetime? In the present day, Ruo Shi and Xiao Lu, though still in their youth, have already made a name for themselves across the realm. If they were to wait a few more years, mature a bit more, establish their own families, and perhaps welcome a few grandchildren, would that not be even more delightful? What reason do I, Yuan Jing, have to feel melancholy? Ha ha ha. Observing Yuan Jing's fluctuating demeanor, as if drifting through the vastness of the void, Ruo, she shook her head repeatedly. The second son, Yin Xiaolu, evidently inherited his emotional traits. Today marks the day of enrollment at the Martial Arts Academy. On the main thoroughfare, numerous pedestrians could be seen, all appearing to be young martial artists, evidently making their way towards the academy. However, what surprised Ruashi was that despite their urgency, there was no trace of impatience upon their faces. It seemed as though these individuals were subtly competing with one another, exchanging fleeting glances only to glare back in defiance. Witnessing this scene, Yun Xiao Lu couldn't help but chuckle. The competition had already commenced before they even reached the academy. It is no wonder that even newly enrolled students exude such a palpable aura of rivalry. This tendency has gradually become the prevailing culture of the martial arts academy. All its members relish the opportunity to spar with one another, and the academy itself is quite formidable, unless a life is lost. They remain indifferent to those who enjoy physical confrontation. My dear brother, I have persevered through 2 years of study at the Martial Arts Academy, which is no small feat. Yun Xiaolu dropped the curtain of the carriage, reclining within, and casually picked up a ripe plum, crunching into it with a satisfying bite. As the plums were imported, the second son furrowed his brow and spat them out, exclaiming how sour they were. He shot a glance at Yun Xiaolu, who remained silent, leaning coldly against the plush cushions while casually flipping through a book about the anecdotes of the Shanglu Kingdom. Yun Zimo, ever sociable, engaged in idle chatter with Yun Ruashi, exchanging sisterly banter. Disgusted, Yun Xiaolu cast a disdainful glance at Yun Zimo, finding the interaction utterly tedious, and turned aside to indulge in his own thoughts. Were it not for their father's directive for the 3 siblings to attend the Martial Arts Academy together, he would not have deigned to accompany the rather mysterious woman beside him. Upon leaving the capital of Shanglu Kingdom, they traveled east along a wide path next to a dense forest, reaching the vicinity of the Martial Arts Academy in just a few hours. The academy was nestled in a clearing amidst the towering mountains and thick woods, surrounded on 3 sides by a natural barrier of peaks. Near the forest, a deep spring sparkled like a brilliant blue gemstone, nestled between the academy and the woods, captivating in its beauty. The Martial Arts Academy spanned an extensive area, with its facilities for students and faculty far surpassing the size of the entire capital. Furthermore, the kingdom offered substantial support for the academy's educational endeavors, designating the vast forests and distant mountain ranges nearby as part of the academy's domain for student training. Upon reaching the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy, Yun Xiaolu stirred from his reverie. "We have arrived. Sister, hurry down. Students are not permitted to enter the academy in their family carriages. We must proceed on foot." With that, he leaped down from the carriage with an air of excitement. The younger brother Yun Xiaolu always displays such impatience. Yun Zimo, unfazed by Yun Xiaolu's aloofness, turned to invite Yun Ruashi to disembark the vehicle. The academy's architecture is magnificently grand, nestled within a dense forest, with dark green tiled roofs that rise above the treetops. Towering pines and cypress trees stand proudly outside the crimson walls, partially concealing them. At the center of the academy, a large door painted in red lacquer is topped with an ancient black wooden plaque, on which the 4 characters Shangwu Academy are artistically inscribed, a testament to the handwriting of the founding emperor of the Shangluo Kingdom. The entire structure rivals that of a royal palace. Gazing upwards, Yun Ruashi mused that such a grand establishment could not exist without centuries of heritage. Standing at the entrance of Shangwu Academy, Yun Ruashi appeared remarkably composed, paying no heed to those hesitating at the threshold. With a decisive step, she entered the academy, a symbol of the Shangluo Kingdom's might. As her foot crossed the threshold, she sensed several waves of spiritual energy sweep over her. Lowering her gaze, she maintained her calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Yun Xiaolu and Yun Zimo followed closely behind. Upon entering, a dozen figures swiftly materialized before them, both male and female, all remarkably youthful, likely in their teenage years. The young individuals were clad in light azure garments, each adorned with a finely crafted dark blue emblem, at the center of which lay a small dagger intricately etched with dragon motifs. The man at the forefront stepped forward, warily obstructing Yun Ruashi's path. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant as he stated, "Students of the Martial Arts Academy, please present your academy emblem. If you are here to register as a new student, kindly proceed to that area to collect the registration documents. Once completed, prepare for the entrance examination." Yun Ruashi raised her eyelids, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at the man before her, her expression betraying no emotion. She nodded slightly and walked towards the area designated for obtaining the registration documents. The man, momentarily taken aback, found himself startled by the intensity of her gaze, which felt as if it could pierce right through him. As he observed Yun Ruashi's retreating figure, he was filled with astonishment. From yesterday to today, he had encountered numerous new students arriving to register, some calm, others anxious, some audacious, while others meek. Yet, none had exuded the same aura as the woman who had just passed, reminiscent of a shard of ice shimmering under the sun, emanating an air of chilling clarity.